Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The first time it happened, I convinced myself it was the wind. I'd been guiding tours through Arizona's slot canyons for 7 years, long enough to know every acoustic trick these sandstone corridors could play. The way a whisper could travel 100 feet and return amplified, the phantom footsteps that were just water dripping onto hollow stone, the voices that were merely the canyon breathing through its narrow passages. But this was different. I was alone that morning, doing a pre-dawn walkthrough of Lower Antelope Canyon before the day's first group arrived. The sunlight hadn't yet penetrated deep enough to illuminate the famous light beams, and my headlamp carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness. The silence was absolute. That particular quality of quiet you only find in deep places, where sound seems to die the moment it's born. I was thinking about my brother, about the argument we'd had 3 days ago, about things I'd wanted to say but hadn't. The words were still churning in my mind, forming and reforming into speeches I'd never deliver. That's when I heard my own voice echo back from somewhere ahead. "You should have been there." I stopped walking. The beam of my headlamp trembled against the striated walls. Those were the exact words I'd been thinking, not words I'd spoken aloud. I was certain of that. Absolutely certain. The canyon answered anyway. You should have been there when it mattered. My throat was dry. I touched my lips, confirming they hadn't moved. The echo, if that's what it was, had come from deeper in the canyon, from the section where the walls narrowed to barely shoulder width. My voice, unmistakably, but with a quality I couldn't quite identify. Like hearing yourself on a recording, familiar, yet alien. I continued forward, my boots scuffing against the sand. Professional instinct warred with something more primitive, something that wanted to turn back. But I'd walked this canyon hundreds of times. There was nothing here but rock and shadow, and the patient work of water over millennia. The walls closed in around me. In the narrow sections, you can touch both sides with outstretched arms. Feel the cool sandstone smooth as glass beneath your palms. The Navajo called these places Tse Biganilini, the place where water runs through rocks. Sacred spaces, dangerous ones. You're afraid they'll find out. I spun around, headlamp sweeping across the empty passage behind me. The words had come from there, from the section I'd just walked through. But they were still ahead of me somehow, still in front, still waiting. My heart hammered against my ribs. Those thoughts had been surface level, just beneath consciousness. The vague anxiety I carried every day that someone would discover I didn't know what I was doing anymore, that I was lost inside my own life. Hello? My voice cracked. The word fragmented against the walls, breaking into syllables that scattered like startled birds. The canyon held its breath. Then, from multiple directions at once. Hello? 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 But not quite. Each repetition had a slightly different inflection, asking different questions. Hello? As a greeting. Hello? As confusion. Hello? As accusation. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Acoustic phenomena. Unusual air pressure. A pocket of gas from decomposing organic matter affecting my perception. There were rational explanations for everything in these canyons, even for impossible things. I finished the walkthrough in silence, speaking to no one, thinking as little as possible. By the time I emerged into the broadening dawn, I'd almost convinced myself it hadn't happened. The tour group arrived at 9, a couple from Germany, 3 college students traveling together, and a woman who'd come alone. She had the look of someone running from something, though I'd learned not to pry. People came to the canyons for many reasons. Most of them involved escape. I gave them the standard briefing. Watch your footing. Stay together. Don't touch the walls. The oils from skin can darken the sandstone. Flash flood warnings had been issued for later in the week, but today's forecast was clear. We'd be fine. We descended into the canyon single file. I led, pointing out the familiar formations. The bear, the eagle, The wave. The morning light was beginning its slow descent into the depths, illuminating the rust and orange and deep purple layers of stone. The tourists murmured appreciatively, cameras clicking. I was explaining the geology, how flash floods had carved these passages over millions of years, when I heard it again. My voice coming from ahead, where the canyon curved out of sight. Tell them about the water. I faltered mid-sentence. The group stopped behind me, waiting. I tried to continue, but the words tangled in my mouth. Tell them how it sounds, how it screams. Is everything okay? One of the college students, concern creasing his young face. I nodded automatically. Fine. Just remembering something. We moved forward. The walls pressed closer. In the narrowest sections, we had to turn sideways, shuffling through passages where the sky was reduced to a ribbon of blue far above. The light took on a dreamlike quality here, filtering through the curves to paint everything in shades of amber and rust. That's when the echoes started for everyone else. The German woman gasped, pressing herself against the wall. Her husband grabbed her arm, asking what was wrong, but she just shook her head, eyes wide. One of the college students stopped walking. Did you guys hear that? Hear what? His friend looked around nervously. Someone said my name. From up ahead. I felt cold despite the trapped heat of the canyon. What exactly did you hear? It sounded like... He trailed off, face pale. It knew something I haven't told anyone. The woman who'd come alone started breathing faster. We need to leave, right now. Let's stay calm, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. Sometimes the acoustics in here can be disorienting. Sound travels in unexpected ways. It's natural to... They're going to die here. My voice again, but louder now. Coming from everywhere and nowhere. All of them, because of you. The group heard it too. I could see it in their faces, the way fear moves through a crowd like a visible wave. They'd all recognized my voice. They were all looking at me. I didn't say that. My hands were shaking. I didn't say anything. We need to go back. The German man's voice was tight. This isn't right. But when we turned around, the canyon behind us had changed. I know how that sounds. I know the layout of these passages like I know my own hands. But the opening we'd walked through, it wasn't there anymore. In its place was a solid curve of stone, as if the walls had grown together while we weren't looking. That's impossible. I touched the rock, felt its solidity. We just came from there. Forward is the only way. The college student who'd heard his name started laughing, a high, brittle sound. This is a joke, right? Some kind of scare tour thing? I wished I could tell him yes. We moved forward because there was no alternative. The canyon led us deeper, and with each step, the echoes grew stronger. Each person heard their own voice now, speaking their private thoughts, their buried shames. The German woman wept silently. Her husband's face had gone slack with something that looked like recognition. The college students huddled together, their earlier camaraderie replaced by mutual suspicion. The woman who'd come alone fell behind. When I glanced back, she was talking to the walls, arguing with them in a whisper, or arguing with herself. It was becoming harder to tell the difference. The light shifted. We should have been moving toward the exit by now, toward the widening of the passage and the full sun of midday. Instead, the canyon was getting darker, the walls closer. The air felt thick, difficult to breathe. That's when I heard the water. At first it was distant, a whisper like wind through leaves. But it grew louder, resolving into a sound every canyon guide learns to fear, the roar of a flash flood, churning through narrow passages, carrying boulders and debris, filling the slots with crushing force. "Run!" I shouted. But the canyon had other ideas. Each time we tried to move forward, the passage narrowed further. We were being funneled somewhere, herded like animals. The sound of water grew deafening, though we saw nothing. No surge, no spray, just the sound, filling every space, reverberating through our bones. And through it all, The echoes continued, my voice and theirs, speaking thoughts that should have remained locked inside skulls. Confessions and accusations, fears and regrets. The canyon was pulling everything out of us, turning us inside out. I realized something then, in the chaos and the fear. The echoes weren't repeating what we'd said. They were anticipating it, responding to thoughts before they became words. The canyon wasn't reflecting sound. It was reading us, pulling meaning from the electrical firing of neurons, translating intention before action. We reached a chamber I didn't recognize. The walls opened into a roughly circular space, maybe 20 feet across. Above us, a crack in the stone showed a sliver of sky that seemed impossibly distant. The light that filtered down was wrong, too red, like sunset, though it should have been noon. The group collapsed against the walls, gasping. The sound of water had stopped. In its place was silence so complete it felt like pressure, squeezing in from all sides. What's happening to us? The German woman's voice was small, broken. I had no answer, but the canyon did. You wanted to disappear. All of us, hearing it simultaneously. My voice speaking to everyone, but also their voices, speaking to themselves. A chorus of confession. You came here to vanish, to step off the edge of your life and fall into something else, something that would make the decisions for you. The woman who'd come alone stood up. Her face had gone eerily calm. It's right, she said. That's exactly why I came. One of the college students nodded slowly. I wanted to disappear. I've wanted that for months. They were all agreeing, looking at each other with a terrible understanding. And the worst part, the part that made my skin crawl, was that it was true. I felt it too. The desire to shed my life like a worn coat, to let the canyon swallow me and never emerge. I'd been thinking about it more and more lately, standing at the edges of cliffs, imagining the fall, not wanting to die, exactly, but wanting to stop being. To unbecome the person I'd twisted myself into. No. I shook my head, trying to clear it. It's doing something to us, making us think things that aren't true. Liar. My voice sharp with contempt. You know exactly what you wanted. That's why you come here every day, walking through the dark, hoping each time that you won't come back out. The walls seemed to pulse, or maybe that was my vision, blood pressure spiking. I couldn't tell anymore where I ended and the canyon began. My thoughts felt like they belonged to someone else, reflected and distorted until they were unrecognizable. Time fractured. Minutes or hours passed. We sat in that chamber while the light changed color, red to purple to a sick green that had no natural source. The echoes never stopped. They picked us apart with surgical precision, finding every weakness, every lie we'd told ourselves. The German couple sat back to back, not touching. The space between them a chasm. The college students had separated, each pressed against different walls, unable to look at each other. The woman who'd come alone stared upward at the distant sky, lips moving soundlessly. I tried to remember the way out, tried to visualize the map I carried in my head, the careful memorization of every turn and landmark. But the paths kept rearranging themselves in my mind, becoming mazes, becoming impossible. You were always lost. Maybe that was true. Maybe I'd been lost for years, just walking in circles, pretending the motion meant something. The woman stood up abruptly. I'm going to climb, she announced. Up there, out. I looked at where she was pointing. The walls were sheer, water-smoothed, offering no handholds. Climbing was impossible. She started anyway. Her fingers found cracks invisible to my eyes. Her feet discovered ledges that shouldn't exist. She moved upward with the confidence of someone who'd already decided, who'd stepped beyond fear into something else. The others watched her ascend. 10 feet, 15, 20. Then she stopped, hanging there, looking down at us with an expression I couldn't read. It's all the same, she called down. Her voice echoed strangely, multiplying. Up there, down here, out or in, it's all the same canyon. She let go. I lunged forward, but she didn't fall. She just hung there, suspended in the air, defying gravity, or maybe falling very slowly, so slowly that the motion was imperceptible. Time had gone strange again. The German man stood. "I think I understand now," he said calmly. He took his wife's hand. She didn't pull away. They walked toward the wall, no, into it. The stone seemed to soften, accepting them, and they sank into the sandstone like it was water. The last thing I saw was their hands, still clasped, disappearing into solid rock. The college students looked at each other. Some wordless communication passed between them. They nodded once, then walked in 3 different directions, each toward a different wall. I wanted to stop them, to call out, but my voice was caught in my throat, tangled with all the other voices. They walked into the walls. The stone closed behind them like a mouth. I was alone. The chamber felt larger now, expanding as I watched. Or I was shrinking. The distinction seemed meaningless. The echoes continued, but they were gentler now, almost soothing. "You can stay here." My voice, soft and reasonable. "No one will look for you. No one really sees you anyway. You've been fading for years. Why not finish it?" I thought about my apartment, my life outside the canyon, the routine that had worn grooves so deep I couldn't see over the edges anymore, the brother I hadn't called back, the friends I'd stopped seeing, the slow erosion of everything that made a person real. The canyon was right. I'd been disappearing for a long time, but something in me, some stubborn animal part, refused. I stood on shaking legs. The chamber swayed, or I did. I chose a direction at random and started walking, not into the walls, but along them, following the curve. My hand traced the stone, keeping me oriented. The echoes screamed. All my voices furious now, telling me all the reasons I should stop, all the ways I'd failed, all the people I'd disappointed, all the potential I'd wasted. I kept walking. The passage narrowed again. I had to turn sideways, shuffling through gaps that seemed too small for human passage. The stone pressed against my chest and back simultaneously, squeezing. I couldn't breathe. I kept walking. The light changed. That sick green faded to natural amber, then to the clean white of noon sun. The air temperature shifted. The quality of silence changed from oppressive to peaceful. I emerged into a section I recognized, the approach to the canyon exit, the real one. Sunlight streamed down through the widening walls. I could see the parking area ahead, my truck exactly where I'd left it. I stumbled out into the heat and light and collapsed onto the hood of my vehicle, gasping. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fish my phone from my pocket. No signal. Out here, there never was. I drove to the ranger station in a daze. The woman at the desk looked up as I entered, her expression shifting from bored to concerned. "Jesus, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to explain. The words came out jumbled, incoherent. A tour group, strange echoes, people walking into walls. She listened with increasing alarm, then picked up her radio. Within an hour, a search and rescue team was deployed. They asked me questions I couldn't answer properly. How long had we been in the canyon? Which route had we taken? Could I describe the members of my group? I gave them what details I could remember. The German couple, the 3 students, the woman alone. But when they checked their records, there was no tour scheduled for that day. No reservations. No waivers signed. "You sure you took a group in?" the lead ranger asked. His tone was gentle, the way you talk to someone who might be delirious. "Maybe you went in alone and got disoriented. It happens. The heat, dehydration." I didn't imagine them. But even as I said it, doubt crept in. Had I? The morning was already feeling dreamlike, details slipping away like water through cupped hands. They searched for 3 days, covered every inch of Lower Antelope Canyon and the surrounding area, found nothing. No signs of struggle. No evidence anyone else had been there at all. The official conclusion was heat exhaustion, possible hallucinatory episode. They recommended I take some time off, see a doctor, get checked out. I did. The doctor found nothing wrong. Clean bill of health. He suggested stress, maybe early signs of a psychological break, gave me a referral to a therapist. I didn't make the appointment. I quit the guiding job. Couldn't bring myself to go back into the canyons. Just thinking about those narrow passages makes my chest tighten. I got work at a hardware store in Flagstaff, stocking shelves, helping weekend warriors choose the right size wrench. It's mindless, but it's safe. There are no echoes between the aisles of light fixtures and garden supplies, but sometimes, in the quiet moments, I hear it. My voice, coming from nowhere and everywhere. Not out loud. I'm not crazy. Just in my head, speaking thoughts before I think them, answering questions I haven't asked. And I wonder, did I really leave the canyon that day? Or am I still walking through those narrow passages, squeezed between walls of stone, slowly being absorbed? Maybe I walked into the rock like the others, and I just haven't realized it yet. Maybe I've been fading for so long that I finally disappeared, and this life, this job, this apartment, this routine, is just the echo of who I used to be. Last week, I drove back out to the canyon. Didn't go in, just stood at the entrance, looking into that sandstone throat. I swear, I heard voices, a whole chorus of them. German accents, young laughter, a woman speaking softly to herself, and underneath it all, my own voice, calling from the depths. Welcome back. We've been waiting. The canyon always keeps what it's given. I got in my truck and drove away. I won't go back again. But late at night, lying in bed, I feel the walls pressing in. The ceiling seems too close. The darkness has that particular quality of deep places, and I hear the whisper of water over stone, the patient work of erosion, wearing away everything that used to be solid. I'm not sure how much of me is left. I'm not sure how much of me was ever really here. The canyon took something from me that day. Or maybe it showed me something that had always been true. That I was already disappearing, already echoing, already less than real. Sometimes I catch my reflection in windows and barely recognize the person looking back. Sometimes I speak, and the words feel like they're coming from someone else, somewhere else, sometime else. I'm fading. And the worst part, the part that keeps me awake into the smallest hours of the morning, is that I'm not sure I want to stop. The canyon was right about one thing. I came there wanting to disappear. Maybe I got my wish after all. Maybe we all did. Story 2. The highway stretched ahead like a ribbon of ink across the Nevada desert, my headlights carving tunnels through the 3 a.m. darkness. I'd been driving for 6 hours straight, and the monotony had settled into my bones, the kind of exhaustion that makes your eyes feel like they're coated in sand. The refrigerated trailer behind me hummed its constant song, keeping 20 tons of frozen meat at exactly -10 degrees. My coffee had gone cold an hour ago, but I kept sipping it anyway, more ritual than refreshment. The CB radio crackled with static, the way it always did out here in the empty stretches. Most drivers kept their radios on channel 19, just for the company of distant voices, proof that someone else existed in the vast nothing. I reached for the dial, about to switch it off, when a voice cut through the white noise. "Roadhawk, you got your ears on?" My hand froze. The styrofoam cup slipped from my other hand, spilling lukewarm coffee across my lap. I barely noticed. Nobody had called me Roadhawk in 7 years, not since the accident, not since I'd stopped driving long haul and taken that desk job in Reno, pushing papers and pretending I didn't miss the open road. The name had died with that chapter of my life, buried deep where I thought it would stay. I grabbed the radio handset, my pulse suddenly loud in my ears. "This is Roadhawk." "Who's asking?" Nothing but static answered. I stared at the radio, watching the green LED flicker as if something invisible was breathing on the other end of the line. The desert stretched on both sides of Highway 50, empty and eternal under a sky so thick with stars it looked diseased. "Must be hearing things," I muttered, but my voice sounded unconvincing even to myself. 10 minutes passed. 15. The white lines on the road became hypnotic. pulling my truck forward through the darkness. My eyes kept drifting to the CB radio, waiting for it to speak again. The silence felt deliberate now, loaded with intention. Then, "Roadhawk, you've got about 3 miles before the curve. Black ice patch on the eastbound lane, right where the road dips. Ease off your speed now." The voice was male, middle-aged, with a slight rasp that suggested too many cigarettes or not enough sleep. But it was the certainty in the tone that made my skin crawl, not a suggestion or a warning, but a statement of fact delivered with the calm of someone reading yesterday's weather report. I checked my speedometer, 72 miles per hour. My hands tightened on the wheel as I eased off the accelerator, watching the needle drop to 60, then 55. The rational part of my brain insisted this was just another trucker ahead of me, someone who'd seen my rig and happened to remember my old handle from somewhere. But the other part, the part that had learned to trust instinct on these lonely roads, knew something was wrong. The curve appeared exactly where the voice said it would. In my headlights, I could see the road surface change, a dark sheen that might have been nothing or might have been ice. I kept my speed steady, felt the slight pull as the trailer behind me shifted weight. The tires found purchase and I rounded the curve without incident. My breath came out in a long, shaky exhale. Coincidence? Had to be. I grabbed the handset again. "Breaker 19, this is Roadhawk. Appreciate the heads up on that ice. What's your 20? Static hissed back at me, thick and somehow malicious. I scanned the road ahead and behind. Not another vehicle in sight. The highway was mine alone, a corridor through the darkness populated by nothing but sagebrush and distant mountains that looked like sleeping giants. 20 minutes later, the voice returned. "Roadhawk, coming up on mile marker 47. Deer on the road, 2 of them. They're going to bolt left when they see your lights." This time I didn't hesitate. I slowed immediately, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sure enough, there was mile marker 47, a white reflective post catching my headlights. And there, frozen in the illumination, stood 2 mule deer, a doe and what might have been her yearling. Their eyes reflected green as they stared at my approaching truck. I laid on my air horn. The deer bolted left, exactly as predicted, vanishing into the scrub brush. My truck rolled past the spot where they'd been standing, and I could still smell the musk they'd left behind. "Who are you?" I demanded into the radio. "How are you doing this?" The static seemed to pulse, like a heartbeat made of white noise. When the voice came back, it sounded amused. "You should remember, Roadhawk. We used to talk all the time, back when you wore that handle like you meant it." Something cold slithered down my spine. I'd been a different person 7 years ago. Younger, cockier, convinced that the road was my kingdom and I was immortal. I'd made friends on the CB back then. Dozens of faceless voices that became familiar over hundreds of miles. But that was before the blowout on I-80, before the jackknife, before the 6-month hospital stay and the nightmares that still sometimes woke me at 3 a.m., gasping for air that smelled like burning rubber. "I don't know who you think you are," I said carefully, "but I dropped that handle years ago. You've got the wrong driver." "Oh, I've got exactly the right driver. You're in the same truck, aren't you? Same model Kenworth, same navy blue paint with that scratch on the passenger door where you clipped that loading dock in Sacramento. You buffed it out, but the paint never quite matched. You can see it if the light hits it right." My eyes jerked to the passenger window. In the faint glow of the dashboard lights, I could just make out the door's surface. I'd never noticed any scratch, but then again, I rarely looked at that side of the cab from the inside. A tendril of panic began to wrap itself around my thoughts. "That could apply to any number of trucks," I said, but my voice had lost its conviction. 2 miles ahead, the voice continued, ignoring my protest. "Semi coming the other way is going to drift into your lane. He's falling asleep. You'll need to hit your shoulder, all the way to the rumble strips." I wanted to laugh it off, to convince myself this was some elaborate prank. But 2 miles later, I saw the headlights approaching in the distance. They looked normal at first, steady and centered. Then, so gradually I almost didn't notice, they began to drift toward the center line. I hit my horn, one long blast that echoed across the empty desert. The other truck jerked back into its lane, and we passed each other with maybe 6 inches to spare. In the split second as we crossed paths, I caught a glimpse of the other driver through his window, head snapping up, eyes wide with the sudden realization of what had almost happened. My own truck was halfway onto the shoulder before I even realized I'd moved. Gravel pinged against the undercarriage. I eased back onto the pavement, my hands trembling so badly I had to grip the wheel with all my strength just to keep it steady. "You've still got good reflexes," the voice observed. "That's good. You're going to need them." "Stop," I said. The word came out barely above a whisper. I tried again, louder. "Just stop. Whatever this is, whatever you want." "What I want." The voice sounded genuinely puzzled. "I'm helping you, Roadhawk. Like I always did. Someone has to watch out for you on these roads. Someone has to see what's coming." The radio went silent again, but this time the absence of the voice felt worse than its presence. I became hyper-aware of every sensation, the vibration of the engine through the seat, the play of shadows at the edges of my headlight beams, the way the darkness outside seemed to press against the windows like something alive and hungry. I'd been planning to drive straight through to Ely. Another 2 hours of darkness before dawn would start to gray the eastern horizon. Now that seemed impossible. Every mile stretched before me like a threat, every curve a potential trap. But what choice did I have? There was nothing behind me but empty highway, and the nearest town with more than a gas station and a prayer was still 40 miles ahead. I turned on the dome light, flooding the cab with artificial brightness. It helped, marginally. At least I could see the ordinary objects around me. The logbook, the coffee thermos, the wadded-up receipts I kept meaning to organize. Proof that the world was still normal, still explicable. The voice came back at irregular intervals, always with the same calm certainty. A coyote that would dart across the road. A section of highway with a damaged surface that would rattle my teeth if I didn't slow down. A strong crosswind that would hit as I crested a rise, threatening to push my trailer into the next lane. Every prediction came true. I stopped responding after the first few warnings, but I followed every instruction. What else could I do? The voice had saved me from at least 3 potentially serious incidents, maybe more. But with each correct prediction, my sense of reality became more unmoored. This wasn't possible. No one could see this far ahead, anticipate these specific dangers with such precision, unless they'd seen it before. The thought arrived fully formed, and with it came a cascade of implications I didn't want to follow. What if this wasn't prophecy but memory? What if someone had driven this exact route, at this exact time, and seen all these things happen? What if that someone had been me? I tried to remember my last trip through Nevada, but the routes blurred together. I'd driven this stretch of highway 50 dozens of times over the years, maybe hundreds. They all bled into one endless ribbon of asphalt, one perpetual 3 a.m. darkness. "Mile marker 63, the voice said. "There's going to be something in the road. You won't be able to see what it is until you're almost on top of it." "What is it?" I asked, forgetting my resolution to stay silent. "Does it matter? You'll swerve. You always swerve." The way he said it, "You always swerve," sent ice water through my veins. As if this had happened before. As if I'd driven this route countless times, encountering the same obstacles, making the same decisions, caught in some cosmic loop I couldn't perceive. Mile marker 63 appeared in my headlights. The road ahead looked clear, but I slowed anyway, my foot hovering over the brake. My headlights swept the pavement, searching for whatever danger the voice had promised. Then I saw it. Something dark and irregular lay across the right lane, exactly where my tires would track. My brain couldn't make sense of it at first. Too big to be an animal, wrong shape to be debris. I jerked the wheel left, my trailer swaying as I crossed the center line. As I passed, my headlights finally caught the object at the right angle. It was a tire, a truck tire. The steel belts exploded outward like the petals of some mechanical flower. It must have blown off another rig and been left there, invisible until a driver was close enough to hit it. "You swerved," the voice said, and now there was something different in its tone. Satisfaction, maybe, or confirmation of something it had already known. I was breathing hard, my shirt soaked with sweat despite the cool air conditioning. The mile markers continued to slide past, each one a small eternity, 70, 75, 80. The desert had taken on a surreal quality, the landscape repeating itself endlessly, as if I were driving through a loop of film rather than across actual miles. "Who are you?" I asked again. Are you me?" The static pulsed. When the voice returned, it sounded contemplative. "Does it matter what I am? Or does it only matter that I'm here keeping you safe, keeping you on the road?" "Safe?" I laughed, but it came out wrong. Too high, too brittle. "This isn't safe. This is insane. You're telling me things no one should be able to know. I know what you need to know, that's all. Mile marker 96, there's going to be a patrol car on the shoulder. Radar trap. You're doing 73 right now. Bring it down to 65. I glanced at my speedometer. 73 exactly. My foot found the brake without conscious thought, watching the needle drop as the fear became something cold and solid in my chest. How could the voice know my speed? How could it know everything? The patrol car appeared right where it had been promised, a county sheriff's vehicle tucked into a turnout, its silhouette barely visible in the darkness. My speed was 65 as I rolled past. In my side mirror, I saw no flash of lights, no movement. The cruiser sat there like a monument to all the things that might have happened but didn't. The sky began to lighten as I approached Ely. Not dawn yet, but that deep blue that comes before, when the stars start to fade and the world holds its breath. The voice had been silent for the last 30 miles, and I'd started to hope it was gone. That whatever had hijacked my radio had finally released its grip. Then, "You're almost there, Roadhawk. Last stretch. Stay sharp." "Why?" The question burst out of me. "Why are you doing this? Why help me? Why now?" "Because someone has to," the voice said. And for the first time, it sounded tired. "Someone always has to. The road takes care of its own." That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're going to get. The radio went silent one final time. I drove the last few miles into Ely as the world slowly materialized around me. Mountains taking shape against the lightening sky, the desert floor emerging from shadow, the first scattered buildings of civilization appearing like islands in the dark. I pulled into a truck stop just as the sun breached the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that seemed obscene after the night I'd just endured. My hands were shaking as I killed the engine. Around me, other drivers were beginning their days, checking their loads, filling coffee thermoses, exchanging morning greetings that sounded impossibly normal. I sat in my cab for a long time, staring at the CB radio. Channel 19 showed green, receiving normally, no static, no voice, just the occasional chatter of other drivers starting their routes. Eventually, I climbed down from the cab. My legs felt weak, my body hollowed out by adrenaline crash. I needed food, needed coffee, needed to feel human again. But first, I walked around to the passenger side of my truck. There, just above the door handle, was a scratch in the paint. Small enough that I'd never noticed it, but clear as day when I looked for it. The buffed-out repair work was slightly lighter than the surrounding color, visible if the light hit it at the right angle, just like the voice had said. I stood there for a long moment watching the sun climb higher, feeling its warmth on my face but finding no comfort in it. Other trucks rumbled past, their drivers anonymous behind glare-struck windshields. Any one of them might have a radio tuned to Channel 19. Any one of them might be receiving messages from voices that shouldn't exist. Or maybe it was just me. I thought about the accident 7 years ago, the way time had seemed to slow as my truck lost control, the strange clarity that had settled over me in those final seconds before impact. The way I'd known, with absolute certainty, exactly what was going to happen. Maybe some part of me had never left that moment. Maybe some fragment of consciousness was still there, trapped in the eternal present of those spinning seconds, trying desperately to warn my future self about all the dangers ahead. Or maybe I'd just been driving too long, and exhaustion had conjured ghosts from static and coincidence. I didn't know which possibility frightened me more. Inside the truck stop, I ordered breakfast and coffee and tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that the voice had been a fluke, a strange confluence of circumstances that wouldn't repeat. I had another load to pick up in 3 days, another long haul across Nevada's dark heart. I told myself I wouldn't drive at 3 a.m. next time, wouldn't let my radio drift to Channel 19, wouldn't listen for a voice that called me by a name I'd buried. But even as I formed these resolutions, I knew I'd break them, because some part of me, maybe the same part that had been speaking on the radio, understood the truth. The road always takes you back, and when it does, someone will be waiting to guide you through the darkness. Someone who knows exactly what's coming. Someone who sounds just like you. Story 3. The realtor had called it charming and full of character, which I'd later learn was code for small and probably haunted. But the rent was reasonable for Chicago, and the Lincoln Park location put me close enough to the office that I could walk to work. I signed the lease on a Tuesday afternoon in late September, handed over my deposit, and got the keys to apartment 3B. The studio wasn't much, maybe 400 square feet of hardwood floors, exposed brick on one wall, and a kitchenette tucked into an alcove. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, according to the super, a gruff man named Kowalski who spoke in grunts and avoided eye contact. He'd mentioned something about a family emergency, then changed the subject when I asked for details. I didn't notice the marks at first. I was too busy arranging my life into those 400 square feet, deciding where to put my desk, my bed, the small bookshelf I'd salvaged from my old place in Milwaukee. It was only on the third day, when the afternoon light came through the window at just the right angle, that I saw them. Scuff marks on the walls, rectangular impressions in the paint, faint but unmistakable. They circled the entire studio, here, where a dresser might have stood, there, where a bed frame had pressed against the baseboard. The strange thing was that none of them matched where I'd placed my furniture. My bed sat against the north wall, but the mark suggested it belonged against the east wall, angled differently. My desk faced the window, but according to the ghost impressions, it should have been in the corner, facing inward. I ran my fingers along the marks that evening, feeling the subtle indentations in the paint. The previous tenant must have had a different layout, I told myself. Nothing unusual about that. People arrange furniture differently. It was logical, reasonable, but the marks bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. They felt wrong, like someone had drawn a map of my apartment according to rules I didn't understand. The first night it happened, I thought I was dreaming. I'd fallen asleep around midnight, exhausted from unpacking. Then I was awake, completely, absolutely awake, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed red, 3:17 a.m. That's when I heard it. A low, dragging sound. Wood on wood. The scrape of furniture legs against hardwood floor. My body went rigid under the sheets. The sound came from across the room where my desk stood. Slow, deliberate movement. Then it stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I held my breath, listening so hard I could hear the blood rushing through my veins. Another sound. My bookshelf, judging by the direction. The same slow drag, like someone pushing it with immense effort, or like it was moving itself. I wanted to turn on the light. Every instinct screamed at me to flood the room with brightness, to see what was happening. But I couldn't move. My muscles had locked. My hands clenched the blanket, and I lay there in the dark while my furniture rearranged itself around me. The sounds continued for maybe 10 minutes. When they finally stopped, silence rushed back in like a wave. I counted to 100 before I dared to reach for the lamp. Light exploded across the room, and I blinked against it, my heart hammering. Everything looked normal. My desk sat by the window. My bookshelf stood against the wall. The small dresser remained in its corner. Nothing had moved. I checked the clock. 3:28 a.m. I told myself it was the building settling. Old buildings make noises. Pipes expand and contract. Wood shifts. There were 1,000 rational explanations for sounds in the night. I repeated these facts like a prayer as I lay awake until dawn. The next night, I stayed up past 3. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, laptop open, pretending to work while I watched the clock. 3:15, 3:16, 3:17. Nothing happened. At 3:30, I felt foolish. I'd psyched myself out, let my imagination run wild in a new place. I shut the laptop, turned off the lights, and went to sleep feeling almost relieved. I woke at 4:47 a.m. with the certainty that something had changed. The room felt different. The air pressure, the way shadows fell, something I couldn't name. I turned on the light. My desk had moved. Not far. Maybe 2 feet to the left, angled slightly inward. The legs sat perfectly aligned with the scuff marks on the wall behind it. I stood there in my boxers and t-shirt, staring at the desk, trying to make sense of it. Had I moved it myself? Was I sleepwalking? The idea terrified me more than ghosts. But no. I remembered going to bed. I remembered lying awake, watching the clock. I would have noticed if I'd gotten up and rearranged furniture. I checked the bookshelf. It had shifted too, maybe 6 inches to the right. The dresser had rotated slightly clockwise. Each piece now aligned perfectly with the marks on the walls, the ghost layout I'd noticed on my 3rd day here. My hands shook as I made coffee in the kitchenette. The morning sun streamed through the window, making everything look normal and safe and completely ordinary, but my furniture had moved in the night. That was a fact. Either something had moved it, or I had moved it without remembering, and I wasn't sure which possibility frightened me more. I called in sick to work, spent the day researching the building's history on my laptop, sitting at the desk that now occupied a position I hadn't chosen. The building dated back to 1924, originally an apartment hotel. I found a few newspaper mentions. A fire in 1958, quickly contained. A brief period as artist studios in the 70s. Nothing suggested tragedy or trauma. No murders, no mysterious disappearances. Just a normal Chicago building that had aged into respectability. The Historical Society had old floor plans on file. I requested copies, telling them I was researching period architecture. The plans arrived 2 days later via email, scanned images of yellowed blueprints. I opened the file for the 3rd floor with trembling fingers. Found Unit 3B, stared at the layout drawn in careful architectural lines. The furniture placement drawn on those original plans, the suggested arrangement for the model unit, matched exactly where my furniture now sat, not where I'd placed it, where it had moved itself. That night, I didn't try to stay awake. I knew it wouldn't matter. Instead, I took photographs of my apartment from multiple angles, time-stamped them on my phone. 11:43 p.m. My desk by the window, where it had been all day. My bookshelf against the wall. Everything in its current position, aligned with those old blueprints. I set my phone on the nightstand, screen down, and tried to sleep. The sounds woke me at 3:17 a.m. exactly. I didn't open my eyes this time. Just lay there listening to my furniture drag itself across the floor piece by piece, returning to positions drawn by an architect nearly a century ago. The sounds were methodical, patient. Whatever was moving these objects had all the time in the world. When silence returned, I waited, counted to 200. Then I picked up my phone and took new photographs. 3:34 a.m. Nothing had moved. Everything remained exactly where I'd placed it. I looked at the pictures side by side, comparing them. Same angles, same positions. No difference at all. But when I looked up from my phone, my desk sat 2 feet to the left. The bookshelf had shifted. The dresser had rotated. I looked back at the photographs on my phone. They showed the current layout, the moved furniture, as if they'd always been in these positions, as if the earlier photos had never existed. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I scrolled through my camera roll frantically, looking for the time-stamped images from 11:43 p.m. Gone. Only the 3:34 a.m. photos remained, showing furniture that had definitely, absolutely been in different positions when I took them. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Didn't sleep the next night either. I sat in the living room, the only room, really, in a studio, with every light burning, watching my furniture and waiting for 317. The apartment began to feel wrong during the day, too. The angles weren't quite right. Walking from the kitchenette to the bathroom, I'd think the distance had changed, stretched, or compressed. The ceiling seemed higher some days, lower others. The window let in too much light or not enough, regardless of the weather. I tried moving the furniture back, spent an entire Saturday hauling my desk to the window, the bookshelf against the far wall, the dresser into the corner where I wanted it. My back ached from the effort. I stood in the center of the studio, sweating, surrounded by furniture arranged according to my preferences, not some century-old blueprint. That night, I wedged my desk against the door, the one piece of furniture I could move that might actually create a barricade. If something was going to rearrange my apartment, it would have to go through an obstacle. At 3:17 a.m., I woke to silence. No dragging sounds, no movement at all. I lay there in the dark, wondering if I'd finally broken whatever cycle had been repeating. Maybe the force, or my own sleepwalking mind, or whatever was responsible, had given up. Then I heard it. Not from the main room, from inside the walls. Dragging sounds muffled by plaster and brick. The scrape of furniture legs moving through space that shouldn't exist. Behind the walls, below the floor, above the ceiling, sounds of rearrangement happening in dimensions I couldn't see. I fumbled for the light. The switch clicked uselessly. The power was out, though I could see the streetlight glow outside my window. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and swept it around the room. Everything had moved, including the desk I'd wedged against the door. It sat in its ordained position, 2 feet from the wall, aligned with the scuff marks. The door stood clear and unobstructed. The sounds in the walls continued for another few minutes, then stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else. Footsteps in the apartment above me. The same dragging sounds. Then from below, from the apartment beneath mine. All around me, through the entire building, furniture was moving at 3:17 a.m., returning to positions drawn in blueprints from 1924. I moved out that week, broke the lease, lost my deposit, didn't care. Found a newer place in Wicker Park, a building from the 1990s with bland walls and no character whatsoever. The super, Kowalski, barely acknowledged my departure, just grunted and took back the keys, already reaching for his phone to call the next prospective tenant. I've been in the new place for 3 weeks now. It's fine, safe. The furniture stays where I put it. I sleep through the night. But last Tuesday, I noticed something. Faint marks on the walls, barely visible. Rectangular impressions in the paint. They don't match where I've placed anything. My desk sits against the south wall, but the marks suggest it belongs against the east wall. My bed faces the window, but according to these ghost impressions, it should be in the corner. I looked up the building records yesterday. This place was built in 1992, but the land beneath it had been occupied before. There was a boarding house here from 1923 to 1989, demolished to make way for modern development. I found architectural drawings from the original boarding house in the city archives. Room 312, 3rd floor, where my apartment now sits. The furniture layout in those old drawings matches the marks on my walls. Tonight, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to sit here with every light on and watch the clock. When it hits 3:17, I'm going to keep my eyes open. I'm going to see what happens. What's been happening, what might have always been happening in every apartment I've ever lived in, but never noticed. Because now I'm wondering, in all those other places, all those other rooms, did the furniture move when I wasn't looking? Did I just never check? How many blueprints am I living inside? How many layouts have been drawn for the space I occupy by architects and planners and whoever else decides how a room should be arranged? The clock reads 3:12 a.m. I can feel it approaching, like barometric pressure before a storm. My furniture sits where I placed it, but I can sense its restlessness, its desire to return home to marks I never made. 3:13 a.m. I've started noticing the marks on other walls too. In the hallway outside my door, in the building's lobby. Faint impressions everywhere, suggesting the placement of objects that aren't there, or objects that are there, just not visible. Phantom furniture for phantom rooms, all of them overlapping, all of them real. 3:14 a.m. My desk just creaked. Not the settling of wood, but the sound of something preparing to move. 3:15 a.m. I'm gripping my phone so hard my fingers ache. The room feels smaller suddenly, or larger. I can't tell which. The walls seem farther away and closer at the same time, as if distance itself has become negotiable. 3:16 a.m. I can see them now, or I think I can. Translucent impressions in the air where furniture should be. A bed that isn't mine, a dresser from another era, all of them waiting to become solid. The room is crowded with ghost objects, all of them trying to occupy the same space. The clock changes to 3:17, and I understand finally what I should have realized from the beginning. It's not that my furniture is moving to match old blueprints. It's that I'm the one who doesn't belong to this room's original design. Story 4. The job posting had been specific. Lighthouse keeper during renovations, October through December. Lodging included. What it hadn't mentioned was that the Keeper's Point light had been dark for 17 years, or that the nearest town was 40 minutes down a logging road that turned to mud when it rained, which it did, constantly. I arrived on a Tuesday afternoon when the fog was so thick I nearly drove past the access road. The lighthouse stood like a bone-white finger pointing at the low gray sky, its paint peeling in long strips that reminded me of dead skin. The keeper's cottage hunched beside it, shingled in weathered cedar that had gone black with age and moisture. Everything smelled of salt and rot and something else I couldn't quite place, something organic and old. The foreman met me at the cottage door, a wiry man with calloused hands who seemed eager to finish his business and leave. He gave me the keys, pointed out the generator, showed me where the tools were stored. The renovation crew would arrive in 2 weeks, he explained. Until then, my job was simple. Keep an eye on the place. Make sure no vandals or weather damage complicated the work ahead. The beam itself was disconnected, he assured me. Wiring's all torn out. No power to it at all. He was gone before the sun set, his truck's tail lights swallowed by the fog before he reached the main road. That first night, I unpacked my things in the cottage's single bedroom and tried to ignore the way the floorboards creaked under my weight, each groan sounding almost deliberate, almost responsive. The windows rattled in their frames. The wind coming off the ocean carried voices, or seemed to, murmuring conversations just below the threshold of comprehension. I told myself it was the waves, the way water and rock can conspire to sound like human speech. I made dinner on the ancient gas stove and ate standing at the kitchen window, looking out at the lighthouse. It was maybe 50 yards away, connected to the cottage by a gravel path that the fog had turned into a gray river. In the dying light, the structure looked less like architecture and more like something that had grown there, something that had pushed its way up through the rocks like a fungus. The beam came on at 2:17 a.m. I woke to light flooding through the bedroom window. Not the sweeping rotation I'd expected, but a steady, focused shaft of illumination that didn't move. For a moment, still caught in the confusion of interrupted sleep, I thought nothing of it. Then I remembered. Wiring's all torn out. No power to it at all. I got out of bed and went to the window. The beam was brilliant, almost painful to look at directly, cutting through the fog with unnatural clarity, but it wasn't pointing toward the ocean. It was aimed inland, into the dense pine forest that pressed against the eastern side of the property. The light carved a tunnel through the mist, and in that tunnel I could see the trees, their trunks black and skeletal, their branches reaching like clutching fingers. I should have been more alarmed, I suppose. Should have wondered about electrical faults or trespassers. But standing there in the dark cottage with that impossible light streaming past, I felt something else instead. A pull. A curiosity so intense it was almost compulsion. The beam seemed to be showing me something, inviting me to look closer, to understand. I dressed quickly and stepped outside. The fog was thicker than I'd ever seen it, a living presence that moved around me in slow currents. The beam cut through it all, unwavering and absolute. I walked toward the lighthouse, my shoes crunching on the gravel, and as I got closer, I could hear something, a low hum, almost subsonic, that I felt in my chest as much as heard with my ears. The lighthouse door was locked. I tried it twice, rattling the old brass handle, but it didn't budge. So I stood there in the spill of light, looking up at the beacon room high above, and then turned to face the forest where the beam pointed. The trail was obvious. It cut through the underbrush in a straight line, perfectly aligned with the beam's direction. The thing was, and I was certain of this, there had been no trail there before. I'd walked the property perimeter 2 days ago in daylight, had seen nothing but unbroken forest. Trees growing so close together, you'd need a machete to get between them. But now there was a path, clear and well-defined, as if it had been used for years. The beam illuminated it perfectly, showing smooth dirt scattered with pine needles, showing the way forward like an invitation or a command. I walked to the forest edge and stopped. The sensible thing would be to go back to the cottage, to call someone, to wait for morning. But I've never been particularly sensible, and besides, I could still feel that pull, that insistence that I needed to see what lay ahead. The beam wanted me to follow it. The thought was absurd, but I couldn't shake it. I followed it. The forest was different under the beam's light. The trees seemed taller, their branches creating a canopy so dense that even the fog couldn't penetrate it. The air was warmer here, thick with the smell of decomposition and something sweeter, like overripe fruit or flowers left too long in a vase. My footsteps made no sound on the trail. The silence was profound, absolute, broken only by that subsonic hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I walked for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The trail never deviated, never branched. It simply continued forward through the forest, impossibly straight, impossibly clear, and then it ended. I found myself standing in a clearing I was absolutely certain hadn't existed the day before. The beam spread out here, illuminating a rough circle perhaps 30 feet across. The ground was bare earth, packed hard and smooth, decorated with patterns I couldn't quite make sense of, concentric circles maybe, or spirals, or script in some language I didn't recognize. At the center of the clearing stood a cairn of stones, each rock carefully balanced on the one below, rising to about waist height. And beside the cairn, something was growing. It looked like a tree at first glance, but wrong. The trunk was too smooth, too regular, the color of old ivory. It had no branches, just a single straight shaft that rose 12 feet or more before ending in a crown of what might have been leaves, or might have been something else entirely. Shapes that moved in the still air, that seemed to reach toward the light with something like hunger or need. I stepped closer, drawn by fascination and revulsion in equal measure. The thing pulsed with its own rhythm, a slow throb that matched the hum I'd been hearing. And as I approached, I could see that the trunk wasn't smooth after all. It was covered in markings, in symbols that hurt to look at directly, that seemed to slide away from my vision whenever I tried to focus on them. The beam intensified, became brighter, and in that increased illumination, I saw things in the forest around the clearing. Shapes between the trees, tall and still, watching. They might have been shadows, they might have been trunks, but I knew with absolute certainty that they were neither, that they were something else entirely, something that had been waiting for me or for anyone to follow the light and find this place. I ran. I crashed back through the forest, following the trail in reverse, my breath ragged in my throat. The beam remained steady behind me, lighting my way, and I could feel those watching shapes move parallel to my flight, keeping pace effortlessly. The forest seemed longer on the return, the distances stretched and distorted, but eventually I burst out onto the lighthouse grounds and the beam snapped off. Darkness rushed in like water filling a void. The fog pressed close. I stood there gasping, waiting for my eyes to adjust, and when they did, I turned to look at the forest edge. There was no trail. The underbrush was unbroken, the trees growing too close together for passage. Nothing indicated that anyone or anything had passed that way. I went back to the cottage and sat at the kitchen table until dawn, drinking instant coffee and trying to convince myself I'd dreamed it all. but my shoes were covered in pine needles and that unfamiliar dirt, and my jacket smelled of that sweet rot I'd encountered in the clearing. The next day, I walked the property again in full daylight. I found the forest exactly as I'd first seen it, impenetrable, unbroken, showing no signs of trails or clearings or impossible trees. I examined the lighthouse, circled it twice, tried every door and window, all locked, all secure. The beacon room was visible through the grimy windows, and I could see the old lamp housing covered in canvas, the disconnected wiring hanging loose. That night, the beam came on again at 2:17 a.m. I watched from the cottage window as it swung around, not toward the ocean where it belonged, but inland, cutting through the fog to illuminate the forest. And the trail was there again, exactly where it had been before, clear and well-traveled and absolutely impossible. I didn't follow it that night, or the next. I tried to ignore it, tried to pretend the light wasn't calling to me with that same insistent pull. But it was always there, every night when the fog rolled in, always at 2:17 a.m., always pointing in the same direction. And every night the trail appeared, waiting. On the fourth night, I followed it again. I had to know if the clearing was real, if that thing growing at its center was still there or had ever been there at all. The path was exactly as before, too straight, too clear, leading through forests that shouldn't permit passage. The clearing was unchanged. The cairn stood at its center, and beside it that ivory trunk rose into the darkness, its crown spreading wider than I remembered, its surface covered in those sliding, incomprehensible marks. But this time there were more of the watching shapes, more of those impossible presences standing between the trees. And this time they were closer, near enough that I could almost see details, almost but not quite, as if some property of the light or my own perception prevented me from resolving them into anything specific. I stayed longer than I should have, studying the patterns on the ground, trying to understand what they meant or what they were meant to accomplish. The thing beside the cairn pulsed steadily, and I realized I could feel it now, could feel that rhythm in my own chest, as if my heart was trying to synchronize with whatever alien tempo governed this place. When I left, one of the shapes followed me to the forest edge. I couldn't see it directly, couldn't turn fast enough to catch it in my vision, but I knew it was there. I could feel its attention on my back, heavy and patient and utterly inhuman. It stopped at the boundary between forest and clearing, and I could sense its disappointment or frustration, though how I knew this I couldn't say. The pattern continued. Every foggy night, and they were all foggy now, the mist rolling in with clockwork regularity. The beam activated at 2:17 a.m. and illuminated the trail. Most nights I watched from the cottage, fighting the urge to follow. But some nights I couldn't resist, and I'd find myself walking that impossible path to the clearing, drawn by something I couldn't name or resist. The thing beside the cairn was growing. Each time I visited, it was larger, its crown spreading wider, its trunk thickening. The marks on its surface multiplied and evolved, forming patterns that I started to recognize even though I'd never seen them before. And the watching shapes grew bolder, venturing closer to the clearing's edge, their attention becoming more intense, more demanding. I began to understand that they were waiting for something, that the clearing was some kind of threshold, some kind of door, and the growing thing was either a lock or a key. I couldn't tell which. The beam fed it somehow, nourished it with light that came from somewhere other than any electrical source. And my presence there, my repeated visits, was part of whatever process was unfolding. I should have left, should have walked down that logging road and never come back. But I was caught now, tangled in something I couldn't escape and wasn't sure I wanted to. The compulsion to return grew stronger each night, became less like curiosity and more like necessity, as if some part of me had already made a decision the rest of me hadn't acknowledged yet. The renovation crew was supposed to arrive in 3 days. I wondered what I would tell them, whether they would see the beam or the trail or the clearing, whether I wanted them to. Tonight the fog is thicker than ever, so dense I can barely see the lighthouse from the cottage window. It's 2:15 a.m. now. I'm dressed and ready, standing by the door with a flashlight I probably won't need. In 2 minutes, the beam will activate, will cut through this impossible fog and show me the trail one more time. The thing in the clearing is nearly mature now. I can sense this even from here, can feel its readiness thrumming through the ground. Tonight might be the night it blooms or opens or whatever it's meant to do. Tonight the watching shapes might finally step into the light, might finally show themselves fully instead of lurking at the edges of my vision. I tell myself I'm going to document this, to finally take the flashlight and my phone and gather some kind of evidence. But I know that's not true. I know I'm going because I have to, because something inside me has been transformed by these repeated pilgrimages to that clearing, by the light and the pulse and the patient attention of things that have no names. The beam just came on. I can see it from here, brilliant and steady, cutting through the fog toward the forest, toward the trail that shouldn't exist, toward whatever is waiting for me in that clearing. And I'm walking toward the door, reaching for the handle, stepping out into the fog. The beam guides me forward like a hand on my back, gentle but insistent. The forest opens before me, the trail clear and welcoming, and I can already hear the humming, can already feel that alien rhythm calling to my chest. The shapes are gathered at the clearing's edge. I can see them now, almost visible in the beam's light, waiting as they've always been waiting. The thing beside the cairn has split open at its crown, revealing an interior that defies geometry, that exists in more dimensions than my eyes were built to perceive. They're not hostile. I understand that now. They're simply other. They've been here much longer than the lighthouse, longer than the forest, longer than the land itself. The beam doesn't summon them. It never did. It only makes visible what was always present, always watching, always patiently waiting for someone to follow the light and understand. I step into the clearing, and the shapes move closer, and the thing beside the cairn opens wider, and I finally begin to see what they've been trying to show me all along. Tomorrow morning, the crew will find the cottage empty, my belongings undisturbed, no signs of struggle or flight. They'll wonder where I went, might even search the forest, but they'll find nothing but trees growing too close together, find no trail at all. And tomorrow night, when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, the beam will activate again at 2:17 a.m. It will point inland into the forest, illuminating a path that leads to a clearing that doesn't exist in daylight. And maybe someone will follow it, drawn by that same irresistible pull, walking into the forest to discover what waits there in the light. Maybe they'll understand, as I finally do, that some invitations are impossible to refuse. Maybe they'll take my place beside the cairn, standing with the others who followed the beam before me, becoming part of whatever watches from between the trees. Or maybe they'll be smarter than I was. Maybe they'll run. Story 5. The lease sat on the kitchen counter, ink still fresh, when I noticed the clause buried in Section 7, subsection C. Tenant agrees not to access the attic space via the ceiling trapdoor between the hours of sunset and sunrise. Strange, sure, but Savannah was full of eccentricities. Historic homes came with their quirks, their creaking floorboards and draft-prone windows, their stories of yellow fever and Civil War ghosts. I signed anyway. The rent was too good to question. The house stood on a tree-lined street in the Victorian district, all gingerbread trim and wraparound porches, the kind of place that looked like it belonged on a postcard. 3 stories of weathered clapboard, shutters painted a fading hunter green, and windows that caught the afternoon light in ways that made the glass look liquid, as if the house were watching through half-closed eyes. My landlady, Mrs. Holloway, handed me the keys with arthritic fingers and a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She mentioned the clause only once, standing in the hallway beneath the trapdoor itself. The rope hung down like a noose, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. "Don't open it after dark," she said, her voice carrying the weight of something more than a simple request. The previous tenant had been careless about the rules. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. For the first 3 weeks, I kept my word. I worked late at the architectural firm downtown, came home to microwave dinners and streaming services, fell asleep to the ambient noise of the neighborhood settling into its nightly rhythm. The house made sounds, as old houses do. Footsteps that were just pipes expanding, whispers that were just wind through ancient insulation. I convinced myself of normalcy with the determination of someone who'd paid first, last, and security deposit. The trapdoor occupied my thoughts more than I cared to admit. During daylight hours, I'd stand beneath it, studying the square outline in the ceiling, the rope frayed at the edges from decades of use. What could possibly be up there that couldn't be accessed after sunset? Storage, probably. Maybe old belongings from previous tenants. Nothing worth the prohibition, surely. The clause seemed increasingly absurd the longer I lived there. A superstitious remnant from an elderly woman who probably believed in moon phases and tarot cards. It was a Thursday when I broke the rule. October in Savannah clung to summer heat with stubborn humidity, and the air conditioning had given out around noon. By 8 in the evening, the house had become an oven. I'd opened every window, set up fans in strategic positions, and still sweat pooled in the hollow of my collarbone, soaked through my shirt. The attic, I reasoned, might have better cross-ventilation, or at least I could check if there was a window that could be opened. A practical concern. Nothing to do with curiosity or that persistent itch in my brain every time I passed beneath the trapdoor. The sun had set 20 minutes earlier. The neighborhood glowed with that peculiar twilight that made everything look staged, theatrical. I pulled the rope. The trapdoor creaked open on hinges that clearly hadn't been oiled in years, releasing a breath of air that smelled of dust and something else. Something organic and faintly sweet, like flowers left too long in a vase. The folding ladder descended with a groan. I climbed into darkness. My phone's flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating a space larger than I'd anticipated. The attic stretched the full length of the house, peaked ceiling lost in shadows, floorboards covered in a thick layer of dust that showed no footprints. No one had been up here in a very long time. The beam of light swept across forgotten furniture draped in sheets, cardboard boxes stacked against the walls, the detritus of lives lived and abandoned, and the suitcases, 3 of them, arranged in a neat row in the center of the attic floor. Old leather, the kind with brass clasps and reinforced corners, travel stickers from places that maybe didn't exist anymore layered across their surfaces. They sat in a space conspicuously clear of dust, as if they'd been placed there recently, or as if the dust refused to settle on them. I approached slowly, phone held out like a talisman. The first suitcase bore a tag tied to its handle with string. The handwriting made my stomach drop. It was mine. Unmistakably, undeniably mine. Down to the way I looped my R's and crossed my T's. The ink looked fresh. The date written below the name read, November 8th, 2025. 3 days from now. My hands shook as I unfastened the clasps. They opened with a click that echoed too loudly in the enclosed space. Inside, I found clothes I didn't own but somehow recognized. A gray cardigan I'd seen in a shop window downtown last week, had almost purchased but decided against. A pair of shoes still in their box, the exact brand and size I wore. Beneath the clothes, letters, dozens of them, sealed in envelopes addressed to people I knew. My mother, my boss, a college friend I hadn't spoken to in 5 years. I opened one with trembling fingers. The letter inside detailed things that hadn't happened yet, apologizing to my mother for missing Thanksgiving this year, explaining that I'd been dealing with some health issues, nothing serious but enough to keep me homebound. But I'd already bought my plane ticket for Thanksgiving. I had every intention of going. The second suitcase bore a date of November 15th. Inside, more clothes, more letters. These were darker in tone. One spoke of insomnia, of sounds in the house that kept me awake. Another mentioned taking a leave of absence from work. The handwriting was still mine, but deteriorated, letters slanting at odd angles, words occasionally trailing off mid-sentence. The third suitcase terrified me before I even opened it. December 4th. The tag read, a month away. The handwriting on this tag was barely legible, as if written by someone whose hand wouldn't stop shaking. I reached for the clasps, then pulled back. Some instinct, primal and insistent, told me not to look. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I heard the sound then. Footsteps. Directly below me, in the hallway where I'd been standing just minutes ago. Slow, deliberate steps moving from the front of the house toward the ladder. I froze. Phone light pointed at the trapdoor opening. The footsteps stopped at the base of the ladder. Silence stretched thin as membrane. I didn't breathe. The phone trembled in my grip, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the light source. Nothing appeared at the opening. No face peering up, no voice calling out, just the absence of sound where sound should be, a void that pressed against my eardrums with physical weight. The footsteps resumed, moving away, heading toward the stairs, going up. But I was on the top floor. There was nowhere to go up except into the attic itself, into the space where I stood. I killed the phone light and backed away from the suitcases, away from the trapdoor opening, pressing myself against the far wall. The darkness swallowed everything. I could hear my heartbeat, could hear my breath coming in short gasps that sounded too loud, could hear the house settling around me with groans and creaks that formed patterns almost like words. The footsteps climbed the ladder. I saw nothing. The darkness remained absolute, unbroken. But I heard each rung groan under weight, heard the breathing that wasn't mine but sounded exactly like mine, heard the rustle of movement as something pulled itself up into the attic space. It stood there. I couldn't see it, but I felt its presence, felt the way the air pressure changed, felt the displacement of space that indicated something occupying the area near the suitcases. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard the sound of clasps being unfastened, the third suitcase opening, papers rustling. The person, or thing, or whatever it was reading through the contents of the December suitcase. I heard what might have been a sigh, or might have been just the house breathing. Then the footsteps moved again, not toward me, but toward the far end of the attic, toward a corner I hadn't yet explored. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. The silence returned, but it felt occupied now, populated with absence. Finally, I turned my phone light back on with shaking hands. The beam revealed the attic exactly as I'd found it, except the third suitcase now stood open, its contents spilled across the floor. Letters, dozens of them. I gathered them up with hands that wouldn't stop trembling, shoving them back into the suitcase without reading them. But I couldn't help seeing fragments, phrases that burned themselves into my vision. I can't tell anymore what's real. The house won't let me leave. I see myself everywhere, in every reflection, but it's not me. Or maybe I'm not me. One letter was addressed to Mrs. Holloway, but it was sealed. I almost opened it. Almost. I closed the suitcase and descended the ladder faster than was safe. Feet slipping on rungs, skin scraped raw. The trapdoor shut above me with a sound like finality. I stood in the hallway, chest heaving, staring at the rope swaying in air that shouldn't be moving. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the kitchen with every light in the house blazing, drinking coffee that had gone cold hours ago, watching the sun rise with relief so intense it felt like physical pain. Mrs. Holloway called at 8 in the morning. Before I could even say hello, she asked if I'd opened the trap door. I denied it. The lie came automatically, protective. She made a sound that could have been sympathy or resignation. The previous tenant, she said, had also been curious, had also broken the rule. He'd left suddenly one night, 3 months into his lease, taking nothing with him. His car remained parked on the street for 2 weeks before the police had it towed. He'd never been found. She didn't mention consequences, didn't tell me what to do or how to fix whatever I'd broken. She simply said that the clause existed for a reason, that some houses in Savannah remembered things they shouldn't, that time worked differently in old places, and then she hung up. I considered leaving, packing my things, breaking the lease, forfeiting the deposit. But where would I go? And what if I carried it with me, whatever I'd disturbed in that attic? The thought paralyzed me more than staying. The days that followed felt liquid, unstable. Time seemed to slip. I'd look at a clock and see it was 3 in the afternoon, blink, and find it had become evening with no memory of the intervening hours. Work became a blur of forgotten meetings and incomplete projects. My boss sent concerned emails. I replied with assurances I didn't believe. November 8th arrived, the date from the first suitcase. I woke that morning with a gray cardigan laid out on my bedroom chair, tags still attached. The shoes from the suitcase sat by my door. I hadn't bought them, couldn't have bought them, but there they were, solid and real, smelling of new leather. I didn't go to the office that day. Couldn't face the questions about my deteriorating appearance, my distraction, the way I'd started flinching at shadows. Instead, I sat in the kitchen and wrote letters. The words flowed without conscious thought, my hand moving across paper as if guided by muscle memory of things I hadn't yet done. Apologies to my mother, explanations to my boss, messages to friends that started with, "I know this will seem strange," but grew stranger with each sentence. I sealed the envelopes and stacked them on the counter, then stared at them with growing horror. These were the letters from the suitcase. I was writing the future I'd already seen. The attic called to me. That's the only way to describe it. A pressure building behind my eyes, an itch in my brainstem, a certainty that I needed to go back up there, that the answers waited in the darkness above, in suitcases containing progressively more disturbing versions of my own future. I resisted for 3 days. November 11th, the calendar on my phone insisted, though I couldn't account for how I'd lost track of entire days. The house felt different. Rooms seemed larger than they should be, hallways longer, shadows darker and more substantial. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, always just out of direct sight. Myself, I thought. Other versions, other timelines, other choices that led to other outcomes. Mrs. Holloway's words echoed. Time worked differently in old places. What if the house wasn't haunted by the dead but by the living? By versions of myself scattered across possible futures, all converging in this space, all trying to warn or help or simply exist in the only place we could. That night, I opened the trap door again. Not out of curiosity this time, but necessity. The pull had become impossible to ignore, a physical sensation like hooks in my chest drawing me upward. The attic waited, unchanged. The 3 suitcases remained in their neat row, but now there was a 4th. December 21st, 3 weeks ahead but getting closer, time compressing like a spring wound too tight. I couldn't stop myself from opening it. Inside, I found not clothes or letters but a journal. My handwriting filled every page, growing progressively more erratic. The entries detailed my experiences in the house, but from a perspective I hadn't yet reached. Future me had written this, documenting events that were still coming. I read by the light of my phone, unable to look away despite mounting dread. The journal described this moment, described me finding it, reading it, reacting to its contents. It described what would happen next, the choices I'd make, the way the house would tighten around me like a fist. The final entry was dated today, November 11th, tonight. It contained only one line, written in handwriting so shaky it was almost illegible. Don't look behind you. I looked. The attic stretched impossibly long, the far wall now distant enough that my phone light couldn't reach it. And in that darkness, shapes moved. Figures that might have been human, might have been shadow, might have been something in between. They stood in a line facing me, and I realized with creeping certainty that each one wore my face, my clothes, my posture and build and way of standing with weight slightly on the left foot. There were dozens of them, versions of myself scattered across time, all drawn to this place, all trapped in the amber of moments that hadn't quite happened yet, or had happened, or were happening simultaneously in the fluid, folded time that existed within these walls. The nearest figure stepped forward. In the dim light, I saw my own face staring back at me, but older, thinner, eyes hollow with exhaustion and something else. Knowledge, maybe, or resignation. It reached out a hand that mirrored my own, down to the scar on the left index finger from a childhood accident. I understood then what Mrs. Holloway hadn't said. The previous tenant hadn't disappeared. He'd simply become unstuck, scattered across his own timeline like pages from a book with the binding broken. He existed in all his moments at once, unable to distinguish past from present from future. The hand touched my shoulder. It felt like ice, like nothing, like the sensation of a limb falling asleep, but everywhere at once. I tried to pull away, but found I couldn't move. The other figures approached, closing the distance with steps that made no sound, each wearing my face at different ages, different states of decay or health or sanity. They surrounded me, and I felt myself beginning to split. Not physically, but temporally, consciousness fragmenting across multiple points in time. I was in the attic and in the kitchen and in my bedroom and in my office downtown. I was opening the trap door and I was reading the journal and I was writing the letters and I was packing the suitcases. All of it happening simultaneously. All of it equally real. The December 21st date loomed. I could feel it approaching, could feel myself hurtling toward it with the inevitability of a stone dropped down a well. What happened on that date? The journal hadn't said. The suitcase hadn't revealed. But I sensed it was a convergence point, a moment when all the fractured timelines would collapse back into singularity, or maybe disperse entirely, leaving nothing but suitcases for the next tenant to find. I pulled away from the figures with effort that felt like tearing tissue paper, stumbling backward toward the trapdoor. They didn't follow, just watched with eyes that held depths I couldn't fathom, with expressions that suggested they'd already lived what I was experiencing, already knew how it would end. I descended the ladder and closed the trapdoor, but I knew it was too late. I'd become part of the house's collection, another version scattered across its strange internal chronology. The dates on the suitcases would continue to approach and pass and approach again in loops that folded back on themselves. Now I sit in the kitchen, writing this. It's November 11th, or maybe it's December 4th, or maybe it's some date that hasn't been invented yet. The clock on the wall shows different times depending on which angle I view it from. Outside the window, it's simultaneously day and night, the sun and moon occupying the same space in the sky like a double exposure photograph. I've started packing a suitcase. I don't know what date to put on the tag. Don't know if it matters. The clothes fold themselves with a familiarity that suggests I've done this before, will do it again, am doing it in infinite parallel moments. Mrs. Holloway was right about one thing. Time does work differently in old places, in houses that remember, in spaces where the past and future bleed together like watercolors on wet paper. I should warn the next tenant, should leave a letter explaining what happens when you open the trapdoor after sunset, but I suspect they won't listen any more than I did. Curiosity is its own kind of hunger, and the house knows how to feed it. The rope hangs from the ceiling, swaying in a breeze that comes from somewhere outside of normal space. I can hear footsteps in the attic, constant now, an endless procession of versions of myself moving between suitcases, reading letters we wrote to ourselves, trying to make sense of a timeline that's become a Mobius strip. December 21st approaches, or has already passed, or is happening right now in another room of this house. I've stopped trying to maintain the distinction. It feels easier to let go, to accept the dissolution of linear time, to become one more shadow moving through the attic's darkness. Sometimes I think I see myself downtown, walking past shop windows, looking normal and solid and present. Other times I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror and see nothing at all, just an empty space where I should be. I don't know which version is more frightening. The house settles around me with sounds that might be speech, might be memory, might be the ambient noise of multiple timelines occurring in the same physical space. I've learned to interpret the creaks and groans, the way others might read tea leaves or tarot cards. They tell me I'm not alone, that I never was, that the house is full of people who opened the trapdoor, broke the rule, discovered too late that some prohibitions exist for reasons beyond superstition. I should leave, pack my things, drive away, never look back. But my keys are in the attic. Or maybe I haven't bought the car yet. Or maybe I've already left and this is just a memory playing out in real time. The boundaries have become too fluid to navigate. Tonight I'll open the trapdoor again. Not because I want to, but because I've already done it. Will do it. Am doing it in the eternal present tense that the house enforces. I'll climb into the darkness and add my own suitcase to the collection, carefully dated and tagged in handwriting that trembles with foreknowledge. And sometime in the future, or the past, or the sideways moment that exists between them, another tenant will move in. They'll read the clause in the lease, Section 7, subsection C, and they'll convince themselves it's just an eccentric requirement. They'll wait until after sunset. They'll pull the rope. They'll find the suitcases waiting, bearing dates yet to come, filled with evidence of futures that haven't happened yet but somehow already have. And they'll understand, too late, that in houses that remember, the only rule that matters is the one you've already broken. I hear my footsteps in the hallway above, or below, or beside me. The distinction has lost all meaning. Time folds, and I fold with it, becoming a palimpsest of moments layered one atop another until the individual instances blur into a continuous present that never quite resolves into anything definitive. The trapdoor opens. I climb. I descend. I stand at the base of the ladder, looking up. I sit in the kitchen, writing. I pack my suitcase. I read my letters. I do all of this simultaneously, a quantum state of existence that collapses only when observed, and there's no one left to observe except versions of myself who've lost the ability to distinguish observer from observed. December 21st will come, or has come, or is always coming, and when it does, or did, or will, I suspect I'll understand finally what the suitcases have been trying to tell me all along. That the house on the tree-lined street in Savannah's Victorian district isn't haunted by the past, but by the future, by all the possibilities that never quite crystallize into singular reality. The rope sways. The attic waits. The dates on the suitcases march forward, each one a footstep approaching, each one a version of myself I'll become or have become or am becoming even now, as I write these words that someone, sometime, will read and recognize as their own. Story 6. The thermal camera's screen flickered between shades of orange and purple, painting the night in false colors. I'd been staring at it for 3 hours straight, watching the mountain's heat signature bleed away into the January cold. My shift at Rocky Peak National Park usually meant watching elk drift across infrared valleys and the occasional lost hiker stumbling toward the ranger station. But tonight was different. Tonight, the mountain had opened. The controlled avalanche had gone exactly as planned. Park management triggered them every winter to prevent larger disasters, sending tons of snow cascading down predetermined corridors. I'd watched it from my monitoring station that afternoon, a white wall tumbling through the canyon like something alive. When the dust settled, the reports came in clean. No structural damage, no unexpected debris flows. Just another successful operation. But nobody mentioned the steps. I first noticed them around 11, when I was cycling through the thermal feeds on the western slope. The avalanche had stripped away a thick snow cornice, exposing raw stone underneath. That wasn't unusual. What caught my attention was the regularity of the exposed rock face, the way shadows fell in parallel lines, too precise to be natural erosion. I zoomed the camera in, adjusted the focus. Stone steps, maybe 40 or 50 of them, climbing up the mountainside toward a dark threshold I couldn't quite make out. They weren't on any park map, weren't in any geological survey I could access. The documentation for this section of the mountain showed nothing but natural granite formations and scattered limestone deposits. I called it into the main office, left a message with the overnight dispatcher. Probably just an old mining access, I told myself. Something from the 19th century that had been buried and forgotten. Colorado was full of such remnants, abandoned shafts and prospector trails slowly being reclaimed by the wilderness. Then the first figure appeared on the thermal. It was just after midnight when I noticed it. A shape moving on screen, ascending the steps with slow, deliberate movements. But the color was wrong. Everything living showed up in warm tones on the thermal imaging, reds and oranges and yellows corresponding to body heat. This figure registered in deep blue, the color of stone and ice, the color of things that matched the ambient temperature of a winter night. I adjusted the sensitivity, thinking the equipment was malfunctioning. The figure remained blue, almost purple, a cold outline moving steadily upward. As I watched, Another appeared at the base of the steps. Then, another. My hands were shaking as I reached for the radio. Protocol was clear. Any unusual activity near avalanche sites needed immediate reporting. But something stopped me. The figures weren't doing anything threatening. They were just climbing, and I was watching them on a screen that might be malfunctioning, showing me artifacts that weren't really there. I switched to the visible spectrum camera. The steps were there, pale stone gleaming in the moonlight. But the climbers didn't show up at all. Just empty stairs ascending into darkness. Back to thermal. 3 figures now, all moving upward in that same methodical pace. A fourth appeared, materializing at the bottom of the steps, as if it had simply stepped out of the surrounding rock. The coffee in my thermos had gone cold hours ago, but I drank it anyway, needing something to anchor me to the ordinary routines of my shift. I'd been doing this job for 7 years, ever since I moved to Colorado looking for something quieter than city life. The isolation had been welcome at first, the long nights in the monitoring station a kind of meditation. But now the silence felt oppressive, the mountains pressing in through the windows like they were watching me watch them. I pulled up the historical data, searching for any previous anomalies in this sector. Nothing. The thermal cameras had been operational for 5 years, and in all that time they'd recorded exactly what they were supposed to record. The normal rhythms of wildlife, the occasional human visitor, the slow cooling of stone after sunset. The figures kept climbing. I counted 6 now, all following the same path upward. They moved without hesitation, never pausing, never looking back. Something about their movement pattern bothered me, some quality I couldn't quite articulate. They climbed like people who knew exactly where they were going, who had walked these steps before. My phone buzzed. A text from the dispatcher. Checked with park geology. No record of any structures in that sector. Could be historical. Don't approach alone. We'll send day team to investigate at dawn. Dawn was 6 hours away. I should have left it alone. Should have kept monitoring from a distance, waiting for morning and proper backup. Instead, I found myself pulling on my heavy coat, checking my flashlight, telling myself I was just going to get a closer look from the base of the slope. The monitoring station felt too small suddenly, the walls too close, the air too stale and recycled. The night was brittle with cold, the kind that makes your breath freeze in your lungs. My boots crunched through snow as I followed the access trail toward the western sector. The park stretched around me in monochrome, everything reduced to varying shades of white and black and gray. Above, stars burned with painful clarity in the thin mountain air. It took me 20 minutes to reach the avalanche zone. The path the snow had taken was obvious, a wide scar of disturbed earth and scattered debris. And there, just beyond the main debris field, the steps rose into the mountainside. They were more impressive in person than they'd appeared on screen. Each step was roughly 3 feet wide, cut from the same gray stone as the surrounding mountain, but shaped with unmistakable intentionality. The edges were sharp, despite what should have been centuries of weathering. No moss grew on them, no lichen. They looked freshly carved. I played my flashlight over the lower steps, looking for tool marks, any sign of who had made them or when. The stone was smooth, almost polished, with a texture that reminded me of water-worn river rocks. But this was the wrong kind of stone for that, the wrong location. The beam of my flashlight reached the top of the stairs, where they terminated at what looked like an opening in the mountain face. Not a cave exactly, but a threshold, a doorway of sorts, too regular to be natural. I should have turned back then, should have radioed in my position and waited for backup. But my feet were already moving, carrying me onto the first step. The stone felt wrong under my boots, too smooth, too cold, cold enough that I could feel it through thick rubber soles. My breath came in sharp gasps, partially from exertion, partially from something else I didn't want to name. I climbed. Each step seemed to take longer than the last, the space between them stretching in ways my flashlight couldn't quite illuminate. The air grew heavier, pressing against my ears like I was descending rather than climbing. Halfway up, I stopped to look back. The monitoring station was still visible below, a small rectangle of yellow light in the vast darkness. It looked farther away than it should have been, impossibly distant. That's when I saw them. Not on the steps with me, but standing in the snow at the base, looking up. 4 figures, maybe 5, dark shapes against the white ground. They weren't moving, weren't climbing, just standing there, watching me. I swept my flashlight down toward them. The beam passed through empty air. There was nothing there, but when I looked without the light, I could still see them, patient shadows waiting. My radio crackled with static, a sound like breathing. I kept climbing. What else could I do? Going back meant passing those waiting shapes, assuming they were really there, assuming anything about this situation was really happening the way my senses reported it. The threshold grew closer. As my flashlight beam finally reached into it, I saw more steps inside, continuing upward into the mountain's interior. The walls were the same smooth stone, forming a stairwell that spiraled up into darkness. Something moved in that darkness. A flicker of motion, there and gone. My hand found the radio on my belt. I should call this in, I thought. Should tell someone where I am, what I'm seeing. But when I brought the radio to my lips, only static emerged. A hissing emptiness that might have been voices if I listened too hard. I stood at the threshold, 1 foot on the last external step, 1 foot hesitating at the boundary. Cold air flowed from the opening, carrying a smell I couldn't identify. Old stone, certainly. Something else beneath that. Something that might have been smoke, might have been decay, might have been neither. Behind me, the watching shapes remained motionless. The thermal camera back in the monitoring station would be recording all of this, I realized. Tomorrow someone would review the footage. They'd see me climbing these steps. Would they see me enter? Would they see me at all? Or would I register as just another cold shape against the colder stone? I thought about the figures I'd seen on the thermal imaging, the blue outlines moving upward with such purpose. Were they still inside, climbing still? Had they reached whatever destination waited at the top of this impossible stairwell? A sound drifted from the opening. Not wind, though it shared wind's quality of mindless persistence. It rose and fell in rhythms that almost suggested words, almost suggested singing, almost suggested breathing. I took another step forward, then another. The threshold passed over me like walking through a waterfall, a sensation of pressure and release. Inside, the temperature dropped further, beyond cold into something that felt actively hostile to warmth, to life, to anything that moved and breathed. My flashlight beam barely penetrated the darkness here. It seemed to get absorbed by the stone, swallowed up by the walls, but I could see the stairs continuing upward, spiraling into an absence of light so complete it felt textured, substantial, like I could reach out and touch it. How long did I stand there, caught between the world outside and whatever waited above? Time felt different in that space, elastic and unreliable. My watch showed 1:47 a.m., but the numbers seemed arbitrary, disconnected from any real progression of moments. Then I heard footsteps, not from above, where I'd been half expecting them. From behind me, on the exterior steps. Someone else was climbing, multiple someones from the sound of it. That same patient, methodical pace I'd watched on the thermal imaging. I spun around, flashlight cutting through the threshold back into the night. Nothing. The steps outside were empty, moon-bleached stone descending into shadow. But the footsteps continued. Closer now. Close enough that I should be able to see who was making them. The radio static intensified, forming patterns that might have been Morse code, might have been a heartbeat, might have been neither. I ran, not up into the spiraling darkness where everything in me screamed danger, but back out, stumbling down the exterior steps 3 at a time. My flashlight beam jerked wildly, creating seizure flashes of illumination. Stone. Snow. The watching shapes that were there when I didn't look directly, gone when I tried to focus on them. My boots hit the snow at the base of the steps. I ran toward the monitoring station, lungs burning in the thin air, the beam of my flashlight creating a tunnel of visibility through the dark. Behind me, I didn't hear pursuit, didn't hear anything but the crunch of my own desperate flight. The monitoring station door slammed behind me. I locked it, though I couldn't have said what I thought I was locking out. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate the thermal camera controls. The screen showed the steps, empty and still. No climbing figures, no cold shapes ascending into mystery, just stone stairs leading to a threshold, mundane and ancient and utterly normal. But as I watched, something changed in the image. A darkening at the top of the steps, in that doorway space. Not a figure exactly, more like a concentration of absence, a place where even the thermal gradients stopped making sense. My phone rang, loud in the silence. The dispatcher, checking in on the situation, I told her everything was fine. A trick of the camera, a calibration error. I'd checked the equipment in the morning. My voice sounded steady, professional, like I was reporting on weather conditions or wildlife movements. She seemed satisfied. The day team would still investigate the steps at dawn. Meanwhile, I should stay put, keep monitoring, standard procedure. I agreed, hung up, sat back down at my station. The thermal camera showed the steps, empty now of everything except stone and cold and the slow dissipation of heat into the winter night. By morning, a new snow would probably cover them again, burying whatever the avalanche had revealed. But I knew they'd still be there, waiting. I checked my watch. 4 hours until dawn. 4 hours of sitting in this small room, surrounded by screens showing me different views of the mountain, different spectrums of reality. The visible light cameras showed one truth. The thermal imaging showed another, and what I'd seen with my own eyes showed a third version, somewhere between or beyond the others. Which was real? Which was reliable? The coffee machine burbled as it started a fresh pot. Routine sounds, ordinary sounds, the sounds of a normal night shift in a national park. I focused on them, letting them anchor me. The thermal screen flickered. For just a moment, just a fraction of a second, I saw them again. Dozens of figures now, all climbing the steps in single file. Then the image stabilized, and there was only empty stone. I didn't look away from the screen for the rest of the night. When the day team arrived at sunrise, I showed them the recording. They saw the steps, saw me climbing and then descending. But the thermal anomalies I'd witnessed, the cold figures ascending, didn't appear in the saved footage. Just my own heat signature, alone on the mountain. One of the rangers, an older man who'd worked the park for decades, studied the image of the steps thoughtfully. He said something about old native trails, about places in the mountains where the boundaries got thin. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask him to. They closed the area for investigation, sent geologists and historians to examine the steps. The reports came back inconclusive. The stone didn't match any known quarrying techniques from any known period. The structure defied easy categorization. It was there, real enough to touch and photograph, but somehow also impossible. I transferred to day shifts after that, told my supervisor the night work was affecting my sleep. Nobody argued. Nobody asked questions I couldn't answer. But sometimes when I'm reviewing footage from the overnight monitoring, I see them. Just for a moment. Just long enough to count. The cold figures climbing the steps, ascending toward whatever waits at the top of that spiral stairwell. They're always there, in the margins of the thermal imaging, in the spaces between visible and invisible, in the darkness that even infrared can't fully penetrate. Climbing, always climbing. And some nights when the wind comes down from the high peaks carrying that smell I can't quite identify, I wonder if they ever reach the top. I wonder what they find there. I wonder if the day will come when I look at the thermal screen and see them descending instead, returning from wherever they've been going. Most of all, I wonder if I'm seeing something real, or if that night broke something in my perception, created a crack through which impossible things leak in. The monitoring equipment shows what it shows. The doctors I've seen say stress can cause hallucinations, that isolation and high altitude can affect brain chemistry in subtle ways. They're probably right, but I keep watching the screens. Keep studying the thermal gradients of the western slope where the avalanche revealed what should have stayed buried, and I keep my coat ready, my flashlight charged, just in case I need to climb those steps again. just in case this time I make it all the way to the top. Story 7. The water shouldn't have been there at all. I'd been maintaining the Aldridge building for 3 years, and in that time I'd seen my share of leaks, burst pipes, and flooding from storms that turned Beacon Hill's narrow streets into temporary rivers. But this was different. The water in the sub-basement appeared overnight, rising to ankle depth in a space that had been bone dry when I'd checked the furnace the previous afternoon. Clear water, cold as November rain, pooling in a room where every pipe overhead was dusty and intact. The super Mr. Kowalski handed me the work order that Tuesday morning with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Seal it up," the order said. "Board the door, concrete over the frame if necessary." The building's owners wanted the sub-basement closed permanently. No explanation, just instructions and a budget that suggested they wanted it done quickly and thoroughly. I descended the stairs that afternoon with my toolbox and a growing sense that something felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The main basement was familiar territory, exposed brick walls from 1887, the building's original construction date still visible in faded paint near the coal chute. But the sub-basement entrance, a heavy wooden door at the bottom of a secondary stairwell, seemed darker than I remembered, as though the single bulb overhead had weakened since morning. The door's iron handle was wet. Not damp, but actively wet, water running down the wood grain in thin rivulets that pooled on the concrete landing. I touched it, and my fingers came away cold. The kind of cold that reaches past your skin. Inside, the water was exactly as Kowalski had described. Clear, still, covering the floor to a depth that submerged my work boots to the laces. But he hadn't mentioned the leaves. They floated on the surface, dozens of them, broad and unfamiliar, with serrated edges and a deep green color that seemed too vibrant for late autumn. I'd lived in Boston my entire adult life, worked maintenance in buildings across Beacon Hill and Back Bay. I knew oak leaves, maple, the distinctive fans of ginkgo from the trees that lined Commonwealth Avenue. These matched nothing in my mental catalog. The sub-basement stretched back farther than the building's footprint should have allowed, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of my flashlight. Along the walls, old storage shelves held the accumulated debris of a century, paint cans with labels too faded to read, coils of wire turned brittle with age, wooden crates stamped with shipping marks from companies that no longer existed. And among them, incongruous and impossible to ignore, were cassette tapes. They sat on a shelf at eye level, arranged in a neat row as though someone had placed them there recently. The plastic cases were clean, free of the dust that coated everything else in the room. I picked one up, my wet gloves leaving prints on the clear plastic. No label, no writing, just a standard tape with maybe 30 minutes of recording on each side. I should have left then. The rational part of my mind, the part that understood building codes and load-bearing walls and the logical progression of plumbing problems, was already suggesting explanations I didn't believe. A broken sprinkler line I'd somehow missed, leaves blown in through a window that didn't exist, tapes left by a previous maintenance worker, their cleanliness merely a trick of the dim light. But I stayed. I examined the pipes overhead, looking for any sign of a leak, running my hands along joints and connections that remained stubbornly dry. I measured the water's depth in 3 places and found it uniform, as though the entire floor had filled simultaneously rather than spreading from a single source. I collected one of the leaves and held it up to my flashlight, noting details I couldn't explain, the way the veins seemed to form patterns that were almost but not quite symmetrical, the texture that felt too smooth, too perfect, like something grown in conditions that didn't match any climate I knew. And I took one of the cassette tapes. That night, in my apartment in Somerville, I sat at my kitchen table with a tape player I'd dug out of a closet, a relic from my college years that still worked despite decades of neglect. The tape clicked into place with a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet apartment. I pressed play. Static first, the white noise of blank tape running past the recording head. Then, underneath it, something else. Not quite a voice, more like the suggestion of vocalization. as though someone were speaking at the very threshold of audibility. I turned up the volume. The static grew louder, but so did the almost voice, always remaining just beyond the point where I could make out words. I played it again, and again. Each time I became more convinced that there were words there, that if I could just focus properly, adjust the tracking, eliminate some of the noise, I would understand what was being said. On the fourth replay, I caught it. A single phrase, repeated over and over with a rhythm that might have been urgent or might have been pleading. Come down. The next morning, I returned to the Aldridge building with boarding materials and concrete mix. The work order was clear, and I'd been in maintenance long enough to know that some jobs were easier when you didn't ask questions. Kowalski met me in the main basement, his face showing the same unreadable expression he'd worn the previous day. The super asked if I'd noticed anything unusual. I told him about the water, about how all the pipes seemed intact. I didn't mention the leaves or the tape. Something in his expression suggested he already knew about them, that my observations would merely confirm something he'd rather not discuss. He nodded slowly, then told me the building's history. The Aldridge had been constructed on the site of an older structure, something from Boston's colonial period that had burned in the fire of 1872. Before that, the land had been part of a district known for its springs, natural water sources that had supplied the early settlement. Most of those springs had been buried as the city grew, routed into sewers or simply covered over and forgotten. But Kowalski thought maybe one still existed under the building, that perhaps we'd broken through to it somehow, that the water I'd found was coming from somewhere deeper than the plumbing. His explanation was reasonable. It accounted for the water, provided a logical framework I could accept. But it didn't explain the leaves or the tapes, and the careful way he avoided mentioning them suggested he was offering me an exit, a version of events I could believe if I chose to. I began boarding up the door that afternoon. The wood went up easily, screwed into the frame with deck screws that bit deep into the old timber. But as I worked, I became aware of sounds from beyond the door. Nothing dramatic, just small noises, the drip of water, the slight echo that large spaces create, the subtle settling that old buildings make constantly. And underneath it all, that same almost voice from the tape, still saying words I couldn't quite distinguish. I completed the boarding in silence, trying to focus on the work, on the measured precision of cutting and fitting and fastening. But my attention kept drifting to the door, to the space beyond it, to the question of what was happening in a flooded room that shouldn't have been flooded. The concrete came next, mixed in a bucket to a consistency that would seal the frame permanently. I troweled it on thick, working it into every gap, creating a barrier that would take serious equipment to break through. As I worked, water began seeping under the door. Just a trickle at first, then more, spreading across the concrete landing in a dark stain that carried with it the smell of deep earth and growing things. And more leaves. They emerged with the water, sliding under the door as though pushed by some current I couldn't see. I watched them accumulate, piling up against my tools, and noticed details I'd missed before. The leaves weren't just unfamiliar. They were wrong in ways that bothered me more than simple misidentification would. The patterns in their veins formed shapes that suggested geometry, mathematical progressions that natural growth shouldn't produce. When I picked one up, it felt room temperature despite the cold water it had emerged from. I finished the concrete work as quickly as I could and retreated upstairs, leaving my tools to be collected later. Kowalski was waiting in the main basement, standing near the furnace with his hands in his pockets and his expression still carefully neutral. He asked if the job was done. I confirmed that it was, that the sub-basement was sealed and would remain that way unless someone made a serious effort to reopen it. He nodded, seemed relieved, then mentioned almost casually that the previous maintenance worker had also sealed that door, and the one before him. He said it the way you might mention that a particular faucet always leaked, a minor recurring problem that was easier to manage than solve. That night, I returned to the tape player. I'd taken another cassette from the sub-basement, unable to resist despite knowing I shouldn't. This one was different. The static was clearer, the voice more distinct, as though the recording quality had improved, or my ability to hear it had sharpened. The words were still, "Come down," But now there were others. The water rises. And we've been waiting. And phrases that might have been names or might have been something else entirely. I played the tape through to the end, then flipped it and played the other side. More voices, overlapping now, creating a chorus that should have been cacophonous, but instead possessed an odd harmony. They all said variations of the same thing, all invited dissent, all suggested that something waited below that needed to be reached. The rational explanation was that someone was playing an elaborate prank, that a former tenant or worker had planted the tapes and somehow rigged the flooding, creating an elaborate puzzle or piece of performance art at the expense of the building's maintenance staff. But that explanation required coordination and resources that seemed implausible, and it didn't account for the leaves or the water's impossible cleanliness, or the way the voices on the tape seemed to know things they shouldn't. I began researching the building's history, spending my evenings at the Boston Public Library's digital archives, scrolling through old property records and newspaper accounts. The Aldridge had indeed been built on the site of an earlier structure, but the details Kowalski had provided were incomplete. The previous building hadn't just burned, it had been deliberately demolished after several years of abandonment, and before that, when it had been occupied, residents had reported problems with flooding, with strange sounds from the basement, with the sensation of being watched by something that existed just beyond the range of normal perception. One article from 1869, buried in the back pages of a defunct newspaper, mentioned a spring that had been discovered during the original building's construction. Workers had tried to cap it, but the water kept rising, kept finding new routes to the surface. Eventually, they'd built around it, incorporating the spring into a sub-basement that had supposedly been used for cold storage. The article mentioned that several workers had refused to enter the sub-basement after it was completed, claiming they heard voices in the water, that the spring was speaking to them in a language that predated English, that something lived in the aquifer beneath the city and wanted desperately to communicate with the surface world. The article was obviously sensationalized, written in the breathless style of 19th century journalism that blurred the line between reporting and entertainment. But it matched too many details I'd observed, explained too many things that shouldn't have needed explaining. I returned to the Aldridge building the next day, ostensibly to collect the tools I'd left behind. Kowalski was gone, off on some errand that left the building under my supervision. I stood in the main basement for a long time, listening to the silence, feeling the weight of the structure above me and the presence of the sealed space below. The concrete I'd applied was still curing, still soft enough that determined effort could break through. I told myself I was just checking my work, ensuring the seal was holding properly. But I knew that was a lie. I wanted to go back down. Part of me, growing larger by the hour, needed to understand what was happening beneath my feet. I broke through the concrete with a hammer and pry bar, working quickly before I could reconsider. The boards came off more easily, as though they'd never been properly secured, and behind them, the door stood open, swinging slightly on hinges that shouldn't have been able to move. The water had risen. It now reached my knees, cold and impossibly clear, filled with leaves that brushed against my legs as I waded forward. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating more of the sub-basement than I'd seen before. The space extended back and back, farther than the building's dimensions, farther than the lot it stood on, disappearing into a distance that suggested the room connected to something larger, something that existed in relationship to the city's hidden geography, rather than its visible architecture. More tapes lined the shelves now, hundreds of them, arranged in careful rows that suggested organization according to principles I didn't understand. I took one at random and found it was labeled, though the handwriting was unfamiliar, and the words were in a script that might have been very old or might have been invented for purposes I couldn't guess. The voices were clearer here. They echoed off the brick walls, emerged from the water itself, filled the air with their patient repetition. Come down. The water rises. We've been waiting. You were always going to come down. I should have been terrified. Every instinct I possessed, every learned response to danger, should have been screaming at me to leave, to get out of the water and back to the rational world of plumbing and electrical systems and problems with definable solutions. But instead I felt calm. The voices weren't threatening. They were inviting, welcoming, as though I'd finally arrived at a destination I'd been traveling toward without knowing it. I waded deeper, following the flashlight beam into the increasing darkness. The shelves gave way to bare walls, then to walls that seemed organic rather than constructed, with surfaces that moved slightly as though breathing. The water grew warmer, losing its initial chill, becoming body temperature and then warmer still, carrying sense of growth and decay and something else. Something that might have been described as alive if that word could be stretched to include things that existed outside normal biological categories. And at the back of the sub-basement, where the flashlight beam finally found a wall, or what passed for one, I discovered the source of the water. Not a spring, not exactly. More like an opening, a passage that led down into darkness so complete my light couldn't penetrate it. The water flowed upward from this opening, defying gravity in a way that should have been impossible, rising to fill the sub-basement with its clear liquid that carried leaves from trees that didn't grow anywhere I'd ever been. The voices were loudest here, emanating from the opening itself, from the water, from the walls and the air, and possibly from inside my own head. They told me things I can't fully remember, shared information that made sense in the moment, but dissolved into fragments when I tried to hold on to it. They explained that the spring was ancient, that it connected to systems beneath Boston that predated human settlement, that the water rose and fell according to rhythms measured in centuries, and that when it rose, it brought messages from whatever existed in the deep aquifer, whatever lived in the dark water beneath the city's foundations. They told me I wasn't the first to hear them, that maintenance workers and tenants and people who'd worked in this building and others like it had all eventually made their way down, drawn by the voices in the water and the leaves that shouldn't exist. They told me the sealed door was a pattern repeated across the city, that dozens of basements held similar springs, that the entire urban landscape floated on a network of water that occasionally tried to communicate with the surface world through whatever channels it could find. And they told me, in words that seemed to bypass language entirely and speak directly to some older part of my consciousness, that I could choose to leave, to seal the door again and forget what I'd seen, to live out my life maintaining buildings and fixing leaks, and never acknowledging what existed beneath the familiar world. Or I could come down, could wade into the opening and follow the water to its source, could learn what the voices really were, and what they wanted, and why they'd been calling for so long. I stood there in the warm water, my flashlight growing dim as the batteries weakened, and felt the weight of that choice. Behind me was the rational world, work orders and building codes, rent payments and routine maintenance, the comfortable predictability of problems that had solutions. Ahead was something else, something that operated according to rules I didn't understand. That might have been beautiful, or might have been terrible, or might have been both simultaneously in ways that made those categories meaningless. I don't know how long I remained there, balanced between two versions of reality. Time felt strange in the sub-basement, as though the rising water affected more than just physical space. Eventually, I turned around and waded back toward the entrance, my flashlight flickering but still providing enough illumination to guide me through the floating leaves and past the shelves of cassette tapes. When I reached the door, I looked back one final time. The sub-basement seemed longer than it had been, the darkness at its far end more complete, as though the opening had grown or my perception of it had changed. The voices continued their patient repetition, neither disappointed nor surprised by my departure, simply maintaining their vigil as they had for however long they'd been calling. I sealed the door again. New boards, new concrete, work done more carefully this time, with attention to every gap and potential weakness. Kowalski returned as I was finishing and nodded his approval without comment. He knew, I realized. He'd probably known all along, had probably stood where I'd stood and made the same choice I'd made, opting for the familiar world over the invitation carried by rising water. That was 3 weeks ago. The water has started appearing in other parts of the building now. Small puddles in corners of the main basement, damp spots on walls that should be dry, moisture seeping up through concrete floors in a pattern that suggests systematic infiltration rather than random leakage. And with the water come the leaves, single examples at first, but increasing in number, accumulating in drains and ventilation grates, and anywhere water can reach. I find cassette tapes occasionally now, left in places where I'm likely to discover them. On my toolbox, tucked into the furnace maintenance log, sitting on the basement stairs. I've stopped listening to them, but I know what they say. The voices haven't changed their message, haven't grown impatient or altered their tone. They simply continue their invitation, their patient insistence that someone should come down, that the water is rising, that they've been waiting and will continue to wait for as long as necessary. The building's owners have stopped issuing work orders about the sub-basement. The door remains sealed, and we all pretend that solves the problem, that concrete and wood can contain whatever exists beyond them. But I know better now. I know that the water will keep rising, that the voices will keep calling, that eventually someone will make a different choice than I did, will wade through that impossibly clear water and follow it to its source. And on nights when I can't sleep, when the sounds of my own apartment feel too loud and the familiar world seems paper thin, I wonder if I made the right decision. I wonder what I would have found if I'd kept walking, if I'd entered that opening and let the water carry me down to wherever the voices originated. I wonder if the people who did make that choice found something terrible, or something transcendent, or something so far beyond those categories that the words lose meaning. The water in my own apartment has started running cold lately, colder than the heating system should allow. And sometimes, late at night when the building is quiet, I hear something that might be pipes settling, or might be voices traveling through the plumbing, asking the same questions they've always asked, extending the same invitation they've extended to everyone who's ever worked in buildings old enough to remember when Boston was new, and the springs ran clear, and something lived in the water beneath the city's foundations. I keep a cassette player on my kitchen table now, and 3 tapes, taken from that last visit to the sub-basement, sit beside it in a neat row. I haven't played them yet, but I know what they'll say when I do, know the words that will emerge from the static and the patient rhythm of their repetition. Some nights I reach for them. Some nights I leave them where they are. The water keeps rising either way. Story 8. The bathroom mirror in room 112 had become a companion of sorts, though I'd never wanted one. 5 weeks now, same rotation through the Southwest Territories. 5 weeks sleeping in the Desert Rose Motel outside Alamogordo, where the neon sign buzzed like a dying wasp and the ice machine groaned through the night. The company liked consistency. Same routes, same lodgings, same morning coffee at the same truck stop. They said it built efficiency. I was beginning to think it built something else entirely. The first message appeared on a Tuesday. I'd returned from dinner at the diner across the highway, my mouth still tasting of burnt coffee and yesterday's meatloaf. The shower had been scalding, the way I needed it after 10 hours of driving, and another 4 demonstrating industrial refrigeration units to restaurant owners who looked at me like I was selling them their own graves. Steam filled the bathroom when I stepped out, and the mirror had fogged completely white, a blank canvas against the yellow tile. Then the condensation began to move, not dripping, moving, forming letters, slow, deliberate strokes as if drawn by an invisible finger. Welcome back. My hand shot forward reflexively, swiping across the glass. The words disappeared under my palm, leaving only streaks and the faint chemical smell of the mirror cleaner the housekeepers used. I stood there, towel around my waist, water cooling on my skin, staring at my own distorted reflection emerging through the clearing fog. The logical part of my brain, the part that calculated commission rates and fuel efficiency, supplied reasonable explanations. Old plumbing creating air currents, residue from previous guests' bathroom habits. Maybe someone had written on the mirror with soap before I checked in, and the heat made it visible again. That part of my brain was a liar, but I listened anyway. The next night I came prepared. I'd spent the day in Roswell, appropriately enough, selling cooling systems to a hotel owner who kept glancing at his watch. On the drive back, I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress. Too many nights in identical rooms. Too many meals eaten alone while spreadsheets glowed on my laptop screen. The mind played tricks when routine became indistinguishable from imprisonment. but I still took the shower hotter than necessary. Still watched the mirror fog over with something between dread and anticipation. The letters appeared faster this time. You left your keys in Denver. My heart performed an arrhythmic dance. I had lost my spare keys 2 weeks ago. I'd assumed they'd fallen somewhere in the motel parking lot. But Denver, I'd been through Denver 3 weeks back. A quick overnight before pushing south. How could anyone know that? How could condensation know that? I grabbed my phone, hands shaking, and snapped a photo. But by the time the camera focused, my breath had already fogged the lens. And when I looked back, the words were bleeding into each other. Letters losing coherence like a message being recalled. My palm hit the glass again. The coldness of it shocked me. How could it be cold when steam still hung in the air? The words smeared away, but this time I felt something else. A texture. Not the smooth glass I expected, but something that yielded slightly under pressure, like pressing against the surface of gelatin. I jerked my hand back and left the bathroom, leaving the light on, the door open. Sleep came in fragments, punctuated by the ice machine's mechanical wheeze and the occasional rumble of trucks on the highway. Thursday morning brought a new wrongness. My sample case, a professional aluminum number with foam inserts for the equipment demos, sat on the desk where I'd left it, but attached to the handle was something that hadn't been there the night before. A baggage claim ticket. The kind they give you at airports with the barcode and the 3-letter destination code. LAX. Los Angeles International. I'd never been. My territory was New Mexico, West Texas. Occasionally a foray into Arizona. Never California. Never needed to. The paper felt authentic under my fingers, the adhesive still slightly tacky. I peeled it off slowly, examining it in the weak morning light filtering through the heavy curtains. The barcode was readable, the numbers crisp. Even the airline logo looked legitimate, though I couldn't place which carrier used that particular shade of blue. I added it to my wallet, tucked behind my insurance card where I kept things I didn't understand but couldn't throw away. The messages continued with increasing specificity. Friday, your brother called while you were eating. I hadn't spoken to my brother in 6 months, and my phone log showed no missed calls. Saturday, the blue sedan followed you from Carlsbad. I'd noticed no blue sedan, but then again, I'd stopped paying attention to traffic the way I used to. Everything on the road had become a blur of metal and glass, indistinguishable and unimportant. Sunday night, exhausted from a weekend of failed pitches and rejected proposals, I decided to stay awake, to watch, to understand. I positioned myself on the bed with a direct view into the bathroom. The door remained open, the light on, mirror visible through the frame like a screen waiting for a movie to begin. I'd skipped the shower. If heat and moisture triggered the phenomenon, I'd eliminate those variables. Scientific method, problem solving. Hours passed. The clock radio's red digits crawled toward midnight, then past it. My eyes burned. The air conditioning cycled on and off, its rhythm hypnotic and disorienting. Outside, the Desert Rose's neon sign flickered, throwing shifting shadows across the ceiling. At 1:47 a.m., the mirror began to fog. No steam. No heat. The bathroom was cool, almost cold, yet moisture appeared on the glass as if breathed upon by an invisible mouth. I couldn't move. My muscles had locked. My breath caught somewhere between my lungs and my throat. You're not selling what you think the apostrophe was missing from your. A small detail that somehow made it worse. More authentic. More human. I forced myself to stand, legs unsteady, and approached the bathroom. Each step felt like walking through water, resistance building around me. The message remained clear, letters precise, no bleeding or distortion. I reached out slowly, finger extended, and touched the mirror's surface. It was warm, body temperature, and beneath my fingertip I felt something that made my stomach drop. A pulse, faint but unmistakable. The rhythm of a heartbeat emanating from inside the glass. I ran. Not far, just to the bed, where I sat with my knees drawn up, watching the message slowly fade as the mysterious fog dissipated. The mirror returned to normal, reflecting only the dingy bathroom and my own pale face staring back from the other room. Sleep was impossible. I sat vigil until dawn, painted the curtains gray, then orange, then the harsh white of full morning. When housekeeping knocked at 8, I practically threw myself at the door, desperate for the confirmation of another human presence. The woman who cleaned room 112 was perhaps 60, with kind eyes and hands marked by decades of work. She asked if I needed service today, and I heard myself telling her about the mirror. The words tumbled out in a confused rush. Messages, condensation, impossible knowledge. She listened with an expression I couldn't read, then told me she'd mention it to maintenance. Perhaps there was a leak. Perhaps the seal around the mirror was faulty, causing unusual humidity patterns. Her voice was soothing, maternal, but her eyes held something else. Recognition, maybe, or pity. After she left, I found another tag on my suitcase, CDG. Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris. The tag was weathered, edges frayed, as if it had been attached for years and traveled through countless baggage systems. Monday brought a sales call in Truth or Consequences, a town whose name felt increasingly prophetic. The potential client was a woman who ran a barbecue restaurant, and she listened to my pitch with her arms crossed, skepticism radiating from her like heat from the smokers in her parking lot. When I opened my sample case to show her the temperature monitoring equipment, we both froze. Inside, carefully arranged in the foam cutouts meant for my demonstration units, were items I'd never packed. A passport, not mine, but bearing a face I recognized from somewhere I couldn't place. A hotel keycard from Singapore. A watch stopped at 3:33. And a photograph, me, standing in front of the Desert Rose Motel. But the image was wrong. The angle was from above, impossibly high, as if taken from the sky. The woman asked if I was feeling all right. I must have looked ill, because she offered me water and suggested I sit down. I declined both, closed the case with shaking hands, and left without finishing the pitch. Back at the motel, I tore through my belongings. Every zipper opened, every pocket emptied, everything I owned spread across the bed like evidence at a crime scene. More tags appeared as I searched. NRT, Tokyo, DXB, Dubai, SYD, Sydney. Each one attached to items I'd packed myself, cities I'd never visited appearing like accusations on my own possessions. The mirror that night delivered its longest message yet. Every version of you is traveling. We see all the routes. You chose this one. The others chose different. Tomorrow you'll remember, or tomorrow you won't. The case knows which. I read it 3 times before my hand moved automatically to wipe it away. But this time, I stopped myself. Let it remain. Documented it with my phone, though I knew the image would be useless, the words already degrading at the edges like they were being erased from the far side of the glass. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the window, watching the parking lot and occasionally glancing at the bathroom mirror, which reflected only darkness and the faint glow of the clock radio. The ice machine wheezed. The highway hummed. The world continued in its rotation, indifferent to the unraveling happening in room 112. At some point before dawn, I must have closed my eyes. When I opened them, gray light was seeping around the curtains and my sample case was open on the desk. I had no memory of opening it. Inside, my demonstration equipment was back in place, precisely arranged, as if the passport and the photograph and the impossible watch had never existed. But attached to the case's handle was a new tag. A BQ, Albuquerque, the airport I'd flown into 6 weeks ago when this rotation began. The tag looked fresh, printed perhaps hours ago, the barcode sharp and clean. I checked out that morning, told the desk clerk I was changing motels, trying somewhere closer to my next sales territory. He nodded without interest, processed my credit card, and wished me safe travels. His eyes never met mine. The new motel was in Socorro, 40 miles north. Different chain, different room layout, different view from the window. No ice machine groaning through the walls. The shower had a curtain instead of a door, and the mirror was small, mounted above a pedestal sink. That first night I stood under hot water until it ran cold, stepped out into a cloud of steam, and looked at the mirror. It remained fogged but blank. No messages, no invisible fingers drawing words from the other side. Just condensation behaving exactly as physics demanded. Relief flooded through me so intensely I had to sit on the toilet lid, head in my hands, breathing slowly until the shaking stopped. Stress. It had been stress all along. Overwork, isolation, the monotony of the road creating hallucinations. Now, in a different space, my mind could reset. Recover. I slept well that night, dreamless and deep. The next morning I found baggage tags on every item I owned. My suitcase, my sample case, my briefcase, my laptop bag. HND, Tokyo Haneda. LHR, London Heathrow. AMS, Amsterdam. FRA, Frankfurt. Each tag crisp and recent, adhesive still tacky, attached while I slept my first peaceful sleep in weeks. And on the bathroom mirror, written in what I first thought was soap, but realized was something else, something that didn't wipe away, something etched directly into the glass itself, were two words: Room 112. I'm sitting in my car now, in the Socorro Motel parking lot, as dawn breaks over the desert. My belongings are still inside, tagged and labeled with destinations I've never chosen. The sample case is in the passenger seat. I haven't opened it. I'm afraid of what I'll find. What version of my inventory exists today? My phone shows 17 missed calls from the company, wondering why I haven't checked in, why I've missed my appointments. I should call back. I should drive to my next sales call, demonstrate cooling systems to indifferent restaurant owners, maintain the routine that's been my life for the better part of a decade. Instead, I'm looking at the most recent tag attached to my briefcase. I peeled it off, held it up to the growing light. The three-letter code is unfamiliar. Not a major airport, not any airport I recognize. But below the barcode, in small print, is a date. Tomorrow's date. And below that, in handwriting I'm beginning to recognize as my own, though I have no memory of writing it. Found you. Coming home. Wait there. The highway stretches in both directions, east and west, offering escape or continuation. The desert rose is 40 miles south. Room 112 is waiting, has always been waiting, will always be waiting. I don't know which version of me wrote that note, or which version is reading it. I don't know if I'm the one who left, or the one who's returning. The case sits beside me, and I can hear something shifting inside it when the wind rocks the car. Not the familiar click of demonstration equipment, but something else. Something that sounds like keys. Lots of keys. Keys to rooms I don't remember checking into, in towns I don't remember visiting, in a life that's been running parallel to the one I thought I was living. The sun is fully up now. I need to make a decision. But the mirror in my rear view shows something forming in the condensation of my breath. Letters appearing backward, so I can read them forward. Turn around and below it. Just beginning to form. We have your luggage. I put the car in gear, south, toward the desert rose, toward room 112. I tell myself I'm going to confront this, understand it, end it. But the truth that's been growing in my mind like frost spreading across glass, is simpler and more terrifying. I'm going back because some part of me never left, and some part of me never arrived. Story 9. The fluorescent lights in my shop hum a frequency that makes my teeth ache after 9 o'clock. That's when the rational part of Crockett, Texas, goes to sleep. When the empty streets outside my window become a stage for shadows that move wrong. And when I start questioning whether I should have locked up hours ago like everyone else on Main Street. But I don't, because he comes at 9. The first time was 3 months ago, mid-August, when the Texas heat still clung to everything like a living thing. I was sweeping up after old Vernon when I heard the bell above the door. The sound seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have, vibrating through the empty shop. He stood in the doorway, backlit by the sulfur glow of the street lamp. his silhouette sharp and somehow too still. He wore clothes that looked expensive but outdated, a gray suit with lapels wider than anything I'd seen outside of old photographs my father kept in shoeboxes. His face was ordinary in that way that makes it hard to remember later, like your mind slides off the features before they can stick. When he spoke, his voice had the texture of something pulled from deep water. He asked for the 1978 cut. I told him I wasn't sure what he meant. Styles from that year weren't exactly memorable, just a continuation of the shaggy looks from the mid-70s, maybe trimmed a bit shorter at the sides. He sat in my chair without responding, settling into the cracked leather with a sigh that seemed to come from somewhere other than his lungs. The air around him felt heavier, colder, and I found myself reaching for my clippers even though I didn't understand what he wanted. My hands knew, though. They moved with a certainty that felt borrowed, creating a cut I'd never learned, trimming and shaping with angles that seemed mathematically precise. The hair fell in slow motion, drifting to the floor in patterns that made my eyes want to follow them, trace their arrangement. He didn't speak during the entire process, didn't even seem to breathe. And when I spun the chair to show him the mirror, he nodded once and stood. He paid exact change, quarters and dimes that felt too cold in my palm, and left without a word. The bell rang his departure, but the sound was muted, swallowed by something I couldn't name. It was when I swept up that I noticed them. The hairs on the floor weren't scattered randomly like they should have been. They formed shapes, deliberate and clear. Letters. 3 of them, arranged in a line across the worn linoleum. H-E-L. I swept them up quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs, telling myself it was coincidence, pattern recognition run amok in a tired mind. But my hands shook as I dumped the dustpan into the trash, and I locked up 15 minutes early, checking the deadbolt 3 times before I could force myself to walk home. He came back the next week. Same time, same entrance, same impossible stillness. I'd spent 7 days convincing myself I'd imagined the letters. That stress and isolation had conjured meaning from chaos. But when he sat in my chair again and requested the 1978 cut, my mouth went dry and my fingers fumbled with the cape. This time I tried to watch where the hair fell, tried to see if he was somehow manipulating it, creating the patterns himself through subtle movements or breath. But he remained motionless, his reflection in the mirror staring at something beyond my shoulder, beyond the walls of my shop, at something I couldn't see and wasn't sure I wanted to. The cut took exactly 18 minutes. I know because I'd started timing these things, creating logs in a notebook I kept hidden under the register. Documentation of something I couldn't explain, but couldn't ignore. When he left, I stood over the fallen hair for a full minute before getting the broom, my breath coming shallow and quick. 4 letters this time, H-E-L-P. I didn't sweep immediately. I took a photograph with my phone, the flash making the individual strands gleam like thin wires against the floor. The image looked wrong on the screen, the letters somehow clearer than they should have been, as if they'd been printed there rather than fallen. I deleted it 3 times that night, but each time I reopened my photo gallery, there it was again, persistent as a stain. The pattern continued. Every week, Tuesday nights at 9, he would appear. The bell would ring its too long note, and I would feel my stomach drop, like I'd missed a step in the dark. Some part of me considered closing early, being conveniently absent, but a larger part, a part I was beginning to distrust, needed to see what came next. The messages grew longer. Help became help me, then help me please. Each letter formed with impossible precision from the scattered remnants of his haircut. I started researching, spending my afternoons at the county library, scrolling through microfiche of old newspapers, looking for anything connected to 1978, to barber shops, to disappearances or deaths or anything that might explain what was happening in my shop after dark. I found accidents, sure, a fire at the old mill, a car crash on Route 71, but nothing that connected, nothing that resonated with the cold certainty growing in my chest that whatever this was, it was specific, intentional, and directed at me. The other barbers in town, the 2 remaining besides myself, noticed I looked tired. They asked if I was sleeping enough, if the late hours were wearing on me. I laughed it off, made jokes about insomnia and too much coffee. But I could see the concern in their eyes, the way they'd glance at each other when they thought I wasn't looking. Small towns are good at collective worry, at sensing when one of their own is slipping off the edge of something. By October, the messages had evolved. Help me please became, help me please don't let. And then, horrifyingly, help me please don't let them find. Find what? Find who? I wanted to ask him, wanted to grab his shoulders and shake him and demand answers. But every time I considered it, my voice would dry up in my throat, and my hands would continue their automatic work, guided by knowledge I didn't possess. I started noticing other things. The way the mirror would fog slightly when he was in the chair, despite the cool October air. The way my clippers would grow heavy in my hand, as if they were cutting through something denser than hair. The way the shadows in the corners of the shop would lean forward when he arrived, like spectators at a performance they couldn't quite see. My sleep became fractured. I'd wake at 3 a.m, convinced I could hear the shop bell ringing, that he was standing in my bedroom doorway requesting the 1978 cut. I started drinking more, bourbon from the bottle my father left me when he died, trying to blur the edges of whatever was happening. It didn't help. If anything, the alcohol made the boundaries thinner, made me more aware of the wrongness permeating my life. The week before Halloween, I decided to break the pattern. I would speak to him, demand answers, refuse to cut his hair until he explained what he wanted, why he was doing this. I rehearsed the words, practiced them in the mirror until they sounded firm and sure. But when 9 o'clock came and the bell rang, when he walked through the door with that too smooth gait, all my preparation evaporated. He sat in the chair and looked at me through the mirror, and his eyes, which I'd always thought were brown, were suddenly and definitively black. Not dark brown or shadowed, but black like the absence of light, like holes punched through to somewhere else. My prepared speech died, and my hands reached for the clippers without conscious thought. This cut took longer, 23 minutes. I know because I was counting seconds, using the rhythm to keep myself tethered to something concrete, something real. The hair fell faster than usual, accumulating on the floor in thick drifts that seemed to writhe and shift even after they'd settled. When he stood and paid and left, the bell's sound was almost a relief. Almost. The message on the floor made my knees weak. Help me, please don't let them find me in the walls. I stood there for an hour, staring at those words, my mind racing through implications I didn't want to acknowledge. In the walls. Of my shop? Of somewhere else? I thought about the building's history, how it had been a barbershop since the 50s, how the previous owner had died of a heart attack in this very room, how the one before him had simply disappeared one winter, leaving everything exactly as it was, clippers on the counter, appointments still marked in his book. That night I brought a crowbar to work. After he left, after I'd photographed the message with shaking hands, I started prying at the panels behind the mirrors, pulling away layers of cheap wood paneling and ancient wallpaper. The walls were solid, containing nothing but insulation and mouse droppings, and the accumulated dust of decades. But I kept searching, kept tearing, until my hands bled and my arms ached and the shop looked like it had been ransacked. I found nothing, nothing but the growing certainty that I was losing my grip on reality, that the stress and isolation were manufacturing a mystery where none existed, that maybe I needed help of a different kind than what was being spelled out on my floor each Tuesday night. But I couldn't stop. The next week, I arrived early, set up a video camera in the corner, hidden behind a stack of towel boxes. I would have proof, evidence that the hair was falling in patterns, that this wasn't some elaborate trick of my deteriorating mind. I checked the camera 3 times before 9 o'clock, making sure the angle was right, that the battery was charged, that the memory card had space. He came. The cut proceeded as always, my hands moving through the familiar, unfamiliar motions. This time the message read, "Help me please, don't let them find me in the walls, he knows." He knows. My blood turned to ice water. Who knows? The previous owner? Someone else? Me? I rushed to the camera as soon as the shop was empty, my hands fumbling with the small screen, rewinding to 9 o'clock. The footage showed me preparing, showed the empty shop, showed 9 o'clock passing, showed 9:15, 9:30, showed me standing motionless in the center of the room for 23 minutes, clippers in hand, cutting the air, moving in precise patterns around an empty chair. No customer, no gray suit, no two black eyes. Just me, alone, performing an elaborate pantomime for an audience of shadows. I watched the footage 4 times, my throat tight, my vision blurring. Then I looked at the floor, at the message still there, still clear, still impossible. The hair was real. I could touch it, photograph it, sweep it up. But the person I'd cut it from, the person I'd seen and heard and felt the presence of for 3 months, didn't exist, had never existed. Or worse, had never existed in the way I understood existence. I thought about closing the shop permanently, selling it, moving somewhere else. Somewhere without Tuesday nights and fluorescent hums and messages from the floor. But some part of me, the part that was either brave or insane, knew I couldn't leave. Not without understanding, not without knowing what he was trying to tell me, what I was being warned against, what lived in the walls that shouldn't be found. The following Tuesday, I was ready. Or I thought I was. I'd spent the week researching, diving deeper into the shop's history, into 1978 specifically. I found newspaper archives from that year, and in a back section of the September issue, a small article about a missing person. A man in his 30s last seen entering a barber shop on Main Street. The investigation had gone nowhere. The case eventually closed. The man presumed to have left town voluntarily. The article included a photo. Grainy, black and white, but clear enough. I recognized the suit, the proportions of the face, the way he stood slightly too straight. It was him. That Tuesday, when he walked through the door at 9, I didn't reach for my clippers. I stood behind the chair, my hands gripping the leather back, and I asked him directly, "Who are you? What happened to you? What's in the walls?" He sat down anyway, looking at me through the mirror with those impossible eyes. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Or rather, sound emerged, but not in the frequency I could hear. It vibrated through my bones, through the floor, through the very structure of the building. The lights flickered, the mirror rippled like water. And then I understood. Not with my mind, but with something deeper. Some instinct inherited from ancestors who knew to fear the dark. He wasn't haunting my shop. The shop was haunting him, had caught him somehow, in 1978, pulled him between moments and trapped him there, making him repeat the same cut, the same visit, over and over, unable to escape, unable to die properly, unable to exist fully. And the walls. Something was in the walls. Something that had been there longer than the shop, longer than the town maybe. Something that fed on these caught moments, these trapped souls. And it knew that I knew, that I'd been warned. My hands moved without me willing them to. They picked up the clippers, began the cut, finished it in exactly 18 minutes. When he stood to leave, he looked at me with something that might have been gratitude or might have been apology or might have been warning. The message that night was different. Run. But I didn't run. I'm still here in my shop waiting for Tuesday nights, for 9 o'clock, for the bell that rings too long, because running means leaving him there, trapped, repeating, suffering in whatever way a thing caught between moments can suffer, and it means letting whatever is in the walls remain undiscovered, unnamed, free to catch others. I've started feeling it sometimes, in the dead hours when the street is empty. A pulling, like gravity but sideways, like the building is trying to shift me out of proper time, to make me part of its collection. The clippers feel heavier each week. The mirror shows my reflection a fraction of a second slower than it should. My own hair, when I trim it, falls in patterns I'm afraid to examine too closely. Last Tuesday, the message read, "Run It Wants You To." This Tuesday, I'll be here at 9. I'll unlock the door, turn on the lights, wait for the bell, and when he comes, I'll give him the 1978 cut. and I'll read whatever message the hair spells out, and I'll try to understand what it means to be warned by someone who can't escape, what it means to know something is in the walls and choosing to stay anyway. Because maybe I'm brave, or maybe I've already been caught, and everything since August has been the building digesting me slowly, making me part of its pattern, preparing me for my own Tuesday night visits, my own impossible requests. Maybe next week, someone new will own this shop. They'll arrive early one Tuesday evening, and at 9 o'clock, they'll hear the bell ring. They'll look up to see me standing in the doorway, wearing a suit that's just slightly out of fashion, moving just slightly wrong, and I'll ask them, in a voice that sounds like it's coming from deep water, for the cut from whatever year I stopped existing properly in. The fluorescent lights hum their tooth-aching frequency. 9 o'clock approaches. The bell will ring soon, that too-long note that announces visitors from between moments, and I'll be ready, clippers in hand, to continue the pattern, to add another message to the floor, to warn whoever comes after me about the things in the walls, the traps in time, the ways a place can eat you slowly while you're still walking around, still cutting hair, still pretending you're alive in all the ways that matter. The bell rings. He's here. And I don't know anymore if I'm the barber or the customer, the living or the caught, the one who cuts or the one being cut away, piece by piece, Tuesday by Tuesday, until there's nothing left but the pattern on the floor and a warning no one will heed. The clippers hum in my hand. The mirror shows my reflection, and behind it, others. So many others. All of us waiting for 9 o'clock. All of us requesting cuts from years that should be long over. All of us leaving messages that spell out truths too terrible to acknowledge in daylight. I raise the clippers. The hair begins to fall. And in its descent, I can already see the words it will form, the message it will leave, the warning that will go unheeded because warnings always do. Because some Tuesday night, someone will ignore the signs, stay late in the shop, answer the bell at 9 o'clock, and the pattern will continue, the walls will continue to fill, and whatever is in there, whatever has been there all along, will continue to feed on moments and souls and time itself. The hair falls, the letters form, and I read them while I still remember how to read, while I still remember I was once something other than this, something that existed in proper time, in proper space. The message tonight says, it's too late for us all, and somewhere in the walls, something ancient and patient and endlessly hungry shifts in its sleep, satisfied with another addition to its collection, another soul caught between heartbeats, another Tuesday night that will repeat forever in a town in Texas where the fluorescent lights hum and the shadows lean forward and the hair always, always spells the truth. I finish the cut. He stands. He leaves. And I wait for next Tuesday, when I'll do it all again. Or when someone will cut my hair while I sit in the chair too still, requesting something from a year that's already swallowed me whole. The bell rings one last time tonight. The sound hangs in the air, vibrating, refusing to fade. It never does anymore. Story 10. The first time I saw myself on the footage, I thought it was a timestamp error. 3 weeks into October, and the Alaskan taiga had already begun its transformation into something ancient and unforgiving. The spruce trees stood like sentinels in their winter skeletal forms, and the ground had hardened into a substance that rang hollow beneath my boots. I'd placed 12 trail cameras throughout a 40-square-mile territory, each one programmed to capture whatever moved through their invisible trigger zones. Lynx, mostly. Sometimes wolverines. Once, memorably, a young grizzly still fat with salmon before the long sleep. I'd been photographing wildlife in these remote stretches for 6 years, ever since the divorce freed me from the comfortable prison of suburban Colorado. The isolation suited me. The taiga asked nothing of me except patience and respect, and in return, it offered glimpses into a world that existed wholly apart from human concerns. Most nights I worked alone in my cabin, reviewing footage by the light of my laptop screen while the darkness pressed against the windows like something with weight and intention. That Tuesday night, the cabin smelled of coffee grounds and the mineral scent of approaching snow. I'd collected the SD cards from the western quadrant that morning, A 6-hour round trip on the ATV that left my spine aching and my face raw from wind. The footage loaded slowly, frame by frame, each clip a small window into the secret lives of creatures who moved through the world as though humans had never existed. Camera 7 had captured something unusual. The timestamp read 2:47 p.m., precisely when I'd been 20 miles northeast checking camera 3. But there, clear as anything I'd ever recorded, was a human figure moving through the frame. The silhouette walked with a familiar gait, shoulders slightly hunched against the cold. Wearing what looked exactly like my canvas jacket and wool hat, the figure moved from left to right across the screen, never turning toward the camera, never pausing. Just walking with purpose through terrain I knew intimately. I replayed it 7 times. The quality was grainy, the figure distant enough that facial features dissolved into shadow and pixel, but the walk was unmistakable. I'd seen myself enough in mirrors and occasional selfies to recognize the slightly pigeon-toed stride, the way my right arm swung wider than my left. A hunting accident from childhood had left me with limited rotation in that shoulder, a detail no stranger could replicate. I checked my notes. At 2:47 p.m., I'd been photographing fresh lynx scat near a creek bed, miles away. My GPS tracker confirmed it. I'd taken 3 photographs on my phone at 2:44, 2:51, and 2:53, all geotagged to a location that would have required a helicopter to reach from camera 7's position in that time frame. The rational explanations assembled themselves dutifully in my mind. Another photographer, coincidental similar build, tricks of light and distance. But the taiga was vast and unforgiving, and in 6 years, I'd never encountered another soul more than a mile from the main logging road. The camera sat 4 miles into trackless wilderness, in a location I'd chosen specifically because nothing and no one had any reason to be there. I made coffee I didn't drink, and watched the clip again. Over the next week, it happened 3 more times. Camera 4 at 11:23 a.m., while I was eating lunch at the cabin. Camera 9 at 4:15 p.m. during my afternoon supply run to Fairbanks. Camera 2 at dawn, when I was quite definitely asleep, proven by the sleep tracker on my watch that showed I hadn't stirred until 6:47 a.m. Each time, the same figure, the same walk, the same jacket and hat, always in the background, never approaching the camera directly, moving through the frame as though I were simply going about my daily routine in places I had never been. The worst part was the direction. The figure always moved toward the cabin. Not directly, the paths were oblique, tangential, but the overall trajectory was unmistakable. Whatever wore my shape was converging on the place I slept. I stopped reviewing footage at night. The darkness beyond the windows had begun to feel occupied, as though the spaces between the trees contained an audience I couldn't see, but could somehow feel. During the day, I checked and rechecked my trail cameras, examining each one for signs of tampering. The devices were intact, the mounting straps undisturbed, the lenses clear. I changed the locks on the cabin door and began sleeping with a flashlight beside the bed, though I couldn't have articulated what I planned to do if I actually needed it. By the 3rd week of October, I'd lost 11 pounds. Food had become an abstract concern, something I remembered to address only when dizziness forced the issue. Sleep arrived in fragments, broken by the conviction that something stood just outside the reach of my vision, matching my breathing, waiting for me to turn my head. Then came the night I made the mistake of reviewing the footage with the sound on. I'd been watching the clips muted, focusing on the visual evidence, cataloging each appearance in a spreadsheet that had begun to resemble a conspiracy theorist's obsession board. But that night, exhausted and frustrated, I forgot to mute the laptop. The clip from camera 11 loaded, and the speakers filled the cabin with the ambient soundscape of the taiga, wind moving through spruce branches, the distant cry of a raven, the subtle creak of ice forming on a nearby stream, and footsteps. Not just any footsteps, my footsteps. I recognized the slight drag of my left boot. The sole had worn unevenly, creating a distinctive scuff-shuffle rhythm I'd heard 10,000 times without conscious acknowledgement. The sound moved across the audio field from left to right, perfectly synchronized with the figure crossing the frame. The clip ended. The cabin fell silent except for the hard drive's mechanical whisper and the hammer of my pulse in my ears. I clicked to the next video. Camera 4, time-stamped 11:23 a.m. The figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The speakers emitted the same scuff-shuffle rhythm, growing louder as the silhouette moved closer to the camera's position, then fading as it passed beyond the motion sensor's range. I went through every clip, one after another, volume turned high enough that the sounds filled the cabin like a second presence. Every recording containing the figure also contained those footsteps. My footsteps. The audio signature was identical to recordings I'd made of myself walking near the cameras, testing their sensitivity. Same cadence, same subtle irregularity, same weight distribution. And then I heard them outside. Not immediately, not during the footage. But after I'd closed the laptop and sat in the darkness, trying to convince myself that audio could be faked, that someone was playing an elaborate prank, that there was a rational explanation I simply hadn't considered yet. That's when the sound began. Soft at first, barely distinguishable from the wind, but growing steadily clearer. The scuff-shuffle rhythm of my own damaged gait, circling the cabin. Not continuously. The pattern was irregular, unpredictable. 10 steps, then silence. 30 seconds of nothing, then 5 more steps from a different direction. I sat frozen at the table, laptop closed, flashlight heavy in my hand. The footsteps moved clockwise around the perimeter, pausing occasionally as though the walker were examining something, testing the windows, checking the door, learning the architecture of my refuge. The circle tightened. What had begun outside the tree line gradually moved closer, until the footsteps sounded like they were directly beneath the windows. I could hear the crunch of frozen ground, the displacement of gravel, every detail rendered with perfect clarity in the crystalline October air. I wanted to look. Every instinct screamed at me to go to the window, to shine the flashlight into the darkness and confirm what stood outside. But a deeper, older part of my brain kept me locked in place, certain with animal conviction that looking would be a mistake I couldn't unmake. The footsteps stopped directly outside the front door. I waited, flashlight gripped so hard my hand cramped. 5 minutes. 10. The silence stretched until I couldn't trust that I'd actually heard anything. Maybe exhaustion and isolation had finally cracked something essential in my mind. Maybe the taiga's vast indifference had worn away the boundaries between perception and imagination. I was almost ready to convince myself of this when the door handle turned. Just once. A slow, exploratory movement, testing the lock. The metal mechanism clicked softly, then nothing. The handle returned to its neutral position. The footsteps resumed, moving away from the door, back toward the tree line. The scuff-shuffle rhythm faded into the ambient sounds of the forest until I couldn't distinguish it from wind and settling branches. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I sat at the table with the laptop open, watching myself walk through the forest in places I'd never been, listening to the recording of my footsteps approach the camera positions from impossible directions. During the day, I worked with feverish energy, checking every camera, examining the footage with an attention that bordered on hallucinatory. At night, I waited for the footsteps to return. They always did. Never at the same time. Never following the same pattern. Sometimes they'd begin the moment I opened the laptop. Other times, they'd wait until I'd reviewed a dozen clips, lulling me into something like normalcy before starting their circuit. The correlation was undeniable. Whenever I watched footage of my doppelganger walking through the forest, something walked outside the cabin, recreating the sounds with perfect fidelity. I tried staying away from the laptop. For 3 nights, I left it closed, occupied myself with maintenance tasks, forced myself through the motions of normal life. The cabin remained silent except for natural sounds. No footsteps, no testing of the door handle. But on the 4th night, curiosity or compulsion, or simple human inability to leave a mystery unsolved, drove me back to the footage. Camera 8 had captured something new. The figure stood motionless in the center of the frame, facing directly toward the camera, not walking through, not passing by, just standing there, too distant for facial features but somehow conveying a quality of attention, of focus. The timestamp read 3:33 a.m., right down to the second, an hour I'd spent staring at the ceiling, sleep paralyzed by anxiety and exhaustion. I checked my GPS tracker. At 3:33 a.m., I'd been in bed, confirmed by the lack of movement in my tracking app's timeline. The figure in the footage stood perfectly still for exactly 3 minutes. Then, with movements that seemed almost curious in their precision, it raised one hand and waved directly at the camera. The gesture was slow, deliberate, unmistakably intentional. 5 waves, each one clear and distinct. Then the figure lowered its hand and walked out of frame, moving in the direction of the cabin. I closed the laptop. The footsteps began immediately. But this time, they didn't circle. They approached directly, moving through the forest with increasing speed. The scuff-shuffle rhythm accelerated until it didn't sound like walking anymore. It sounded like running, like something desperate or determined, closing the distance between the tree line and the cabin with terrible purpose. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the window before I could stop myself. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing around the cabin. Snow had begun to fall, tiny flakes that glittered in the light like suspended stars. The forest stood silent and empty. Nothing moved between the trees. But there, in the fresh snow, leading right up to the foundation of the cabin, a single set of footprints. They approached from the forest, crossed the clearing, and stopped directly beneath the window where I stood. The prints matched my boots exactly. Same size, same tread pattern, same uneven wear on the left sole that created that distinctive drag. I traced them with the flashlight beam, following their path back toward the tree line. They emerged from the forest in a straight line, purposeful and clear. But when I pointed the light deeper into the woods, trying to see where they originated, the beam revealed something that made my throat close and my vision narrow to a tunnel. More footprints. Dozens of them. All identical, all approaching from different directions, converging on the cabin like spokes on a wheel. Some were old, partially filled with snow. Others were fresh, clear-edged, recent enough that the compacted snow at their bottoms hadn't yet frozen solid. How long had this been happening? How many nights had something walked through the forest, approaching while I slept or worked, or convinced myself that isolation and exhaustion were playing tricks on my perception? I stepped back from the window, and that's when I noticed it. The footage was still playing. I'd closed the laptop, I was certain of it, but the screen glowed in the darkness, and from its speakers came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not recorded footsteps, live audio. The scuff-shuffle rhythm I knew so well, picked up by the microphone on camera 8, transmitted in real time to my laptop through the cellular uplink I used to check the cameras remotely. Something was at camera 8, right now, moving through the frame. I crossed the cabin in 3 steps and opened the laptop. The live feed from camera 8 showed exactly what I'd feared. A figure, my height and build, wearing my jacket and hat, standing in the same spot where it had waved at 3:33 a.m., staring directly at the camera, and as I watched, it began to walk. Not toward the cabin this time, toward the next camera position. Camera 7, 3 miles northeast, along a route that would take it past every remaining camera before eventually leading back to... The live feed from camera 7 activated automatically as the figure entered its detection zone. Then camera 6, then camera 5. Each screen populated in sequence as my doppelganger moved through the forest with mechanical precision, visiting each camera position, staring directly into each lens before moving to the next. The laptop's display split into multiple windows, a grid of live feeds showing the figure's progress through the network of cameras I'd spent months establishing. And with each new feed, the footsteps outside the cabin grew louder. Not closer. Louder. As though each camera the figure visited added another layer to the sound. Another instance of those footsteps playing simultaneously. The audio became a cacophony of identical rhythms, slightly out of sync, creating a stuttering, polyrhythmic nightmare that made it impossible to tell how many feet were actually moving outside the cabin. Camera 4 activated. The figure stood motionless, breath steaming in the cold, frost beginning to accumulate on the shoulders of that familiar jacket. It raised its hand again, Not waving this time, but pointing, directly at the camera, directly at me, through the camera, across the miles and the darkness. Then it tilted its head, that specific angle I unconsciously adopted when confused or curious, and began walking again. The screens multiplied. Every camera I'd placed in the taiga activated simultaneously, each one showing the same figure standing motionless, equidistant from the cabin, forming a perfect perimeter. 12 cameras, 12 feeds, 12 versions of myself, staring inward from the forest's edge. The footsteps outside had stopped. The silence was somehow worse than the sound. I stood in the center of the cabin, surrounded by screens showing 12 versions of myself watching from the darkness, and waited for whatever came next. On every screen, in perfect synchronization, the figures began to walk toward the cabin. I could hear them now, not through the laptop speakers, but through the walls themselves. Not one set of footsteps. 12. All moving at the same pace, all approaching from different directions, all carrying the same distinctive scuff-shuffle rhythm. The sound built and built until the cabin seemed to vibrate with it, until I couldn't distinguish individual steps from the collective rhythm. They were going to arrive together. All 12. All wearing my face and body, all moving with my gait, all converging on this single point where I stood frozen and helpless. The first one reached the tree line. I saw it on camera one's feed, the figure stepping out of frame, moving beyond the camera's field of view, too close now for the motion sensors to detect. The screen went dark. Then camera 2. Dark. 3. 4. 5. One by one, the screens went black as each figure moved past its corresponding camera, closing the final distance. The footsteps surrounded the cabin now, a wall of sound that made my chest tight and my thoughts scatter. 12 sets of feet, all wearing my boots, all approaching the walls from every angle. And then, like someone had thrown a switch, everything stopped. No footsteps, no movement. The remaining camera feeds showed empty forest, snow falling through the darkness, nothing moving in the frames. The only sound was my breathing, harsh and rapid in the sudden silence. I stood there for 5 minutes. 10. Waiting for something to crash through the door or smash through the windows, waiting for whatever came next in this nightmare that refused to follow comprehensible rules. Nothing happened. Eventually, shakily, I went to the door, unlocked it, opened it into the October night. The snow had intensified, falling thick and fast, already filling in the footprints that surrounded the cabin. In another hour, there would be no evidence that anything had walked here. The forest stood silent and ancient, utterly indifferent to my terror. I closed the door, locked it, went back to the laptop. All 12 cameras had resumed their normal function, motion sensors primed, night vision activated. The feeds showed nothing unusual, just forest and snow, and the vast empty taiga stretching away in all directions. I haven't reviewed any footage since that night. The SD cards sit in a drawer, still full of whatever they've recorded. The cameras remain active in the forest, triggering automatically, filling their memory with images I'll never see. But every night, around 2:47 a.m., I hear the footsteps begin their circuit of the cabin. They've become routine now, almost comforting in their predictability. A reminder that something in the taiga has learned my shape, my walk, my patterns. Something that knows where I sleep and work and breathe. Sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I wonder if I'm still the one inside the cabin. If somewhere along the way, during one of those sleep-deprived nights, or during a moment of distraction in the forest, something made the switch. If the thing that moved through my cameras has been me all along, and whatever sits here typing on this laptop, reviewing these empty feeds, waiting for footsteps that sound exactly like its own. If that thing is something else entirely. The footsteps outside have stopped. The silence feels expectant. Waiting. In a few hours, I'll need to check the cameras again. The eastern quadrant is due for maintenance. It's a 6-hour round trip, longer if the snow keeps falling. I'll leave at first light. I always do. It's what I'm supposed to do, what I've always done. And if I happen to see myself at one of the cameras, standing there in the forest, watching me approach with patient, terrible recognition, well, by now, that's almost routine too. The taiga takes care of its own, in its way. Even the copies, even the things that learn to walk like us, talk like us, live in the spaces we used to occupy, especially those. I think I hear something outside again, that familiar scuff-shuffle rhythm moving through the new snow. It's probably nothing. It's probably just me, going about my routine, checking the cameras like I'm supposed to. After all, someone has to. I just can't remember if that someone is supposed to be inside or outside right now. The door handle is turning. I should probably check what's come home. Goal. Story 11. The first time I noticed it, I convinced myself I'd simply misremembered. I'd been working at Bellingham and Associates for 3 weeks when they gave me the basement assignment. The partners needed someone to catalog their collection of architectural models, decades worth of proposals, competitions, and completed projects gathering dust in the storage level beneath their downtown Seattle office. As the newest intern, the task fell to me like a stone down a well. The basement smelled of old cardboard and something else, something organic I couldn't quite place. Cedar, maybe, or the ghost of wood glue that had seeped into the concrete over the years. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, their blue-white glow casting the miniature cityscapes in a surgical pallor that made them look more real than the city above us. I started with the models along the east wall, photographing each one, noting the project name, year, and current condition in a spreadsheet. Most dated back to the 80s and 90s, shopping centers that were never built, office complexes that lost funding, residential towers that fell victim to zoning disputes. But some had been realized, and I recognized them. The Cascade Financial Building, the renovated Pike Place Market annexes, even the modernist apartment complex where my roommate lived in Capitol Hill. The work was tedious but not unpleasant. I'd always loved architecture, the way buildings could reshape the flow of human lives, channeling thousands of daily decisions through their doors and corridors. These models were like frozen possibilities, parallel universes where different choices had been made. I found myself staying late, losing track of time as I moved through the miniature city. On my 4th evening there, I photographed a model of the Rainier Tower renovation from 2019. The building was distinctive, 70 stories of glass and steel with that peculiar tapered base that made it look like it might topple in a strong wind. The model was exquisite, detailed down to the tiny trees in the plaza and the articulated window blinds. I remembered the lights had been arranged in a specific pattern, forming a kind of diagonal slash across floors 12 through 18. I'd made a mental note of it because it resembled a scar. The next morning, when I returned to continue cataloging, the lights had changed. Now they formed a different pattern entirely, a cluster on the 30th floor, scattered points on the 45th, and a single illuminated window near the top. The diagonal slash was gone. I stood there for a long moment, my coffee growing cold in my hand. The model sat exactly where I'd left it on the work table. No one else had access to the basement. I had the only key, issued to me by the office manager with a warning to keep it locked. The partners were paranoid about corporate espionage, she'd said, though what secrets could be gleaned from decades-old architectural proposals I couldn't imagine. I told myself I'd been tired. The lighting down here played tricks on the eyes. I'd worked until nearly midnight and my brain had simply filed the image incorrectly. Memory was unreliable, wasn't it? Studies showed that every time you recalled something, you altered it slightly, like a photocopy of a photocopy. I'd read that somewhere. But that afternoon, during my lunch break, I walked past the actual Rainier Tower. I'd never paid much attention to it before, just another building in a city full of buildings. Now I found myself counting floors, tracking which windows glowed with interior light despite the gray autumn day. The pattern matched the model exactly. The cluster on the 30th floor, the scattered points on the 45th, the single bright window near the top, like an eye watching the street below. My hands went cold. The sandwich I'd bought tasted like wet cardboard. That night I went home and tried to forget about it. My apartment was in Fremont, a third-floor walk-up with a view of the Aurora Bridge. I made dinner, scrolled through my phone, watched half a movie I'd seen before. But my mind kept returning to that basement, to those miniature lights glowing in their new configuration. Coincidence, I told myself. Seattle had thousands of office workers turning lights on and off every day. Random patterns emerged from chaos. It meant nothing. I didn't sleep well. In my dreams, I walked through a city made of models, my footsteps echoing in empty plazas no larger than dinner plates. Tiny windows reflected my passing, and somewhere behind them, I sensed movement. Infinitesimal figures rearranging themselves to watch me pass. The next evening, I stayed late again. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know. I positioned my phone on a tripod, set it to record time-lapse video, and aimed it at 3 models I'd cataloged that day. The Cascade Financial Building, a mixed-use development in South Lake Union, and a modernist office complex in Pioneer Square. Then I turned off all the lights except for one distant fluorescent, locked the door, and went home. I barely made it through the next day at work. My actual assignments, redrafting floor plans, updating material specifications, felt distant and unimportant, like tasks from someone else's life. The partners noticed my distraction. One of them, a sharp-eyed woman named Patricia, asked if I was feeling well. I told her I was fine, just adjusting to the late nights. She studied me for a moment longer than comfortable, then nodded and turned back to her screen. At 6 o'clock, I descended to the basement. My hands shook as I unlocked the door. The models sat exactly as I'd left them. I rushed to my phone, fumbled it from the tripod, and pulled up the video. 8 hours of footage compressed into 2 minutes. I watched the timestamp tick forward, watched the unchanging models sit static and perfect under their perpetual fluorescent sun. Then, at 3:47 a.m., they changed. It happened in a single frame. One moment, darkness and stillness. The next, lights had shifted in all 3 models. In the Cascade Financial Building, a window on the 23rd floor went dark while 2 on the 31st floor illuminated. In the South Lake Union development, an entire section that had been lit now stood dark, while the ground floor retail spaces blazed with light that hadn't been there before. The Pioneer Square model showed the most dramatic change. What looked like every window on the east face now glowed, creating a wall of light that hadn't existed in the previous frame. I watched the frame over and over, searching for anything that might explain it. A trick of the camera, a glitch in the software, anything. But the change was absolute and undeniable. One frame to the next, the models had transformed themselves, or something had transformed them. I left the basement and walked through downtown Seattle in a daze. The November night was cold and damp, the kind of penetrating chill that sank into your bones and stayed there. I found myself moving from building to building, checking each one against my memory of its model. The Cascade Financial Building, 23rd floor dark, 31st floor lit, exactly as the model now showed. The South Lake Union development, ground floor retail blazing, upper residential floors mysteriously dim, and when I finally made it to Pioneer Square, though my legs ached and my clothes were soaked through from the mist, I stood and stared at that modernist complex with its entire east face illuminated like a beacon in the night. They matched, every single one. I called in sick the next day, then the day after that. I stayed in my apartment with the curtains drawn, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Buildings didn't rearrange themselves to match miniature models. Models didn't predict the future behavior of buildings. These were inanimate objects, governed by physics and the decisions of human beings who turned lights on and off without cosmic significance. There had to be an explanation. But late at night, as I lay in bed listening to the traffic on the bridge, another thought emerged. What if it wasn't prediction? What if it was something else entirely? On the 3rd day, Patricia called. Her voice on the phone was concerned but firm. The partners needed the basement catalog completed. I had responsibilities. Was I planning to return, or did they need to find someone else? I returned. The basement felt different now. The air seemed thicker, the shadows darker. Those miniature buildings watched me from their shelves and tables, their tiny windows reflecting the fluorescent lights like hundreds of eyes. I moved through the space slowly, cataloging with mechanical precision, trying not to think about what I was documenting. But I couldn't stop looking at them, couldn't stop noticing the patterns in their windows, the arrangements of their furniture visible through ground floor storefronts no bigger than my fingernail. And I couldn't stop seeing the changes, because they kept changing. Every morning when I arrived, models I'd cataloged the day before showed subtle alterations. A sofa moved from one side of a miniature lobby to another. A conference room table rotated 45 degrees. Cafe tables and chairs rearranged themselves in new configurations. And always, the lights shifted. New patterns, new clusters, new isolated beacons in the dark. I started documenting the changes obsessively, photographing the same models day after day, building a visual timeline of their transformations. My official catalog work slowed to a crawl. The spreadsheet remained half-finished, frozen at 127 out of 284 models, but my phone filled with comparison shots, time-stamped evidence of the impossible happening in this forgotten basement. And then I started checking the real buildings. It became a compulsion. Every evening, I walked through downtown Seattle, comparing reality to the models. I developed routes, efficient paths that took me past the maximum number of buildings in minimum time. I learned to read architecture in a new way, not as static structures, but as living things that breathed and shifted and rearranged their internal organs when no one was watching. They always matched. Always. A model would change overnight, and the next day, the actual building would reflect that change perfectly. Not just the lights, but everything. I watched building maintenance crews move furniture in the Cascade Financial Building lobby, repositioning the waiting area to match exactly what I'd photographed in the basement that morning. I saw office workers at the South Lake Union development spontaneously rearrange their conference room, shifting the table from its position against the north wall to the center of the room, precisely as the model now showed it. It was as if the models were instructions, and the city was following them. Or, and this thought came to me at 3 a.m. one sleepless night, as if the models were the real city, and the full-scale version was just a reflection, copying changes from its miniature original. I stopped going home, started sleeping in the office, on the couch in the break room upstairs. I told myself it was to save commute time, to focus on finishing the catalog. But the truth was, I couldn't bear to leave. I needed to understand what was happening, needed to catch whatever force was rearranging these miniatures in the dead of night. I set up more cameras, not just one, but 5, positioned at different angles, recording continuously. I scattered tiny objects around the models, paper clips, grains of rice, coins, creating a perimeter that would reveal any physical interference. I even spread a fine layer of dust on the work tables, thinking that any hand or tool that touched the models would leave traces. Every morning, the models had changed. Every morning, my scattered objects lay undisturbed, the dust unmarked by any passage. The cameras showed the same single-frame transformation at 3:47 a.m. exactly, as if the models existed in one state, and then in the space of a heartbeat, they existed in another, with no transition between. Patricia came down to check on me. I didn't hear her enter. I'd been staring at the Rainier Tower model, trying to decipher some meaning in the new pattern of lights that had appeared overnight. She spoke my name 3 times before I registered her presence. The concern in her face frightened me more than the changing models. It was the look someone gave to a stranger, to something that had stopped being quite human. She asked gentle questions about the catalog, about my health, about whether I was eating and sleeping. I answered mechanically, hearing my own voice from a distance. Yes, I was fine. Yes, I was making progress. Yes, I'd go home and rest soon. After she left, I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd showered, or changed my clothes, or eaten anything more substantial than vending machine crackers. The face that looked back at me from my phone's camera was hollow-eyed and strange, belonging to someone I didn't quite recognize. But I was close to understanding. I could feel it. The models weren't just changing randomly. There was a pattern, a sequence I almost grasped. Each night the alterations moved through the collection in a specific order, starting with the oldest models and progressing toward the newest. And the changes themselves weren't arbitrary. They followed certain rules, certain principles of architectural logic I was beginning to intuit, but couldn't quite articulate. It was like watching someone play an elaborate game, moving pieces on a board according to rules I hadn't learned. And the city above, the real city, the full-scale city, was the board itself, reconfiguring to match each move. But who was playing, and what were they playing for? I started finding notes in the margins of old architectural drawings stored with the models. Not many, just occasional penciled annotations in a crabbed handwriting I couldn't identify. They said things like window pattern revised and lobby configuration confirmed, and once, in a hand that looked shakier than the others, "The scale is wrong." The scale is wrong. I thought about that phrase obsessively. Wrong how? The models were built to standard architectural scales, 1 to 100, 1 to 50, sometimes 1 to 200 for larger projects. The measurements were accurate, verified against the original plans. So what scale was wrong? Unless it wasn't about measurement, unless it was about ontology, about which version of the building was the original and which was the copy. What if the models weren't small, but the full-scale buildings were grotesquely, impossibly large? What if we'd gotten it backwards, and the true architecture existed here, in this basement, while the city above was merely an enormous, inefficient duplication? I laughed when that thought occurred to me. A high, thin sound that echoed off the concrete walls and frightened me into silence. That night, or morning, I'd lost track. I pulled every model off the shelves and arranged them on the floor, creating a miniature version of Seattle laid out in proper geographic relationship. North to south, east to west, I positioned each building where it would stand in the actual city. It took hours. My back ached. My eyes burned. But when I finished, I stood on a chair and looked down at what I'd created. It was beautiful. A complete city rendered in miniature. Every structure in its place. Every street and plaza and park represented by the gap between models. The fluorescent lights overhead became the sun, and the shadows cast by the little buildings were shadows cast by real towers, just smaller, more honest, more true. And as I watched, one of the models changed. Not overnight this time, not in a single frame of video, but slowly, visibly, in real time. A model of a residential tower in Belltown. I watched its lights shift, one by one, like someone moving through the building room by room, turning switches on and off. The process took almost 10 minutes. I stood frozen on my chair, afraid that any movement might interrupt whatever I was witnessing. When it finished, the light pattern spelled something, or seemed to. I couldn't quite make it out from my angle, so I climbed down carefully and walked around the miniature city, viewing the Belltown Tower from different perspectives. From the south, the pattern looked random. From the north, just scattered points. But from the east, looking at the model from exactly the right angle, the illuminated windows formed letters. Look up. My breath stopped. I turned slowly, raising my eyes from the miniature city on the floor to the basement ceiling above me. Concrete and pipes and fluorescent fixtures. Nothing else. Nothing unusual. But then I understood. They didn't mean look up at the ceiling. They meant look up from the models. Look up to the city itself. The full-scale version. The enormous duplicate that sprawled across Seattle's hills and waterfront. I ran, up the stairs, through the darkened office, out onto the street. November dawn was breaking, gray and cold. I ran toward Belltown, my lungs burning, my legs weak from days of basement confinement. I ran until I stood in front of that residential tower, craning my neck back to see its full height disappearing into the low clouds. And there, exactly as the model had shown, the light pattern in its windows spelled the same message. Look up. But I was looking up. I was staring directly at the message. What more could I? Then I understood the scale that was wrong. What if there was another level, another layer above this one? What if the city I stood in, the real Seattle with its full-scale buildings and its human inhabitants going about their enormous lives, was itself a model, a miniature recreation of something even larger, something so vast that our entire world was just a detail in its architecture. And somewhere above us, in a basement we couldn't perceive, someone was cataloging models of our reality. Watching as buildings changed overnight, documenting the mysterious patterns as they emerged, questioning their sanity as they realized the models were affecting the full-scale city, our world, our reality, rearranging us like furniture, repositioning us like lights and windows, playing some game according to rules that existed on a scale we couldn't fathom. I stood in the street as the morning traffic began to move around me. People walked past on their way to work, their faces illuminated by phone screens, unaware that they might be miniatures themselves, scale models in someone else's catalog. The city rose around me, and I understood that I would never know how many levels up it went, how many basements stacked on top of basements, how many catalogers documenting the mysterious changes in their architectural collections, all of us watching the patterns shift and wondering what they meant. The partners let me go a week later. Patricia delivered the news with genuine kindness, explaining that the basement work had been too much for me, that I needed rest and recovery, that they understood. They'd have someone else finish the catalog. I was not to return to the basement. I was not to return to the office at all. I wanted to warn them, wanted to explain that finishing the catalog wouldn't matter, that understanding the models was impossible because we were the models. We had always been the models, and somewhere above us in a scale we couldn't perceive, someone was watching our lights shift in the dark, trying to decode our patterns, going slowly mad in a basement none of us would ever see. But I didn't. I just nodded and took my things and left. Now I work at a different firm, across town. I don't go near architectural models anymore. I don't stay late. I don't walk through downtown cataloging light patterns or furniture arrangements. I've learned to look away, to ignore the changes, to pretend that buildings are static things that stay the way they're built. But sometimes, late at night, I feel the shift, that single frame transformation, that impossible change that happens too fast to perceive, but leaves everything different. And I wonder if somewhere above me, in a basement the size of the sky, someone is taking photographs, building a spreadsheet, documenting the mysterious rearrangements that happen every night at 3:47 a.m. in a world too large for them to fully comprehend. And I wonder if they've noticed yet that the patterns are spelling something, that the lights in our windows, the positions of our furniture, the arrangements of our lives are forming letters, when viewed from exactly the right angle, on exactly the right scale. I wonder what message we're trying to send, and whether anyone up there is listening, or if they're too busy questioning their own sanity, too distracted by their own catalog of changes, to notice that they're being watched from below. Because the scale is wrong. It's always been wrong. And there's no bottom to this particular basement. We just keep going down. Story 12. The water level was wrong again. I noticed it during my 3 a.m. rounds, when the aquarium hummed with the machinery of artificial life, and the building settled into its bones. The main tank, that cathedral of blue holding 200,000 gallons, should have been precisely 7 inches below the observation deck rail. Company policy, insurance requirements, physics. But there it was, lapping at the metal edge, leaving salt residue in patterns that looked almost deliberate. I'd worked at the Clearwater Marine Observatory for 6 years, long enough to know every pump cycle, every filtration rhythm, every predictable throb of this place, long enough to become invisible. The day shift kids with their marine biology degrees never learned my name, just called me when the toilets backed up or when someone needed the vomit cleaned from the touch tank area. That was fine. I preferred the night shift anyway, when the tourists went home and the animals stopped performing. But the water level, that wasn't fine. I pulled out my phone, 12:47 a.m., not 3 like I'd thought, and made a note. The digital clipboard the new manager insisted we use felt wrong in my calloused hands, but I logged it. Main tank 7 inches above normal. Check pumps. The pump room door resisted when I turned the handle, the metal cold enough to sting. Inside, everything looked normal. The industrial machinery thrummed its eternal song, pressure gauges reading exactly what they should. I checked the overflow drains, the backup systems, even the ancient manual controls that nobody had touched in a decade. Nothing. Everything functioning perfectly while 200,000 gallons of salt water quietly disobeyed every law that should have governed it. A sound made me turn. Not loud, just wrong. A wet slap against glass, too heavy to be fish. Through the pump room's portal window, I could see into the main tank. The underwater lights created a twilight world of drifting particles and shadow. For a moment, I saw nothing unusual. Then something pale tumbled past the window, rotating slowly in the current. My flashlight beam caught it through the murky water. A key ring, old brass, green with corrosion, 3 keys attached. It shouldn't have been in the tank. Nothing should have been in the tank except water, fish, and the carefully maintained reef structure. The keys drifted to the bottom, settling in the sand near the observation tunnel entrance. I found myself walking toward the main gallery without deciding to, my rubber boots squeaking on the polished concrete. The enormous tank dominated the space, a wall of water 3 stories high. During the day, hundreds of people pressed against the glass here, watching rays glide past and reef sharks circle their eternal territory. Now, my reflection stared back at me from the dark glass, alone. The keys gleamed in the sand below, easily visible from the surface. But there was something else now. A dark rectangle, half buried near a formation of staghorn coral. I pressed my face against the glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the reflection. A wallet, black leather, bloated with water. My hand went to my back pocket. Empty. The wallet I'd carried for 15 years, with my license and the photo of my father, was somewhere in my apartment. Had to be. I'd had it yesterday when I bought coffee at the gas station. The woman behind the counter had smiled at me, and I'd noticed her name tag said Jennifer, and I'd thought that was a nice name, normal and safe. But I couldn't actually remember putting the wallet back in my pocket. The observation tunnel entrance was locked after hours, but I had the master key. I told myself I was following protocol, investigating contamination in the tank. Foreign objects posed a risk to the animals. That's what I told myself as I descended the stairs, as I unlocked the door, as I stepped into the acrylic tunnel that ran through the tank's center. Water surrounded me on all sides, pressing against the curved walls with incomprehensible weight. Fish drifted past, unbothered by my presence. A sea turtle glided overhead, ancient and indifferent. The underwater lights created moving patterns on the tunnel floor, caustics that looked like reaching hands. I walked toward where I'd seen the wallet, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. The keys were there, settled in the sand just outside the tunnel. I knelt, pressing my palm against the acrylic. Up close, I could see the key ring clearly. It was mine. The brass anchor charm my father had given me. The spare house key I'd lost last month. The mailbox key I'd been meaning to replace. They shouldn't have been in the water. I hadn't been diving. I hadn't even been near the tank except for the routine cleaning yesterday afternoon. And I'd checked my pockets before the shift ended. I was sure of it. I had to have been. The wallet lay about 10 feet away, partially covered in sand. From this angle, I could see a corner of laminated plastic protruding from it. A driver's license. Even through the murky water and the acrylic wall in the distance, I could make out the photo. My photo. Current. From the license I'd renewed 3 months ago. My phone buzzed. A reminder, check East Wing bathrooms. I looked at the time. 1:15 a.m. I'd been in the tunnel for, how long? 5 minutes? 10? The timestamp on my last note said 12:47. That couldn't be right. I'd made that note, then checked the pumps, then walked to the main gallery, then come down here. That was at least 30 minutes, maybe more. When I looked back at the tank, there was something else in the sand. A piece of paper, weighted down with a rock. No, not a rock, a phone. Black case, cracked screen. The paper had unfurled slightly in the current, and I could see markings on it, lines, a map. I should have called someone. The day manager, the security company, even the police. Instead, I left the tunnel and went to the equipment locker, where we kept the diving gear for the tank maintenance crew. I told myself I was retrieving contaminated items, protecting the animals, doing my job. The wetsuit was cold and tight. I'd never used the diving equipment before. That was for the trained staff, the ones with certifications. But I'd watched them often enough. Tank on back, regulator in mouth, mask sealed. The buddy system didn't apply when you were alone at 1 a.m. in a locked building, when you needed to understand why your possessions were appearing in water, when the world had started following rules you didn't recognize. The tank access ladder was behind the coral backdrop, hidden from public view. I climbed it in the dark, my breathing loud in the regulator. At the top, the water stretched out before me, black and infinite despite the lights. The surface was perfectly still, which was wrong. The filtration system should have created ripples, motion, life. I descended slowly, the weight belt pulling me down. The water temperature shocked my exposed face, colder than it should have been. Our marine veterinarian kept the tank at exactly 75 degrees. This felt like 60, maybe less. I could see my breath bubbling upward in silver streams. The keys found me before I found them. They drifted into my field of vision as if carried by an intentional current, tangling briefly in the hose of my regulator before I grabbed them. The brass was ice cold, even through my neoprene gloves. I shoved them into the pocket of my wetsuit and continued down. The wallet lay in a small depression in the sand, creating a perfect rectangle shadow. I didn't want to touch it. Every instinct screamed at me to surface, to get out, to leave this place and never come back. But I reached for it anyway, my gloved hand moving through the water in slow motion. The leather was slick, heavy with water. I opened it carefully, fighting against the current that seemed to want to pull it away from me. My license was there, my credit card, even the $20 bill I'd folded behind my insurance card for emergencies. Everything was wrong. Everything was exactly right. I looked up through the water toward the surface. The lights created a rippling ceiling, a barrier between this world and the one above. Something moved up there, a shadow passing across the light. For a moment, I thought it was one of the rays, but it was too large, too deliberate in its movement. The phone and map lay just ahead, partially buried. I swam toward them, my fins stirring up clouds of sand. The phone was dead, of course, its screen showing water damage beneath the cracks. But when I picked it up, I felt the weight of it, the familiar shape. My phone was in my pocket. I could feel it there. But this was also my phone, with the same crack from when I dropped it in the parking lot, the same faded case. The map had been drawn on waterproof paper, the kind sailors used. The ink hadn't run, and I could see it clearly in the beam of my dive light. It showed a coastline I didn't recognize, all jagged inlets and unnamed islands. There was an X marked in red on one of the islands, and next to it, a date written in precise handwriting, November 7th, 2025. 2 days from now. I'd been checking the calendar obsessively lately, counting down to something I couldn't remember. The date felt significant, heavy with meaning that stayed just out of reach. November 7th. That was important. That was when something would happen, or had happened, or was supposed to happen. The current shifted. All around me the water began to move, not with the artificial flow of pumps and filters, but with something else. A rhythm. A pulse. I'd spent enough time in the ocean to recognize tidal movement, the ancient pull of the moon against water. But we were in a tank, in a building, miles from the sea. The fish were acting strange. They'd gathered at the far end of the tank, schooling together in a tight formation, all facing the same direction, toward me, watching. I needed to surface. My air gauge showed half a tank, more than enough, but suddenly I couldn't get enough oxygen. Each breath felt thin, inadequate. I started up, fighting against the weight belt, against the water that seemed thicker now, resistant. Something grabbed my fin. Not grabbed, snagged. I twisted around, shining my light down. My fin had caught on a piece of coral, that was all. just coral. The red glow in my peripheral vision was just a reflection, just the emergency lighting, just my imagination creating threats from nothing. I freed myself and kicked toward the surface too fast, violating every rule of safe diving. The bends were a risk, but staying down there was worse. The water fought me the entire way, or maybe I was fighting it, or maybe there was no difference anymore. I broke the surface, gasping, ripping the regulator from my mouth. The air in the building tasted wrong, too metallic, too cold. The observation deck was empty. The walls were the same. Everything was exactly as it should have been, except for the man standing by the gallery entrance. He wore the same uniform I wore, the same boots, the same water-stained jacket with the aquarium logo. His face was in shadow, but I could see enough to know. I shouted something, but my voice came out wrong, distorted. He didn't react, didn't move, just stood there, watching me thrash in the water. I swam to the ladder, hauled myself up with muscles screaming from exertion and cold. By the time I dragged myself onto the deck, shaking and dripping, the gallery was empty. The entrance showed only darkness beyond. My phone, my real phone, the one that should have been in my pocket, was still there. I pulled it out with trembling hands. 1:47 a.m. The last hour had compressed, folded in on itself, or I'd lost time. Or time didn't mean what I thought it meant anymore. I called the day manager. It rang 5 times before going to voicemail. I called the security company. Same. I called 911, and a calm voice asked me about my emergency, and I opened my mouth to explain, and realized I had nothing to say that wouldn't sound like madness. I hung up. The items I'd retrieved from the tank lay on the deck beside me, slowly forming puddles. The keys, the wallet, the phone, the map. All mine. All impossible. I spread the map out, studying the coastline in the harsh fluorescent light. There was something familiar about it, something that tugged at the edges of memory. I pulled out my phone and searched for similar coastlines, fingers clumsy on the wet screen. The results made me stop breathing. The coastline matched, almost exactly, the barrier islands off the Florida coast. But not as they were now, as they'd been before. Before the hurricane of 1935, before the developments, before the dredging and the seawalls and the transformation of Wild Shore into tourist destination. Before everything, or after something that hadn't happened yet. I looked at the date on the map again. November 7th. I'd known something was happening that day, something important, but now the memory came into focus like a photograph developing. The forecast. The hurricane. Category 5, they were saying. Unprecedented strength. Expected landfall November 7th. Along the central Florida coast. Expected landfall here. The aquarium had evacuation protocols. I'd read them during orientation, forgotten them immediately. But I remembered now that we were supposed to leave, supposed to secure the facility and get inland, supposed to abandon this place to the storm. Except I'd seen the forecast. I checked it every morning. There was no hurricane. The weather service showed clear skies for the next week. Perfect beach weather. Nothing but sunshine and light wind. My hands were shaking badly now. I pulled up the weather service website on my phone, waited for it to load. The forecast showed exactly what I remembered. Clear skies, temperatures in the low 80s, gentle southeast breeze. I refreshed the page. The forecast changed. Now it showed a tropical system forming in the Caribbean, expected to strengthen rapidly, track uncertain but potentially threatening the Gulf Coast. I refreshed again. Category 5. Hurricane. Landfall. November 7th. Evacuations mandatory. Again. Clear skies. Again. The page wouldn't load, just showed a spinning wheel, forever loading, forever promising information that never came. The water level in the tank had dropped. I could see the mark on the glass where it had been, now a full foot above the current surface. In the space of minutes, 200,000 gallons had gone somewhere, had followed rules that had nothing to do with pumps or drains or physical law. I knew then why the tank mirrored the tides. The aquarium was built on reclaimed land, on what had once been shallow seabed, on ground that the ocean had never really relinquished. Every 6 hours, the ancient rhythm reasserted itself, pulling the water in the tank into alignment with the sea beyond our walls. The building had always known what it really was, even if we'd tried to forget. And the objects in the water, my objects, they were appearing at low tide, washing in from somewhere else, somewhere I would be, or had been, or was right now in a version of this moment that existed alongside this one. The map showed where. The date showed when. 2 days from now, when the storm arrived, or didn't arrive, or existed in a state between arriving and not arriving, I would be there, on that unnamed island, on that ancient coastline that refused to acknowledge the present. I looked up at the observation deck rail, at the water stain showing where the tank had been full. The pattern in the salt deposits wasn't random. I'd thought it was, but now I could see the shape of it, the deliberate marking. Letters, crude but readable, written in mineral residue by something that understood what salt and water and time could spell. Come back. My radio crackled, making me jump. Static mostly, but underneath it, something else. A voice. My voice, distorted by water and distance and impossible propagation, saying words I couldn't quite make out. The radio shouldn't have worked down here, shouldn't have reached anything, shouldn't have carried any signal at all. I dropped it. The device clattered across the deck, sliding to a stop against the tank wall. The voice continued, patient and insistent, speaking from the speaker about something that mattered desperately, but remained just beyond understanding. The man in my uniform was standing at the observation tunnel entrance now. I could see him through the glass, looking up at me from inside the tank. Water surrounded him completely, pressed against him from all sides, but he wasn't drowning. He was breathing it, living in it, belonging to it in a way that made the boundary between body and ocean meaningless. He raised one hand, not waving, beckoning. I gathered the objects I'd retrieved, my keys, my wallet, my phone, my map, and shoved them into my jacket pockets. They were heavier than they should have been, weighted with water that wouldn't drain, that had come from somewhere else and couldn't return. The main entrance was locked. I hadn't locked it. I always left it open during my shift in case of emergency, in case I needed to leave quickly. But now the deadbolt was engaged, the backup lock set, the emergency exit bar disabled. I pushed against it anyway, threw my shoulder against the metal, but it wouldn't budge. All the exits were the same. Every door, every emergency exit, every window, locked from the outside, sealed, containing. I returned to the main gallery, to the tank that now showed water at normal levels again, as if the tides had completed their cycle. The man was gone from the observation tunnel. The fish had resumed their normal patterns, circling and hunting, and existing without concern for the impossibilities surrounding them. My reflection in the glass showed someone I almost recognized. Same face, same uniform, same building. But the eyes were different now, holding knowledge that made the space behind them dangerous to inhabit. The tank would rise again in 6 hours, when the tide outside, miles away but somehow connected, reached its peak. More objects would appear in the water, more pieces of a life I was living in another version of this moment. Maybe a shoe, maybe a jacket, maybe something that would finally explain what November 7th meant, what waited for me on that island, why I was sending myself messages through water and time. I settled onto the bench facing the tank, the one where tourists sat during the day to watch the feeding shows. From here, I could see everything. The water, the reflection, the doors I couldn't open, the clock advancing minute by minute toward 2 a.m., toward morning, toward November 7th. The water was still now, waiting. I was waiting too, though I couldn't say for what. For the tide to rise again, for more objects to appear, for the storm that did and didn't exist, for understanding that remained just out of reach, like trying to read a map through murky water, like trying to remember the future. Outside, I knew the ocean was pulling away from the shore, exposing sand that hadn't seen air in decades, revealing the shapes of old foundations and the bones of earlier buildings that had tried and failed to hold back the sea. The tide would return. It always did. And when it came back, it would bring things with it. Things that belonged to me. Things I hadn't lost yet, but would. I pulled out the map and studied the coastline by the emergency lighting. November 7th, 2 days from now. The storm would come, or I would go, or the difference between those things would cease to matter. The aquarium would flood or had flooded or was flooding. The water rising past the observation deck, past the offices, past the roof, returning everything to the sea from which it had been borrowed. The man in the water was me. The objects in the tank were mine. The messages written in salt and distance and desperation were warnings or invitations or both. I had 2 days to decide if I would heed them. The water level began to rise again, ahead of schedule, pulled by tides that knew nothing of clocks or calendars, or the thin membrane between what was and what would be. I watched it climb, inch by inch, approaching the rail, carrying with it new objects I couldn't yet see but knew were coming. Outside, the ocean breathed. Inside, the tank breathed with it. And I sat between them, watching, waiting, understanding finally that the question wasn't whether I would go to that island on November 7th. The question was whether I was already there. Story 13. The city never truly sleeps, but it dreams, and sometimes those dreams bleed through cracks in the concrete. I learned this filming location footage for indie productions, wandering New York's forgotten spaces with my camera like a digital age spelunker. The abandoned subway platforms were my specialty. Those liminal zones where the city's bright veneer peeled away to reveal something older, something that remembered when gas lamps flickered in the tunnels and horses still pulled carriages above. Grand Central Terminal had always been a maze to me, even after a dozen shoots in its gilded halls. But the real labyrinth lay beneath, in the network of service tunnels, defunct platforms, and sealed passageways that riddled the bedrock like wormholes in reality itself. I'd heard rumors of Track 61, the secret platform built for presidents, but what I discovered that October evening existed on no map, official or otherwise. The access point was almost embarrassingly mundane. A maintenance door near the Oyster Bar, unmarked except for a faded, authorized personnel-only sign that looked as though it had been printed during the Eisenhower administration. The lock had been broken for years, judging by the rust patterns, though curiously there were no graffiti tags, no evidence of urban explorers or the homeless seeking shelter. The door simply existed, ignored, as if the city itself had forgotten it was there. My LED panel cut through the darkness beyond, revealing concrete steps slick with decades of seepage. The air tasted of rust and something else, something mineral and cold that made my sinuses ache. I counted 43 steps down before the stairwell opened onto the platform. It was wrong immediately, though I couldn't articulate why. The platform was too clean, too intact for something genuinely abandoned. No debris cluttered the edges. No rats scurried from my light. The tiles along the walls, white with a thin navy border, looked freshly grouted, yet the architectural style screamed 1920s. Electric sconces lined the walls, their fixtures dark but unstained by water damage or vandalism. The tracks gleamed dully in my light, and when I crouched to examine them, I found them free of the rust that should have claimed them decades ago. I should have left then. Every instinct honed by years of filming in New York's forgotten corners screamed at me to climb those stairs and forget I'd ever found this place. But I was already framing shots in my mind, imagining how the ambient sound would layer with the footage, the distant rumble of active trains bleeding through the earth, the drip of condensation, the peculiar acoustic deadness of sealed spaces. I set up my tripod at the platform's edge and began filming. The LED light created harsh shadows that danced as I panned slowly across the empty space. Through the viewfinder, the platform looked even stranger, the camera's eye-catching details my naked vision had missed. There were benches, the kind with ornate iron armrests, positioned at precise intervals. A newspaper stand stood at the far end, its metal framework intact, but its papers long gone. Even stranger, a large clock hung above where the tunnel entrance yawned into darkness, its hands frozen at 11:47. I filmed for 20 minutes, methodically documenting every angle, every architectural detail. The footage would be gold for any production needing that eerie, timeless quality. But as I packed up my gear, I noticed my watch. 11:38. I'd been down here longer than I'd thought. The last train I could reasonably catch would leave the active platforms in less than an hour, and I had no intention of navigating the terminal's labyrinthine depths after midnight. That's when I heard it. A vibration more felt than heard at first, transmitted through the platform's concrete directly into my bones. Then came the sound itself, the distinctive rumble and squeal of an approaching train. Impossible. This platform was abandoned, the tracks almost certainly disconnected from the active system. Yet the sound grew louder, accompanied by a change in air pressure that made my ears pop. A faint breeze stirred from the tunnel, carrying that same mineral smell, but stronger now, almost metallic, like blood or old pennies. I grabbed my camera from the tripod, some documentary instinct overriding self-preservation. If a train really was coming through here, if this platform was somehow still in use despite all appearances, I needed footage. My finger found the record button just as light began to glow from the tunnel's depths. The train that emerged was from another era, not vintage in the restored museum piece sense, but genuinely old. An artifact from the early 20th century, its metal body painted in a cream and burgundy scheme I'd only seen in archival photographs. The windows glowed with warm, gaslight quality illumination, and as the train slowed, impossibly, inexplicably slowed, I raised my camera to film. That's when I saw myself. In every window, in every one of the train's dozen or so cars, my reflection stared back at me. Not the reflection I should have seen, me in my black jacket and jeans, camera in hand, but versions of me wearing different clothes. One wore a suit I didn't recognize, dark and formal with a thin tie. Another had on a leather jacket I'd never owned, collar popped against unseen wind. A third wore what looked like the flannel shirt I'd lost 3 years ago, the one I'd always assumed had been stolen from a laundromat. The train stopped perfectly aligned with the platform, and for a moment that stretched like taffy, I stared at these impossible reflections. They moved when I moved, but not quite synchronously. There was a delay, or perhaps they anticipated my movements. The me in the suit raised a hand to the glass, palm pressed flat, and I felt my own hand twitch upward in unconscious mimicry before I jerked it down. No one boarded, no one disembarked. The doors never opened. The train simply sat there, idling with a mechanical patience while I filmed and tried to control my breathing. Through the viewfinder, the scene looked even more surreal, the camera's digital eye making the gaslight flicker in ways that hurt to watch. Then, as smoothly as it had arrived, the train began to move. The reflections, my reflections, turned their heads in unison to watch me as they passed, and I felt the weight of those gazes like physical pressure against my chest. The last car slipped into the far tunnel, and the platform returned to silence so complete, it felt like violence. I packed up in a frenzy, nearly dropping the tripod in my haste. The footage. I needed to review the footage, confirm I hadn't hallucinated the whole thing, that the isolation and strange atmosphere hadn't triggered some kind of episode. I'd been under stress lately, working long hours, sleeping poorly. Maybe this was my mind's way of telling me I needed a break. But when I reached the maintenance door and climbed those 43 steps back to the terminal proper, I found my watch read 11:39. Only 1 minute had passed. 1 minute for what had felt like half an hour of filming and the 5 minutes I'd spent watching the train. I told myself I'd miscounted time, that the isolation had distorted my perception. I rode the subway home like a man underwater, hyper-aware of my reflection in the darkened windows, watching for any discrepancy in my clothes, any sign that what I'd seen was bleeding into the waking world. The footage was waiting when I got home, my camera's memory card full of what I'd captured. I queued it up on my editing monitor, a glass of whiskey in hand that I didn't remember pouring, and pressed play. The platform looked exactly as I remembered. The pristine tiles, the frozen clock, the benches arranged with geometric precision. My camera work was steady, professional, panning across the space with the smooth glide that came from years of practice. The timestamp in the corner confirmed I'd started recording at 11:38 p.m. Then came the vibration, visible in the slight shake of the frame, the light growing from the tunnel, the train emerging in all its anachronistic glory, cream and burgundy paint gleaming wetly under my LED. But the windows were dark, empty. The train was there in the footage. I could see it clearly, could count the cars, could make out details of the exterior I hadn't consciously registered while filming. But no light glowed from within, no reflection stared back, just dark windows reflecting nothing, like the blind eyes of something that had never lived. I watched the footage 3 times, then 3 more, searching for any sign of what I'd seen. The timestamp showed the train arriving and departing across a span of 22 seconds. 22 seconds that had felt like an eternity while I'd lived them. The rational part of my brain, the part that had kept me employed and functional through years in a competitive industry, insisted I'd experienced some kind of hallucination. Stress-induced, perhaps, or triggered by the platform's isolation and eerie preservation. The footage was real. The train was real. But my perception of glowing windows and impossible reflections was a construct of my exhausted mind. But there was another possibility, one that squirmed in my thoughts like something alive. What if the camera couldn't see what I'd seen, because what I'd seen wasn't meant to be recorded? What if there were things that existed in the spaces between documentary and experience, visible only to the naked eye in moments of transition? I didn't go back for 3 days. I worked other jobs, filmed other locations, and tried to convince myself that curiosity wasn't an itch burning under my skin. But on the 4th night, I found myself at Grand Central again, drawn by a compulsion I didn't fully understand. The maintenance door was exactly where I'd left it, still unmarked, still ignored by the thousands of commuters flowing through the terminal above. This time I brought 2 cameras, one on a tripod, one handheld. If something was visible only to direct observation, I wanted to document the discrepancy itself, the scientific method applied to the paranormal, or the psychological, or whatever the hell this was. I reached the platform at 11:30, giving myself time to set up. Both cameras were recording when the vibration started at 11:47. The same time the frozen clock above had stopped, I realized. The train emerged on schedule, if schedule was the right word for something that shouldn't exist. This time, the reflections were worse. The me in the suit was joined by others. Me in a hospital gown, me in clothes I recognized from college, me in a security guard's uniform I'd never worn. They crowded the windows, pressing against the glass, and their mouths were moving, speaking or screaming. I couldn't tell which. The me in the hospital gown had bandages on his wrists, dark stains seeping through. I forced myself to keep filming with the handheld camera, documenting what my eyes saw even as my hands shook. The train idled for longer this time, a full minute by my count, though my watch would later tell me only 20 seconds had passed. One of the reflections, the one in the college hoodie I'd loved so much I'd worn it to threads, pressed something against the window. A piece of paper maybe, or a photograph. I couldn't make out the details before the train began moving again. When I reviewed the footage later, back in the supposed safety of my apartment, the handheld camera showed the same thing as before. An empty train, dark windows, 22 seconds of mundane impossibility. But the audio was different. Beneath the rumble of wheels on rails and the electric hum of machinery, there was another sound, rhythmic and persistent, like someone tapping on glass, or many someones, tapping in desperate synchronization. I should have stopped. Any sane person would have walked away, chalked the experience up to an undiagnosed condition, maybe checked myself in for evaluation. But insanity and obsession wear the same face in the mirror, and I'd stopped being able to tell them apart. I began visiting the platform every night, always arriving by 11:30, always staying to witness the midnight train. Each visit brought new reflections, new versions of myself in circumstances I couldn't place. Me in a tuxedo, standing as if at an altar. Me in rain-soaked clothes, hair plastered to my skull. Me in a tank top and shorts, skin reddened by sun I didn't remember. The reflections were memories, I decided, or possibilities. Alternate versions of myself spawned by choices made or unmade, paths taken or abandoned, The theory should have comforted me. It implied order, a logic to the phenomenon even if it defied conventional reality. But the reflections were changing in ways that suggested something more sinister. They were getting older, I realized during my 7th visit, not dramatically, but noticeably. Hairline receding, lines deepening around eyes and mouth, a weight settling into features that made them heavier, more burdened. And they were all staring at me now, no longer simply mirroring my movements. Every version of myself in every window had turned to face the platform, and their expressions were identical, pleading and terrified and sorry, so desperately sorry for something I didn't understand. On the 9th night, one of the reflections mouthed words I could lip-read. "Don't get on." But I hadn't been planning to get on. The doors never opened. The train was a closed system, a loop of possibility or memory or damnation that I was only meant to witness. Wasn't it? That's when I noticed the platform had changed. Subtle alterations that accumulated like sediment. A crack in one of the tiles near my usual spot. A burned-out sconce I didn't remember being dark before. A smell of ozone that hadn't been present on earlier visits. The clock above the tunnel still read 11:47, but now I understood it wasn't showing when the clock had stopped. It was showing when something was scheduled to arrive. On the 11th night, I brought a notebook and started documenting the reflections systematically, sketching what each version of myself wore, noting their expressions and positions in the train. The patterns emerged slowly. The versions in formal wear appeared in the forward cars, while those in casual clothes clustered toward the rear. The me in the hospital gown was always in the middle car, 5th window from the front, and his mouth never stopped moving in silent speech I couldn't decipher. I was so focused on cataloging that I almost missed when one of the reflections changed position. The me in the leather jacket, who'd always been in the 3rd car, was suddenly in the 2nd, then the 1st. Then he was standing right at the door, hand pressed against the glass, breath fogging it in rhythmic clouds despite the fact that breath couldn't fog glass from the inside of a reflection. The train departed as always, but this time I saw something that made my blood crystallize in my veins. One of the windows in the last car showed an empty space where a reflection should have been. A gap in the pattern, like a missing tooth in a smile. I ran then, camera forgotten on the tripod, notebook tumbling from numb fingers. I took the 43 steps 3 at a time and burst through the maintenance door into the terminal proper, where the late-night crowd of commuters and workers flowed past with blessed, mundane indifference. My reflection in the terminal's polished surfaces looked exactly like it should. Panicked, yes, but singular, and undeniably present in only one place at one time. 3 days passed before I worked up the courage to retrieve my equipment. The camera was where I'd left it, still recording. 26 hours of footage showing an empty platform and, at 11:47 each night, an empty train passing through. But the notebook was gone, and in its place was another notebook, identical except for one detail. It was filled with my handwriting documenting 14 visits to the platform, not 11. I haven't been back to Grand Central. I've tried to convince myself that whatever happened in that abandoned platform was a psychological break, a stress-induced fugue that I'm still recovering from. My therapist seems to agree, nodding thoughtfully as I talk around the details, mentioning burnout and the dangers of working alone in isolated locations. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a darkened window, on the subway, in a storefront after hours, in my own apartment as evening settles in, I see myself wearing clothes I don't recognize, a jacket I've never owned, a shirt that's the wrong color, and behind my reflected eyes, I see the knowledge of something I don't yet understand, something the other versions of me learned before they ended up on that train. My watch has started stopping at 11:47, just for a second or two before it continues, but long enough for me to notice, long enough for me to wonder what happens when it stops for good. Last night I dreamed I was on a platform, not the one under Grand Central, but similar enough to make me wake, gasping. In the dream, a train was coming, and I was wearing the leather jacket I'd never owned. I was standing at the platform's edge, waiting for doors to open that had never opened before. And as the train slowed, I saw someone filming me from the platform, camera raised, documenting my reflection in windows that glowed with warm, gaslight quality illumination. He looked exactly like me, this filmmaker with his tripod and his camera, except he was wearing my black jacket, my jeans, my expression of dawning horror as he realized he was watching himself become one of the reflections he'd been documenting all along. When I woke, my clothes were laid out on my chair, clothes I don't remember preparing. The leather jacket was among them, supple and broken in as if I'd owned it for years. And on my nightstand, where I always place my wallet and keys, was a subway card I didn't recognize, the magnetic strip worn from use. The card's expiration date is today. It's 11:30 p.m. now. I'm writing this in my apartment, door locked, lights on, trying to convince myself that I won't leave this room, that I won't find myself walking through Grand Central's gilded halls, drawn by a compulsion that's been building since the first night I descended those 43 steps, that I won't stand on that pristine platform as 11:47 approaches, watching for a train that shouldn't exist. But the leather jacket fits perfectly, I discovered when I tried it on. And in the mirror, I could see myself practicing the expression all the other reflections wore, that mixture of pleading and terror and apology for what comes next. The worst part is not knowing whether I'm still the one filming or if I've already become one of the recorded, whether I'm documenting my own dissolution or witnessing it from inside the glass, mouth moving in warnings no one can hear. My watch reads 11:43. The apartment is very quiet now. In the window's reflection, I can almost see the platform waiting in the darkness below the city, feel the vibration of approaching wheels, taste that mineral metallic air. And I understand finally what the clock has been showing me all along. Not when something stops, but when something starts over, again, and again, and again. Story 14. The key felt heavier than it should have in my palm. I stood on the porch of 1847 Millbrook Lane, staring at the lockbox that dangled from the front door handle like a small metal tumor. November wind scraped through the bare maples overhead, but the sound seemed distant, as if coming from somewhere else entirely. Not from the trees above me, but from a memory of trees, a recording of wind. I'd been selling houses in New Hampshire for 11 years. Starter homes in Manchester, lakefront properties in Winnipeg, even a few historical estates that required more paperwork than they were worth. But 1847 Millbrook Lane had sat in our listings for 8 months, passed between agents like a bad cold. When Richard finally dropped it on my desk last Tuesday, he wouldn't meet my eyes. The house doesn't hold sound, the previous agent had written in the notes section. Below that, someone else had added, check all electronics before showings. Below that, don't stay past sunset. I'd laughed at the notes. Laughed. Because what else do you do when you're 3 months behind on your mortgage and your commission checks have been getting thinner each quarter? You take the listing no one wants and you sell it, and you don't ask questions about cryptic warnings scrawled by colleagues who've apparently been watching too many late-night horror films. The door swung open with a sound that died too quickly. That was the first thing I noticed. Not silence, exactly, but the way the creak of the hinges seemed to vanish before it finished, like someone had pressed mute halfway through. I stepped inside, and my footfall produced a dull thud that felt absorbed rather than echoed. The hallway should have carried the sound to the back of the house, should have bounced it off the hardwood floors and the walls. Instead, it just stopped. The air inside tasted stale but not unpleasant. Dust motes hung suspended in the afternoon light that filtered through the front windows, barely moving despite the draft I'd let in from outside. The house had good bones, as we say in the business. Crown molding, original wood floors, a staircase with hand-carved railings that probably dated back to the 1920s. The kind of details that should have made this an easy sell in a market hungry for character homes. I pulled out my phone to take photos for the listing refresh. The screen showed 2:34 p.m. and full signal bars. I raised it to capture the entryway, pressed the shutter button, and heard nothing. Not even the artificial click the phone usually made. I checked the settings. Sound was on, volume at maximum. I pressed the button again. The screen flashed. indicating the photo had been taken, but the sound simply didn't exist. Something tightened in my chest, but I pushed it down. Old house. Weird acoustics. I'd seen stranger things. There was a property in Dover with a room where voices came out with a faint echo, even though the space was barely 10 feet square. These old places had quirks. That's what made them charming. That's what I'd tell the buyers. I moved through the first floor, my footsteps creating those same dead thuds that went nowhere. The living room held a sofa covered in clear plastic, an armchair facing the window, a coffee table with water rings on its surface. The furniture had belonged to the previous owner, an elderly woman whose children had apparently wanted nothing to do with the estate. They'd hired us to sell it furnished, which meant either they were too lazy to deal with it or too eager to be rid of the place. I was beginning to suspect the latter. In the kitchen, I tested the faucet. Water came out in a stream that should have produced the familiar rush and splash against the stainless steel sink. Instead, I watched the water flow in near silence, just the faintest suggestion of liquid movement, like watching a film with the audio track removed. I turned it off, or thought I did. My hand definitely twisted the handle, but there was no squeak of resistance, no click of the mechanism settling. The motion felt disconnected from itself, as if my body and the physical world were operating on slightly different frequencies. The clock above the stove had stopped at 3:17. I checked my phone, 2:49 p.m. I moved to the living room where an old grandfather clock stood sentinel beside the fireplace. Its pendulum hung motionless. The brass hands pointed to 3:17. Both clocks, the same time. I told myself it was coincidence. The power had probably gone out at that exact moment, months ago, maybe during a storm. That's all. But my hands had started to shake, and I couldn't quite remember how to make them stop. The stairs to the second floor rose before me like a challenge. I should have left then. Should have walked straight out that door and called Richard and told him to find another agent, another sucker, someone else to stand in this house where sound came to die. But I thought about the mortgage payment due in 6 days, about the way my ex-wife had looked at me during the divorce proceedings when my income came up, about the pride that had kept me in this business, even when younger agents with better social media strategies started taking my clients. So I climbed. Each step produced that same muffled, absorbed sound. Halfway up, I realized I could hear my own breathing, but it sounded thin, distant, as if my lungs were in one room and my ears were in another. I paused on the landing, one hand on the railing, and tried to take a deep breath. The inhale felt normal, but I barely heard it. The exhale was even worse, almost imperceptible, like my body was whispering instead of breathing. 4 bedrooms opened off the second floor hallway. I started with the master. More covered furniture, more dust, more afternoon light falling through windows that overlooked the backyard. Nothing remarkable, nothing wrong. But standing in that room, I became aware of a sound that wasn't a sound, a pressure in my ears, a sense of something just below the threshold of hearing. Not quite tinnitus, not quite silence. The audio equivalent of seeing something in your peripheral vision that vanishes when you turn to look at it directly. I checked the closet, the attached bathroom, the windows. All normal, all fine, all wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, even to myself. The wrongness wasn't in what was there, but in what wasn't. The ambient noise of existence, the barely perceptible hum of a house breathing, settling, living. This place held its breath. Or maybe it had never breathed at all. The second bedroom was smaller, painted a pale yellow that had probably been cheerful once. A single bed frame stood against one wall, stripped of its mattress. A dresser with tarnished brass handles. Nothing else. I walked to the window and looked out at the street. A car passed by, and through the glass I could see its shape, its movement, could track its progress down Millbrook Lane. But I heard nothing. Not the engine, not the tire sound, nothing. I pressed my ear against the glass. Still nothing. The window wasn't particularly thick, wasn't some special soundproof installation. It was just glass. Old glass with imperfections that bent the light in small ripples, but it let in no sound at all. I moved to the third bedroom and found my hands trembling badly enough that I had trouble turning the doorknob. This room was empty except for a rocking chair positioned to face the door. Not the window, the door. As if someone had been sitting there, waiting for visitors, waiting for me. The chair was old wood, dark with age. The kind of piece that gets passed down through generations because no one wants to throw it away, but no one particularly wants it either. I stepped inside and the temperature dropped. Not dramatically, not like a ghost story, but enough that I noticed. Enough that goosebumps rose along my forearms. The air felt thicker here, heavier. I approached the rocking chair and saw that the seat was worn smooth in the center, the wood lighter there from years of use. Someone had spent a lot of time in this chair, sitting, waiting, watching that door. Without thinking, I reached out and pushed the top of the chair. It rocked forward, then back, the motion smooth despite what must have been decades of age. But the sound, the creak that should have accompanied the movement, never came. The chair rocked in perfect silence, forward and back, and I stood there watching it, my breath thin and distant in my own ears, my heartbeat suddenly much louder than it should have been. Or was it louder? Or could I finally hear it properly because there was nothing else to hear? Because this house had stripped away every other sound until only the internal machinery of my body remained? The chair stopped rocking. I hadn't touched it again. It simply stopped, as if someone sitting in it had planted their feet, as if invisible hands had gripped the armrests and held it still. I left the room, didn't run, didn't panic, just turned and walked into the hallway with measured steps, because panicking would mean admitting something was wrong. And nothing was wrong. Nothing was wrong. This was just a house with strange acoustics, and my imagination was filling in the gaps with horror movie logic that had no place in a Tuesday afternoon showing of a 1920s colonial that needed new windows and a roof inspection. The fourth bedroom door was closed. All the others had been open, but this one was shut tight, and I stood in the hallway staring at it while my phone buzzed in my pocket. The vibration felt muted, dampened, as if the phone was wrapped in cloth. I pulled it out and saw Richard's name on the screen. I swiped to answer. His voice came through distant and strange, like he was calling from underwater or from another dimension. The connection kept cutting out, his words arriving in fragments, checking in, and any problems, and should come back. I tried to respond, but my voice sounded wrong even to me, thin and reedy and somehow accusatory, as if speaking in this house was a violation of its fundamental nature. I told him everything was fine, told him I was just finishing up the walkthrough, told him I'd have the new photos uploaded by evening. All lies, all necessary lies, because what else could I say? That the house was eating sound, that clock stopped at 3:17, that a rocking chair had moved by itself, or that I was losing my mind, or that I couldn't tell the difference anymore. The call dropped. The screen showed full bars, but the connection was gone, and when I tried to call back, I got nothing, not even a dial tone, just a dead silence on the line that made me wonder if the phone was working at all, or if it had become another casualty of whatever was wrong with this place. I should have left then, should have walked back down those stairs and out that front door and never looked back. But the fourth bedroom door stood there, closed, waiting. And some stupid masculine instinct that equates fear with weakness made me reach for the handle. It turned easily. The door swung inward. The room beyond was darker than it should have been. The window. There was a window I could see its rectangular outline. Seemed to let in no light despite the afternoon sun that I knew was shining outside. The darkness wasn't complete, wasn't absolute, but it had a quality to it. A thickness that made me think of deep water or underground caverns, or the space between stars. A bed stood against the far wall, made up with what looked like clean linens, a nightstand, a lamp that wasn't on, nothing else. But the air in this room felt different, not just cold but heavy, pressing in from all sides like the atmosphere just before a thunderstorm. The silence here was more than absence of sound. It was presence of silence, if that makes sense. An active thing, a living thing, a hunger. I stepped inside because I had to, because I'd come this far and I couldn't leave without seeing the whole house. without being able to say I'd done the job I'd been assigned. The carpet was thick beneath my feet, the color impossible to determine in the dim light. With each step forward, my breathing grew thinner in my ears. Not harder, I wasn't struggling for air, but quieter, as if the sound of respiration was being drawn out of me, absorbed by the walls, consumed by whatever lived in the silence of this room. Halfway to the window, I realized I couldn't hear my heartbeat anymore. That steady thump that had been so loud in the rocking chair room, so present and insistent, it was gone. Not stopped, because I was still standing, still conscious, still alive, but inaudible, as if my heart was beating in another dimension, and my body in this one, and the connection between them was fraying, thread by thread. I reached the window and looked out. The backyard stretched before me, overgrown and neglected. A shed leaned drunkenly near the rear fence. A bird, I think it was a crow, landed on a branch of the oak tree that dominated the yard. Its beak opened and closed. I knew it was cawing, knew with absolute certainty that harsh bird sound was echoing across the yard, but I heard nothing. Not through the window, not even muffled or distant. Just nothing. The bird flew away and I watched it go and wondered if it had always been silent, or if the house had stolen its voice too. Behind me, I heard breathing. Not my breathing, someone else's, close, right behind my shoulder. The kind of proximity you feel when someone invades your personal space, when you can sense their presence even before you hear or see them. The breathing was slow, measured, patient, waiting. I turned around. The room was empty. The door stood open, showing the hallway beyond. No one there. No one anywhere. Just me and the furniture and the darkness that seemed to pulse with each breath I couldn't quite hear, with each heartbeat that no longer registered in my ears. I left the room, walked, didn't run, down the hallway and down the stairs and through the first floor to the front door. My hands fumbled with the lock and the handle, and finally, I was outside, standing on the porch in the November afternoon with the wind in my face and the sound of traffic in the distance and the rustle of leaves underfoot. All of it suddenly, shockingly loud, like someone had turned the volume knob from 0 to maximum in an instant. I locked the door behind me, put the key back in the lockbox, walked to my car on legs that felt unreliable, like they might fold under me at any moment. I got in and started the engine, and the sound of it was beautiful, was perfect, was everything I'd taken for granted before spending an hour in a house where sound went to die. That was 6 days ago. I haven't been back. Haven't called Richard. Haven't returned the messages from the office asking for the listing photos, asking about my availability for showings, asking if everything is okay. Because here's the thing I can't explain, can't rationalize, can't fit into any framework of reality that makes sense. My phone won't make sound anymore. The ringer is off permanently, though the settings show it's on. Apps that should produce audio play in silence. Even voice calls come through distorted now, distant, like everyone is calling from that house. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, my own breathing sounds thin, distant, like it's happening to someone else. I've been to a doctor. Hearing test came back normal. No ear damage, no infection, no medical explanation. Well, I've been to a therapist. She suggested stress, suggested anxiety, suggested that the mind can play tricks when we're under pressure. I nodded and agreed and didn't tell her about the rocking chair or the breathing in the empty room or the way that house felt like it was digesting me, slowly, from the inside out. Last night I drove by 1847 Millbrook Lane. Didn't stop, didn't park, just drove past at 25 miles per hour with my hands tight on the wheel. The house looked normal, looked fine. Lights were on in the upstairs windows, though I know the electricity should be off. In one of those windows, the fourth bedroom, the dark one, I saw a shape. Maybe a person, maybe a shadow. It was hard to tell. But I think it was looking at me. I think it's been looking at me since I left. And sometimes when it's very quiet, when I'm lying in bed in my apartment and the city has gone to sleep, and there's nothing but the hum of my refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. Sometimes I don't hear those things anymore. Sometimes I hear that other thing instead. That pressure, that presence of silence, that hunger. I think the house is still there, in my ears, in my head, in whatever part of me learned how to exist without sound. I think I brought something back with me, or maybe I left something behind. I don't know which is worse. Richard called again today. The voicemail was nearly inaudible, just fragments. Need to talk, and other agents, and same thing. I haven't called him back. I'm not sure I could make myself heard even if I tried. And yesterday I noticed something. My watch had stopped. The second hand frozen in place, no longer ticking. I checked the time it showed. 3:17. I bought that watch 3 years ago. It's never stopped before. It's battery-powered, reliable, the kind of watch that should keep running for years without issue. But it stopped at 3:17, just like the clocks in the house. I've been looking at apartments in Vermont, thinking about a fresh start, a new state, a new career. Maybe I'm not cut out for real estate after all. Maybe some houses shouldn't be sold. Maybe some places are better left empty, better left alone, better left to their silence. But I'm starting to suspect it doesn't matter where I go, because the silence comes with me now. It's in my phone, in my watch, in my breathing that grows thinner each day. I'm carrying it, or it's carrying me, and I don't know how to put it down. Last night I dreamed about the house. In the dream, I was sitting in the rocking chair in the third bedroom, facing the door, waiting. My hands were folded in my lap. My breathing was imperceptible. My heartbeat was a memory, and someone was climbing the stairs, slowly, one step at a time, coming closer, coming to join me in the silence. When I woke up, my alarm clock had stopped. 3:17. I'm writing this down now because I need someone to know, need there to be a record, need to say out loud, even if I can barely hear my own voice anymore, that something is wrong. Something happened in that house, and I don't think I'm getting out of it. Not really, not ever. The silence is patient. The silence is hungry. The silence is growing. And I think maybe the house is still showing itself to me. One room at a time, one sound at a time, one breath at a time. I think I never really left at all. My phone just buzzed with a text from a number I don't recognize. The message is simple. 1847 Millbrook Lane, showing at 3:17. But I didn't schedule a showing, and it's November. It's getting dark earlier now. 3:17 would be almost sunset. My hands are shaking as I type this. My breathing is so thin I can barely hear it. And somewhere I think, in a house on Millbrook Lane, a rocking chair is moving back and forth, in perfect silence, waiting. I should delete the text, should block the number, should do anything except what I know I'm going to do. But maybe if I go back, maybe if I understand what the house wants, maybe the silence will let me go. Maybe I can hear properly again. Maybe I can come back to the world of sound and life and normal Tuesday afternoons that don't swallow you whole. Or maybe that's what it wants me to think. It's 2:47 p.m. now. I have 30 minutes. I'm going to drive to Millbrook Lane. I'm going to walk up to that door. I'm going to step inside. And maybe this time, I'll find out what happened at 3:17. Or maybe I'll just become another notation in the listing file. Another cryptic warning for the next agent. Another voice, thin and distant, calling from a place where sound goes to die. If you're reading this and you're a real estate agent and someone offers you a listing at 1847 Millbrook Lane in New Hampshire, don't take it. Just don't. Some houses aren't worth the commission. Story 15. A static hissed like a living thing through the monitors, filling the cramped booth with white noise that pressed against my eardrums. 3 a.m, and I was alone in the transmission tower 20 miles outside Pahrump, Nevada, where the desert stretched endlessly in every direction, and the nearest human voice belonged to truckers passing on Highway 160. I'd been running the overnight shift at KDES for 8 months now, ever since the station's board decided someone needed to man the equipment through the dead hours. Community radio meant volunteers, and volunteers meant whoever was desperate or insomniac enough to take the graveyard slot. I was both. The package arrived on a Tuesday, left on the metal steps leading up to the booth. No postmark, no return address, just a padded manila envelope with my name written in blocky capitals across the front. Inside, 3 cassette tapes, the old-fashioned kind with the dual spindles and brown magnetic ribbon visible through the clear plastic casing. A yellow post-it note stuck to the first tape read simply, "For broadcast. You'll know when." The station still used tape for archival purposes, one of those quirks of underfunded community operations clinging to obsolete technology. The playback deck sat beneath the main console, connected to the board through a tangle of cables that predated my tenure by at least a decade. I held the first tape up to the fluorescent light, squinting at the handwritten label, Bulletin 1, Monday, October 23rd. That was tonight. Well, technically this morning, given the hour. Something about the envelope bothered me beyond the obvious strangeness. The paper felt wrong somehow, the texture slightly too rough, and the adhesive on the flap left a residue on my fingers that smelled faintly of copper. I wiped my hand on my jeans and slotted the tape into the deck, more curious than concerned. The mechanism clicked and whirred as the tape began to play through my headphones. Static first, then the distinctive tone of the emergency alert system, followed by a voice that made my skin prickle with immediate recognition and denial. It was my voice, unmistakably mine, with the same slight rasp from years of smoking and the particular cadence I fell into when reading prepared copy. But I'd never recorded these words. The bulletin described a vehicle accident on Highway 160, mile marker 47, involving a silver sedan that would leave the road at approximately 4:15 a.m. The voice provided specific details. The driver would be alone, heading southbound, and the vehicle would come to rest against a Joshua tree on the eastern shoulder. No serious injuries, but the driver would need assistance. The bulletin concluded with a request for anyone in the area to check on the situation and report to the highway patrol. I sat motionless as the tape ran out, the playback heads clicking softly against blank ribbon. The digital clock on the console read 3:47 a.m. My hands felt cold despite the booth's stuffy warmth. There had to be a rational explanation. Someone at the station playing an elaborate prank, maybe. One of the day volunteers had decent voice mimicry skills, always doing impressions during the morning show. But the voice on the tape wasn't an imitation. It was exact, down to the way I slightly emphasized certain syllables and the particular breath pattern between sentences. I pulled the tape out and held it up again, searching for something, any clue to its origin. The label showed signs of age. The ink slightly faded at the edges, though the tape itself looked relatively new. The handwriting nagged at me, familiar in a way I couldn't quite place. The sensible thing would be to ignore it, to file the tape away and forget about it. But something deeper than curiosity pulled at me, a compulsion I didn't fully understand. At 4:10 a.m., I queued up the recording and broadcast it, my actual voice announcing that we had a special traffic bulletin, followed by the tape playing through the station's transmitter. The words echoed in the booth, my recorded self describing an accident that hadn't happened yet. Probably wouldn't happen at all. I finished my shift at 6, the sunrise bleeding orange and pink across the desert horizon, and drove home past mile marker 47. The silver sedan sat crumpled against a Joshua tree, exactly as described. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the tape playing, my voice predicting an event that subsequently occurred with unsettling precision. The timing, the location, the color of the vehicle, the Joshua tree, all of it matched perfectly. Coincidence seemed impossible. Someone had to have known about the accident beforehand, but that raised questions even more disturbing than supernatural explanations. Had someone caused the accident? Staged it somehow? But I'd driven past the scene, seen the highway patrol already on site, the dazed driver being checked by paramedics. Everything appeared genuine, a random early morning mishap like thousands of others, unless I'd made it happen by broadcasting the bulletin. The thought arrived unbidden and unwelcome, settling into my mind like sediment. Causality didn't work that way. Effects didn't precede causes. Broadcasting information about an accident couldn't cause the accident itself, especially not with such specific details. That violated every principle of rational thought. Yet the alternative was accepting that someone had perfect foreknowledge of a random traffic incident and had gone to elaborate lengths to demonstrate that knowledge to me specifically. Why? What could possibly be the purpose? I turned the envelope over in my hands throughout the day, examining every inch of the manila surface for clues. The post-it note's adhesive left a rectangular residue when I peeled it off. The paper underneath slightly darker, as if it had been attached for a long time. But the envelope looked new, the corners still sharp, no signs of wear or handling beyond my own. The return to the booth that night felt different, heavier somehow. The desert darkness pressed against the windows, absolute and featureless, and the red transmission lights seemed brighter than usual, casting everything in a crimson glow that made the equipment look unfamiliar. I'd sat in this same chair hundreds of times, but tonight the space felt wrong, the dimensions slightly off, as if the walls had moved inward by imperceptible degrees. Tape 2 sat on the console where I'd left it, the label reading, Bulletin 2, Tuesday, October 24th. My hand trembled slightly as I loaded it into the deck, and I noticed for the first time that my fingernails had started bleeding around the edges, worried raw without my conscious awareness. The tape began with the same EEAS tone, then my voice emerged from the static, smooth and professional, describing events that hadn't occurred. A brief power outage would affect a residential area 3 blocks from the station at 5:30 a.m., lasting approximately 7 minutes. The bulletin specified that 14 homes would lose electricity, that the cause would appear to be a failed transformer on pole number 2847, and that service would be restored without utility company intervention. The level of detail was excessive, obsessive even. Who would know or care about the specific number of affected homes or the pole identification number? But there was my voice, enunciating each fact with patient clarity, as if reading from an official document. I sat through the rest of my shift in a state of suspended anxiety, watching the clock creep toward 5:30. Part of me hoped nothing would happen, that the previous bulletin had been some kind of fluke or elaborate setup that wouldn't repeat. A larger part of me knew with sick certainty what would occur. At 5:27 a.m., I broadcast the bulletin. At 5:31 a.m., the lights in the houses visible from my window went dark in a wave that spread across exactly 3 blocks. At 5:38 a.m., they flickered back to life. I drove past pole 2847 on my way home. A utility company truck was already parked beneath it, the driver examining a transformer that showed no obvious signs of failure. The pattern continued. Each night, a new tape waited for me, always on the metal steps, always in the same type of manila envelope with my name in those blocky capitals. Bulletin 3 predicted a minor earthquake, barely perceptible, at 4:07 a.m., and my seismograph app registered a 2.1 magnitude tremor at exactly that moment, epicenter 12 miles northeast of the station. Bulletin 4 described a coyote that would appear outside the booth's south window at 3:33 a.m. and remain visible for 4 minutes before departing to the west. The animal arrived on schedule, its eyes reflecting the red transmission lights as it stared at me through the glass. I stopped broadcasting the bulletins on the 5th night, determined to break whatever cycle I'd fallen into. The tape described heavy wind gusts that would begin at 2:15 a.m. and knock over a specific mile marker sign on Highway 160. I left the tape in its envelope, refusing to even play it through my headphones. At 2:15 a.m., the wind began. I heard the metal sign clanging against the asphalt when I drove past it at dawn. The realization that broadcasting the bulletins made no difference was somehow worse than thinking I'd been causing the events. If the predictions occurred, regardless of whether I announced them, then something else was happening, something that existed independent of my choices. The tapes weren't instructions. They were inevitabilities. I began documenting everything obsessively, filling a notebook with details. The exact time each envelope appeared, the precise wording of each bulletin, verification of the predicted events. My handwriting deteriorated over days, becoming increasingly erratic as sleep deprivation and stress mounted. The pages filled with observations, questions, theories, all of them insufficient. The worst part wasn't the predictions themselves, but the voice. Each night, I listened to myself describe future events in tones of absolute certainty, as if I possessed knowledge I didn't have, as if some version of me existed that could see forward through time and had decided to record these specific moments, these particular details, for reasons I couldn't fathom. I tried calling the station's board members, but they dismissed my concerns as stress or insomnia-induced paranoia. One suggested I take a break from the overnight shift. Another made a joke about desert isolation getting to people. None of them seemed interested in examining the tapes themselves, and when I offered to bring them in for analysis, they declined with the polite disinterest of people humoring someone they considered unstable. Maybe I was unstable. The thought occurred to me with increasing frequency. Perhaps the tapes were hallucinations, stress-induced delusions that existed only in my fractured perception. But hallucinations didn't leave physical evidence, and the tapes were real. I could hold them, play them on equipment that others could see and touch. The events they predicted were real, verifiable by anyone who cared to check, unless the verification was also part of the delusion. Unless I'd created an entire constructed reality in which mysterious tapes arrived and their predictions came true, when actually I sat alone in a booth experiencing some kind of psychotic break, my mind fracturing under the weight of isolation and the desert's vast emptiness. The uncertainty became its own kind of torture. By the third week, I'd stopped leaving the booth except to verify predictions. I brought supplies, canned food, water, a sleeping bag, and camped in the small storage room adjacent to the main transmission area. The isolation felt safer somehow, as if staying within the booth's confines might offer some protection, or at least contain whatever was happening to a controlled space. The tapes arrived with mechanical regularity, always on the steps, always at some point during the early evening before my shift properly began. I never saw who delivered them. I tried waiting, watching through the window, but they appeared during the brief moments when I looked away or stepped into the storage room. It felt deliberate, as if whatever or whoever left them wanted to maintain anonymity, wanted me to remain uncertain about their origin. Bulletin 17 marked a shift. The prediction wasn't about external events, but about me specifically. The tape described how I would leave the booth at 4:45 a.m. and walk exactly 73 steps into the desert, where I would find something I'd lost years ago. The bulletin didn't specify what I'd find, only that I would recognize it immediately, and that finding it would change everything. I didn't want to go. The compulsion to follow the prediction felt like strings attached to my limbs, pulling me toward actions I didn't choose. But at 4:45 a.m., I found myself descending the metal steps, my feet carrying me into the desert's darkness, without conscious decision. 73 steps felt arbitrary until I took them. The distance brought me to a small outcropping of rock I'd never noticed before, hidden in a shallow depression that made it invisible from the booth. Something glinted in the beam of my flashlight, half buried in the sand. My wallet, the one I'd lost 3 years ago, before I'd even moved to Nevada, when I was still living 2 states away. The leather was pristine, untouched by weather or time, the credit cards and driver's license inside still valid, my old address visible on the license through the clear plastic window. There was no rational explanation for how it could be here. None that didn't require accepting something fundamentally wrong with the nature of reality, or the nature of my perception. I stood in the desert with the wallet in my hand, feeling the texture of the leather, and for the first time I genuinely couldn't distinguish between what was real and what might be a construction of my deteriorating mind. The tapes changed after that. They stopped predicting external events and focused exclusively on me, describing my actions with such precision that following them felt inevitable. Bulletin 19 told me I would call my brother, whom I hadn't spoken to in 5 years, at exactly 6:47 a.m., and that the call would last 3 minutes and 12 seconds before he hung up. Bulletin 20 predicted I would drive to a specific diner in Pahrump and order breakfast at 9:15 a.m., sitting in the third booth from the door, and that the server would spill coffee on the table at 9:23 a.m. Each prediction came true because I made them true, unable to resist the compulsion to fulfill what had already been recorded, or perhaps they came true regardless of my actions, and I was simply following a script written by whatever force had created the tapes. The distinction between agency and determinism blurred until it ceased to exist. I tried deviating. Bulletin 21 said I would return to the booth at 11 a.m. on Friday, so I deliberately stayed away, driving aimlessly through the desert for hours, determined to prove I still possessed free will. But at 10:52 a.m., my car's engine died on a remote stretch of highway, and by the time I'd walked to the nearest ranch and borrowed a phone and gotten a tow truck, it was 10:58 a.m., and I arrived back at the booth at exactly 11 a.m. The universe conspired to make the predictions accurate, or I conspired with it, or there was no difference between the two. The final tape arrived on a Sunday, 4 weeks after the first. The envelope was heavier than the others, and when I opened it, I found not just a cassette, but a small mirror, the old-fashioned kind with a tarnished silver backing. The tape's label read simply, "The Truth, Sunday, November 19th. I knew I shouldn't play it. Every instinct screamed warnings, but the compulsion was overwhelming, irresistible. My hands moved independently of my will, loading the tape, pressing play, raising the headphones to my ears. The voice began. My voice, but different somehow. Older, tired, speaking with the weight of unbearable knowledge. It explained that the tapes were messages from myself, sent backward through time from moments when the fabric between past and future grew thin. The booth sat on a convergence point, a place where temporal boundaries weakened during the deep desert nights. And I'd learned to exploit that weakness, to send information to my earlier self. But the messages had a purpose beyond simple prediction. Each bulletin, each small event, was building towards something larger, adjusting probability and causality in microscopic ways. The voice explained how consciousness could be transferred across time under the right conditions, how future selves could overwrite past ones, how I was being prepared for a transition that was already happening, had always been happening, would happen forever, in a loop that had no beginning or end. The voice told me to look in the mirror. I held it up with shaking hands, and in the tarnished surface I saw my face, but not as it was. Older, grayer, the eyes holding knowledge that felt alien and ancient. The reflection smiled, and I felt my own mouth moving to match it. The expression not originating from my will but imposed from elsewhere, from elsewhen. The tape continued playing, explaining the exact moment when the transfer would complete, when the future version of me would fully inhabit this present moment, when I would cease to exist as I currently understood myself and become the sender of the tapes, beginning the cycle anew for some earlier iteration of myself. The moment was scheduled for 3:17 a.m. The clock read 3:14. I could feel it beginning, a pressure behind my eyes, a sensation of something else pressing into the space where my consciousness resided. Memories that weren't mine flickered at the edges of awareness. Decades of sending tapes, of watching younger versions of myself receive them, of becoming trapped in a loop that repeated endlessly. Each iteration slightly different, but always culminating in this moment of transition. I tried to remove the headphones, but my hands wouldn't respond. The voice on the tape continued speaking. My voice, future me's voice, explaining how resistance was pointless because this moment had already happened, was always happening, would always happen. Time wasn't linear but circular, and I'd been trapped in this circle for longer than I could comprehend, playing both roles in a drama that had no audience and no escape. The clock struck 3:17, and something shifted. The booth felt simultaneously familiar and foreign, as if I'd spent lifetimes here and was seeing it for the first time. I knew what came next because I'd done it before, would do it again, had always been doing it. In the storage room, I found boxes of manila envelopes, pre-addressed in blocky capitals. Blank cassettes waited in organized rows, ready for recording. A detailed logbook specified the date and content of each bulletin, instructions written in my handwriting that I didn't remember writing but knew I would write, had written, was writing in every moment simultaneously. I sat at the recording equipment and began creating the first bulletin, my voice steady and professional, describing an accident that would happen, had happened, was happening, on Highway 160 at mile marker 47. The words flowed effortlessly, because I'd said them before, because saying them was my purpose, because I existed to send messages to myself in an endless cycle of prediction and fulfillment. Outside the booth, the desert stretched infinitely in every direction, unchanging and eternal. Inside, I recorded tapes that I would deliver to myself, creating the loop that had no beginning, perpetuating the cycle that had no end. Sometimes, in moments between recordings, I wondered if I'd ever actually been the person receiving the tapes, or if that version of me was just another role in the cycle, a necessary component in a mechanism that predated consciousness itself. The question felt meaningless. Past and future collapsed into an eternal present where I existed as both sender and receiver, both cause and effect, trapped in amber made of time. The next bulletin needed to be ready for tomorrow night. I checked the logbook, reading instructions in my handwriting, and began recording. My voice emerged from the microphone, smooth and professional, describing events that hadn't happened yet, that had already happened, that were happening in every moment across every iteration of the loop. Through the window, the desert waited in darkness, and somewhere in that darkness, another version of me was beginning to suspect that something was wrong with the tapes he'd started receiving. I sealed the first envelope, wrote the name in blocky capitals, and prepared to deliver it to myself. The cycle continued, eternal and inescapable, and I no longer remembered which version of me had started it, or if it had ever had a beginning at all. The transmission lights glowed red in the booth, constant as heartbeats, marking time in a place where time had ceased to mean anything at all. Story 16. The rental property in Montana had been empty for 3 weeks when the first alert came through. I was sitting in my office in Seattle, 2 states away, reviewing booking requests for the winter season. My phone buzzed. Motion detected. Living room. 2:47 a.m. I assumed it was a glitch. The sensors had been temperamental since installation, throwing false positives whenever the heating system kicked on or the old house settled on its foundation. I pulled up the camera feed on my laptop. The living room appeared exactly as I'd left it during my last maintenance visit. Leather couch facing the stone fireplace, the antler chandelier casting its familiar shadow across the hardwood floor, the stack of firewood arranged neatly in its iron holder. Nothing moved, not even dust motes in the air. I watched for 5 minutes, then closed the app and went back to work. The second alert arrived 4 hours later, then another at noon. By the end of that first day, I'd received 17 notifications, all from different rooms. Each time I checked the cameras, I saw nothing. The house sat perfectly still, frozen in the mountain silence like a photograph. On the third day, I noticed something odd. The smart home system included a rudimentary motion tracking feature, something the installation company had thrown in as a bonus. It used the sensor network to map movement patterns throughout the house, originally meant to help identify energy usage patterns. I'd never paid much attention to it before. The tracking log showed movement, constant, methodical movement. I zoomed in on the data visualization, a simple floor plan dotted with colored lines indicating detected motion. The pattern was wrong. The lines didn't follow normal paths. They hugged the walls, traced the corners, slid along the baseboards. No one walks like that. The movements were too slow, too deliberate, measured in millimeters rather than footsteps. The tracking software registered displacement but couldn't categorize it as normal human activity. I called the security company. The technician who answered had the practiced patience of someone who dealt with paranoid property owners daily. He ran a remote diagnostic, found nothing wrong with the system, and suggested that thermal expansion in the walls might be triggering the sensors. Old houses breathed, he said. They expanded and contracted with temperature changes. The sensors were just sensitive enough to pick it up. It made sense. I wanted it to make sense. But thermal expansion didn't explain why the movement only occurred between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., or why it followed the same circuit through the house night after night. Living room to kitchen, kitchen to hallway, hallway to bedroom, bedroom to bathroom, bathroom back to living room. A slow, grinding loop that took approximately 47 minutes to complete. I kept watching the cameras. Hours of footage, all showing the same thing. Absolutely nothing. The rooms remained undisturbed. Yet the sensors insisted something was there. and the tracking data painted its invisible path in meticulous detail. The weekend booking I'd been expecting canceled. The guests cited a family emergency, but I wondered if they'd read the online reviews. There weren't many. The property was only 6 months old as a rental, but the two most recent were unsettling. One guest mentioned feeling watched throughout their stay. Another described hearing sliding sounds in the walls at night, like something heavy being dragged across ice. I'd dismissed both reviews as the typical complaints of city people unused to the sounds of an old mountain house. Now I wasn't sure. I decided to drive out to Montana myself. The 7-hour journey gave me plenty of time to convince myself I was overreacting, that there would be a simple explanation waiting for me. A raccoon in the crawl space, a draft causing the sensors to misfire, something mundane and easily fixed. I arrived at sunset. The house sat at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by ponderosa pines that had stood for a century or more. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles away. The isolation had been a selling point in the listing. Perfect mountain retreat, complete privacy. But now it felt oppressive. The golden light filtering through the trees did nothing to warm the property's dark wood exterior. Everything looked normal. I walked through each room, checking for signs of intrusion or malfunction. The doors and windows were locked from the inside. No broken seals, no disturbed dust, no indication that anyone had been here since my last visit. The air held that peculiar staleness of an unused space, tinged with pine and the faint mineral smell of well water. I spent the evening reviewing the sensor logs on my laptop, sitting at the kitchen table with a view of both the living room and the hallway. The tracking data from the previous 3 weeks formed a strange pattern when viewed in aggregate. The movement path had been gradually tightening, the loops becoming smaller and more concentrated. Whatever the sensors were detecting was spending more time in the central areas of the house and less time along the perimeter. At 2:14 a.m., my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Living room. I was already staring at the living room. I'd been watching it for 20 minutes, coffee growing cold in my hand. Nothing changed. The furniture sat exactly where it had always been. The shadows from the porch light fell in familiar angles across the floor, but my phone insisted something was moving. I pulled up the tracking data in real time. A dot appeared on the digital floor plan, near the corner by the fireplace. It moved, slowly, infinitesimally, along the wall. Not across the room in a straight line like a person would walk, but pressed against the baseboard, sliding. The hair on my arms stood up. I was looking directly at that corner. There was nothing there. I stood and walked toward it, my footsteps loud in the silence. The dot on my screen continued its crawl, unaffected by my approach. I knelt beside the fireplace, running my hand along the wall where the tracking software insisted something was moving. The wood paneling felt normal, cold, smooth, solid, but when I pressed my palm flat against it, I could feel the faintest vibration, like the hum of electricity through a wire, except there was no wiring in this wall. I'd overseen the renovation myself. The vibration moved. It slid from beneath my left hand to my right, a subtle shift in texture that made my skin crawl. I jerked my hand back. On my phone screen, the dot continued its patient journey toward the kitchen. I followed it. The rational part of my brain kept insisting this was sensor malfunction, that I was chasing a ghost in the machine, but my body knew better. Every nerve was alive with the primitive certainty that I was not alone. The kitchen motion sensor triggered as I entered. The tracking software showed 2 dots now, me in the doorway, and something else near the refrigerator. I turned on every light, flooding the room with harsh LED brightness. Nothing. Just my appliances and cabinets and the breakfast nook I'd furnished from an estate sale in Missoula. The dot slid along the baseboard, patient and inexorable. I grabbed a flashlight from under the sink and got down on my hands and knees, following the invisible path. The beam illuminated every corner, every gap in the trim, every shadow. Nothing explained what I was tracking, but I could feel it now. That subtle vibration in the floorboards, always just ahead of me, always moving. In the hallway, I noticed something I'd missed before. The baseboards showed wear marks I didn't remember seeing during the renovation. Smooth patches where the paint had been worn away, as if something had been rubbing against them for years. Decades, maybe. But these boards were new. I'd installed them myself 8 months ago. The dot continued to the bedroom. I hesitated at the doorway. The bedroom was where the first guest had reported feeling watched, where they'd woken up at 3 a.m. and found themselves unable to move, paralyzed by the certainty that something was standing in the corner, observing them in the darkness. They'd checked out 6 hours early. The tracking software showed the dot moving along the wall opposite the bed, tracing the perimeter of the room. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. I'm not sure why. Some instinct to contain it, maybe, to keep it from spreading to other parts of the house. The vibration was stronger here. I could feel it through my shoes, a rhythmic pulse that matched no mechanical system in the house. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched my phone screen as the invisible presence completed its circuit of the room and moved toward the bathroom. At 3:02 a.m., all the sensors triggered simultaneously. My phone erupted with alerts. Every room, every corner, every sensor in the house registering motion at once. The tracking software crashed, overwhelmed by data. For exactly 17 seconds, according to my phone's notification log, the entire house registered as occupied. Then silence. The sensors reset, the tracking software rebooted, and the movement resumed its patient loop, starting again in the living room. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed until sunrise, watching the dot complete its circuit again and again, 47 minutes per loop, like clockwork. When daylight finally filtered through the curtains, the sensors went quiet. The tracking software showed no movement. I spent the day searching the property records at the county office in town. The land had changed hands 14 times in the past 100 years. The current structure was built in 1987, replacing an earlier cabin that had burned down. Before that, it had been the site of a ranger station that operated from 1923 to 1965. The records were sparse, bureaucratic, revealing nothing unusual. The woman at the county office, her face weathered by mountain winters and her accent carrying traces of the Dakotas, mentioned that the area had been remote, even by Montana standards. Rangers who staffed the station did week-long rotations, alone in the forest with only radio contact with the outside world. Several had requested early transfers. One had simply walked away mid-shift and never filed another report. I asked if she knew why. She gave me a look that suggested I should know better than to ask questions like that about old mountain properties. Some places just weren't right, she said. Always had been that way. Some of the old-timers talked about the sliding sounds in the forest at night, back before the highway went through. Things that moved through the trees without breaking branches, that traced the same paths year after year until the earth itself wore smooth. I thanked her and left. That night, I set up my laptop in the living room with multiple camera feeds displayed simultaneously. I positioned myself where I could see all the doorways, all the corners, all the places the tracking software indicated the presence would pass. I wouldn't chase it this time. I would wait for it to come to me. At 2:03 a.m., the first sensor triggered. I watched the living room through 2 cameras, and with my own eyes. 3 perspectives that should have caught anything. The tracking software showed the dot entering from the hallway, sliding along the wall toward the fireplace. I saw nothing. The cameras saw nothing. But I felt it. That vibration in the floor, growing stronger as it approached. It passed within 3 feet of where I sat. The temperature dropped. Not dramatically, but enough to notice. The kind of cold that comes from opening a freezer, but localized, moving. I could track its progress by the goosebumps that erupted on my skin, by the way my breath suddenly misted in the air for just a moment as it passed. The dot on my screen moved toward the kitchen. The vibration faded. I sat frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'd felt it. Not seen it, not heard it, but felt it as surely as I'd ever felt anything. The presence of something other, something that existed in a way my cameras couldn't capture, but my nervous system recognized with primal clarity. My phone showed 17 minutes until it would complete the loop and return to the living room. I pulled up the tracking data from the past month and studied the pattern with new understanding. The movement wasn't random. It wasn't sensor malfunction. Something was here, had been here, moving through the house night after night, wearing invisible paths into walls I'd thought were new. Those marks on the baseboards weren't damage from the renovation. They were older than the baseboards themselves, somehow transferred from whatever structure had stood here before, and the one before that, going back to when this was just forest and rock and the things that lived between the trees. The property records mentioned nothing about what the land had been before the ranger station. The woman at the county office had said some places just weren't right. The old-timers talked about paths worn smooth, paths that things returned to, night after night, decade after decade, regardless of what humans built on top of them. I thought about the guest who'd felt paralyzed in the bedroom, who'd sensed something watching from the corner. The tracking data showed the presence had lingered there for 12 minutes that night, longer than anywhere else in its circuit. It had stopped to observe. 17 minutes passed, then 18. The sensors didn't trigger. I checked the tracking software. No movement detected. The loop should have continued. It had continued without fail every night for weeks. But now the house was silent and still. I stood and walked to the hallway, my footsteps too loud in the mountain quiet. The vibration in the floor was gone. The cold had dissipated. Everything felt normal, the way a house should feel when it's actually empty. But my phone sat on the coffee table behind me, and on its screen, I knew without looking, a new dot had appeared. Not in the hallway where the presence should have been. In the living room, where I'd just been sitting. Where I'd spent the past 3 hours watching and waiting. The tracking software registered movement at my chair, sliding slowly toward the hallway, following the same path I'd just taken. I stood perfectly still. My breathing sounded harsh in the silence. Behind me, I heard nothing. The cameras would show nothing. The house appeared empty in every way that mattered to sensors and lenses and the rational mind. But the floor beneath my feet began to vibrate. I never did figure out what the sensors were detecting. I sold the property 3 weeks later at a significant loss to an investment company that planned to tear it down and build something modern. The day before I signed the papers, I drove out one last time to collect my personal items. The tracking logs from my final night there showed something that kept me awake for months afterward. The movement pattern had changed. It no longer followed the same 47-minute loop. It had learned a new path. From the living room to my car, traced over and over during the hours I'd slept, measuring the distance from the house to the gravel road. A route I'd walked countless times during the renovation, during my visits, during that last terrible week. The investment company's demolition crew quit after 2 days. They wouldn't say why, and the company wouldn't return my calls. The property still stands, last I checked. Empty, for rent online at a price too good to be true. Sometimes I wonder about the new sensors they must have installed. Whether the alerts come at 2 a.m. like clockwork. Whether anyone watches the tracking data, sees the patient sliding movement through rooms that appear empty, and convinces themselves it's just the house settling. Just thermal expansion. Just a glitch in the system. And sometimes, late at night in my new apartment in Seattle, I feel a familiar vibration in the floor. A rhythm I recognize from those Montana nights. My phone shows no alerts. I got rid of all the smart home sensors, threw them away, but I know the tracking software would show movement if I still had it installed. Something sliding along the baseboard, measuring, learning, following the path I took when I left. It's been 4 months now. The vibration comes every night, always at 2:14 a.m. The circuit takes 47 minutes, just like before, but the path is different. It traces the walls of my apartment, learning its new territory, getting closer to where I sleep. Last night, it stopped at the foot of my bed for 12 minutes. I think it was watching. I think it still is. Story 17. The first time it happened, I convinced myself it was the exhaustion talking. 16 hours into a shift, plowing Highway 85 through a whiteout that had swallowed North Dakota whole, and the yellow lines started doing things yellow lines shouldn't do. They curved where the road should have been straight. They split and rejoined like chromosomes under a microscope, and for just a moment, maybe 2 seconds, maybe less, They led me onto a stretch of asphalt that hummed beneath my tires with a frequency I could feel in my teeth. When the snow cleared enough for me to get my bearings, I was 3 miles south of where I should have been, on a county road that didn't connect to anything I'd been driving on. The GPS showed me as a blue dot floating in an empty gray space, disconnected from any mapped route. I told myself it was the white. The endless, disorienting white that turns the world into a sensory deprivation tank. Every operator knows the feeling. That moment when up and down lose meaning, when you can't tell if you're moving forward or if the universe is sliding backward around you. We don't talk about it much. Admitting the white gets to you feels like admitting weakness, and weakness doesn't keep you employed in a job where one wrong move puts you in a ditch at 40 below zero. But that was 3 weeks ago, and it's happened 6 times since. The pattern is always the same. The storm has to be bad, not just heavy snow, but the kind of whiteout that erases the horizon and turns your headlights into useless columns of luminous static. The roads have to be empty, which isn't hard this far north in January. And I have to be alone, deep into a shift when the fatigue starts playing tricks with perception, when the rhythmic scrape of the plow blade becomes a kind of hypnosis. That's when the lines start moving. They don't disappear or fade, nothing so simple as that. Instead, they seem to anticipate my truck, flowing ahead of my headlights like they're being painted in real time by some invisible hand. Fresh yellow stripes appear where there should be nothing but packed snow and frozen earth. They guide me onto roads that branch off from the highway at angles that don't match my memory or the faded atlas I keep in the cab. The roads themselves feel wrong. The asphalt is too smooth, too perfect, unmarked by the seasonal devastation that tears up every surface out here. No potholes, no frost heaves, no patches where the county tried to extend the road's life for another brutal winter. Just flawless blacktop stretching into the white, thrumming beneath my tires with that same bone-deep frequency. I've started keeping a logbook. Nothing official, just a spiral notebook where I record the times, the conditions, the locations where I emerge. The entries are getting harder to write. My handwriting looks increasingly frantic, even to me, and the maps I've been sketching make less sense each time I try to trace the routes. The roads connect to nothing. They form geometries that shouldn't be possible, angles that hurt to look at for too long. Last night was the worst yet. The storm rolled in around 8 p.m., a beast of a system that had the weather service issuing warnings that scrolled across my phone like omens. I'd been plowing the northern routes for 6 hours when the white descended with that particular intensity that makes you forget the world ever had color. The highway disappeared first, then the ditches, then everything beyond a 20-foot bubble of turbulent snow caught in my headlights. That's when I saw the lines diverge. The yellow stripe that should have followed Highway 85 split into 2 paths. One continued straight, fading into the white the way it should. The other curved right, bright and insistent, leading off into what I knew was empty prairie. I should have stayed straight, should have kept to the route I'd plowed 100 times before. Instead, I felt my hands turning the wheel. It wasn't compulsion exactly, more like following a groove worn into your daily routine, that autopilot sensation that makes you arrive somewhere without remembering the drive. My truck followed the painted lines into the white, and the highway fell away behind me like something forgotten. The new road was smooth as polished glass. My plow blade scraped along it with a sound like a bow drawn across a crystal glass, high and keening and wrong. The painted lines continued ahead, impossibly bright against the darkness, glowing with a luminescence that didn't match my headlights. I tried the GPS, but the screen showed only static, gray pixels that shifted and crawled like something living. The white outside my windows began to change. Shapes moved within it, not trees or power poles, but vertical forms that might have been structures, or might have been nothing at all. They appeared at the edge of my vision, gone when I tried to look directly at them, present and looming whenever I focused on the road ahead. The storm itself seemed to respond to my passage, the snow swirling in patterns that suggested intention, as if the blizzard were watching me with 1,000 crystalline eyes. I drove for what might have been minutes, or might have been hours. Time behaved strangely in the white, stretching and compressing like taffy in a child's hands. The road continued, perfect and endless, the yellow lines guiding me deeper into geography that couldn't exist. My radio picked up nothing but static, but within that static I could almost hear something. A rhythm, a pattern, like voices speaking a language composed entirely of white noise and wind. Then I saw the others. They appeared in my mirrors first, which should have been impossible. The white was too thick to see more than a few yards. But there they were, other vehicles, their headlights forming a constellation behind me in the storm. Snowplows, I thought at first. Other operators who'd been pulled onto these impossible roads. But as I watched, I realized the lights weren't moving right. They held position behind me with mechanical precision, maintaining exact distances despite the varying speeds I tried. When I slowed down, they slowed. When I accelerated, they matched me perfectly. I tried the radio, cycling through all the channels we use out here, but got nothing except that static with its hidden rhythms. The shapes in the white grew more distinct, more numerous. They lined the road now, standing sentinel in the storm, and I could swear some of them were watching the cab as I passed. Not turning toward me, but already facing my direction, as if they'd been waiting. The painted lines began to multiply. What had been 2 stripes became 4, then 6, then a dozen, spreading across the road like cracks in glass. They wove around each other in patterns that made my eyes hurt, that suggested depths below the asphalt, layers of reality stacked like pages in a book. The road itself seemed to deepen, as if I were driving down a gentle slope into something vast and hollow beneath the earth. That's when I noticed the odometer. I'd been driving for 47 miles since the lines diverged, but the fuel gauge hadn't moved. The trip counter showed the distance accumulating, but other metrics had frozen. The temperature reading, the time display, even the small clock on the dashboard, all stuck at the moment I'd turned onto this road. Only the odometer continued its steady climb, marking miles through a space that shouldn't exist. The headlights of the vehicles behind me began to shift colors, from standard yellow-white to blue, then to shades of green and violet that seemed to vibrate at the edge of visibility. They formed patterns in my mirrors, constellations that might have meant something if I'd known the language they were speaking. The static on the radio grew louder, more insistent, and I could definitely hear voices within it now. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking in overlapping whispers that I couldn't quite resolve into words. I gripped the wheel harder, my knuckles white against the black plastic. Every instinct screamed to stop, to turn around, to force my way back to the world I knew. But the road continued, and the painted lines led forward, and some part of me understood that there was no reverse gear for this journey. You can't unfollow a path once you've committed to it. You can only see where it leads. The shapes outside resolved, finally, into structures. Buildings, I suppose, though they didn't look like any architecture I'd encountered before. They rose from the white at angles that defied the flat prairie I knew surrounded me. Towers and spires that seemed to bend back on themselves, that suggested interior spaces larger than their exterior dimensions. Lights burned in windows that might have been windows, warm and amber and utterly wrong in their distribution. No pattern to them, no logic. Just isolated points of illumination scattered across surfaces that couldn't exist. The road curved finally, after all those miles of straight travel. It bent around something I couldn't quite see, some massive presence that displaced the white without being visible within it. The painted lines intensified their glow, bright enough now to cast shadows inside the cab, to paint my hands yellow-green against the steering wheel. The vehicles behind me matched the curve perfectly, their headlights now cycling through colors I didn't have names for, shades that existed in the spaces between familiar hues. Then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. The white parted like a curtain, and I was back on Highway 85, heading north exactly where I should have been. The dashboard clock jumped forward, 3 hours and 17 minutes gone in what had felt like both an instant and an eternity. The GPS flickered back to life, showing me precisely on course, as if I'd never left. The radio resolved into a country station playing a song about lost love and long highways. Behind me, the road was empty. No impossible vehicles, no colored lights. Just the straight, familiar stretch of asphalt I'd plowed 1,000 times before. marked by standard yellow lines that stayed exactly where they were supposed to stay. I pulled over at the next rest stop and sat in the cab with the engine running, trying to make sense of what had happened. My logbook lay on the passenger seat, and I picked it up with shaking hands, intending to record everything. But when I opened it to the next blank page, I found it wasn't blank anymore. Something had filled the page with a map. Not my clumsy sketching, but a precise, detailed cartographic rendering of roads that didn't exist, drawn in yellow ink that seemed to glow faintly in the cab's dome light. The roads connected to each other in impossible patterns, forming shapes that might have been letters in some alien alphabet or might have been nothing at all. And there, at the center of the map, was a single point marked with a symbol I didn't recognize. A circle bisected by 7 lines, radiating out like spokes on a wheel. I'm writing this now, 3 days later, because the phenomenon hasn't stopped. Every shift, when the white descends and I'm alone on the empty highways, the painted lines begin to move. The roads call me deeper into their geometry. The shapes in the storm grow more distinct, and I can feel something changing inside me, some fundamental alteration to the way I perceive the space around me. Last night, I saw someone standing beside one of the impossible roads, just standing there in the white, watching my truck pass. It, looked almost human, but the proportions were subtly wrong, the way a reflection in a funhouse mirror is wrong. It didn't wave, didn't move at all, just watched with an attention that felt ancient and hungry and infinitely patient. The other operators have started avoiding me. They don't say why, but I've caught them looking at me strangely during shift changes, quickly looking away when I meet their eyes. Yesterday, my supervisor called me into his office and asked if everything was okay at home, if I needed some time off, if maybe the long nights were getting to me. I told him everything was fine. I don't know if he believed me. I'm not sure I believe me. Because here's the thing that keeps me awake during the few hours I try to sleep. I've started recognizing the roads. The impossible routes that branch off from the highway during whiteouts. I'm beginning to know them. I can anticipate the curves before they appear. I understand the logic behind their geometry, the way they connect to each other in spaces that fold through dimensions the maps don't account for. The symbol in my logbook appears in my dreams now, rotating slowly in a void that might be space or might be somewhere else entirely. And the painted lines, they're not just on the roads anymore. I've started seeing them everywhere. On the floor of my apartment, glowing faintly in the pre-dawn darkness. Traced along the edges of my bathroom mirror, running across the ceiling above my bed, meeting at a point directly over where I sleep. Always yellow, always luminescent, always suggesting paths to somewhere else. The question that haunts me, that keeps circling through my exhausted thoughts like a mantra, is this. Are the lines guiding me onto roads that shouldn't exist? Or are they revealing roads that were always there, hidden in the geometry of the world, waiting for someone to see them? Is this phenomenon happening to me? Or was I always meant to find these paths? Were the roads waiting for me specifically? Or would they have called to any operator desperate and tired enough to follow where they led? I don't know. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or gaining some terrible new form of vision. I don't know if the vehicles behind me are other lost travelers or something else entirely. Something that uses the shape of vehicles the way a deep-sea creature might use bioluminescence. As a lure, as camouflage, as a message I haven't learned to read. What I do know is this. Tonight, when I start my shift and the storm rolls in from the north, when the white descends and erases the world beyond my headlights, the painted lines will begin to move. They'll offer me a choice between the highway I know and the roads that shouldn't exist. And I already know which path I'll follow. Because I've seen the map now. I understand where the lines are trying to lead me. And whatever waits at the center of that impossible geometry, at the point marked by that 7-spoked symbol, it's been calling me since long before I first noticed the lines moving. Maybe it's been calling me my entire life, and I only just learned to hear it. The white is patient. The roads are endless, and the painted lines always know the way. I just wish I knew if they were showing me the way forward or the way down. Story 18. The fluorescent lights in the security office hummed their monotonous song as I signed in for my third week as night watchman at the Rothwell Museum of Contemporary Art. The day shift supervisor barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when he tossed me the keys. Outside, Philadelphia's November rain hammered against the tall windows, turning the city into a blur of yellow streetlights and black glass. I'd taken the job because it paid better than the warehouse work I'd been doing, and because I'd convinced myself I needed the solitude. After the separation, after moving into that studio apartment with walls thin enough to hear my neighbor's television through the night, I thought 6 hours alone with art would be meditative, peaceful even. The museum closed at 9. By 9:30, the last footsteps of the cleaning crew faded into the parking garage. By 10, the building settled into itself with creaks and sighs that I was still learning to distinguish from actual threats. The insurance company required walkthroughs every 45 minutes, documented by scanning RFID tags mounted throughout the 3 floors. Between rounds, I had the security office, a metal desk, a dying coffee maker, and a bank of monitors showing grainy feeds from 23 cameras. The Rothwell specialized in American urban realism from the last century. The permanent collection filled the second floor. Stark cityscapes, lonely diners, empty streets captured in the moments between dusk and full dark. During my first week, I'd spent the slow hours studying them, trying to understand what made people stand in front of paintings for minutes at a time during the day, what made them tilt their heads and whisper to their companions. I understood now. There was something hypnotic about the repetition of windows and fire escapes, the way certain paintings made you feel like you could step through the frame and find yourself in some other November, some other city, where your problems existed on a different plane. It was during my 11th shift that I first noticed the change. The painting hung in Gallery 4 near the emergency exit. I'd scanned the RFID tag beside it dozens of times. Brownstone, evening, oil on canvas, dated 1952. The scene showed a 4-story apartment building, its windows glowing amber against a bruised purple sky. Fire escapes zigzagged down the facade. A corner bodega occupied the ground floor, its neon beer sign reflecting in a puddle on the sidewalk. That night, I stopped in front of it and felt the air leave my lungs. A light was on in one of the 4th-floor windows that had been dark before. Not a subtle change in the painting's lighting, not a trick of the gallery's track lights. An actual illuminated window where there had been none, glowing from within the canvas as if someone had just flipped a switch inside that painted room. I stepped closer, close enough to smell the old varnish. The window was definitely lit now, and through it I could see the suggestion of a room, barely visible but somehow more defined than the other painted interiors. The edge of a table, what might have been a chair. My first instinct was to check the other paintings in the gallery. I moved from canvas to canvas, studying each one under the emergency exit's red glow. Everything else looked exactly as it had for the past 10 days. Same shadows, same lights, same frozen moments of urban solitude. I returned to Brownstone evening. The window remained lit. The rational explanations came easily enough. The painting was old. Maybe the varnish was deteriorating in a way that caught the light differently. Maybe I'd simply misremembered which windows were lit and which weren't. I'd been working nights for less than 3 weeks. My sleep schedule was still adjusting, my attention prone to wandering. I completed my round and returned to the security office, where the monitor for Gallery 4 showed the painting from a distance. The lit window was too small to see on the grainy feed, just another point of light among many. I made coffee and told myself I was tired, but I checked the painting on every subsequent round that night. The window stayed lit until my shift ended at 4 a.m., at which point I drove home through empty streets, second-guessing everything I'd seen. The next night, 2 more windows were illuminated in the brownstone. One on the 2nd floor, one on the 3rd, and in the 2nd floor window, I could swear I saw curtains that hadn't been there before. Not painted curtains catching painted light, but actual fabric, rendered with a detail that made the rest of the painting look flat by comparison. I spent my break researching the painting on my phone. The artist had died in 1970. Brownstone Evening had been part of the museum's collection since 1988. No restoration work scheduled, no recent exhibitions or loans, No reason for anyone to have accessed it outside of normal gallery hours. I took photos with my phone, close-ups of the lit windows, but they came out poorly in the low gallery light. When I reviewed them later, the images showed only the overall painting, too distant and blurry to capture the details that had transfixed me. By my 14th shift, I'd started keeping a notebook, documenting the changes I was seeing, because it wasn't just brownstone evening anymore. In Gallery 5, a painting called Intersection at Midnight showed a rain-slick street corner, a lone figure beneath a streetlight. The figure was carrying something now, a bag or package under one arm, and I could swear it stood in a slightly different position than before, 3 degrees to the left, turned more toward the viewer. In Gallery 3, the factory district depicted rows of industrial buildings beneath a smoke-heavy sky. In one window, 5 floors up, a face had appeared. Just the suggestion of features, pale and indistinct, but unmistakably a face pressed against the glass, looking out. Looking, it seemed, directly at whoever stood before the painting. I tried telling myself I was experiencing some kind of breakdown. The stress of the separation, the new job, the inverted sleep schedule, all combining to produce hallucinations. I considered calling out sick, seeing a doctor, maybe asking for a leave of absence. But each night I came back, and each night the paintings revealed more of themselves. The lit windows in Brownstone Evening now numbered 7. I could see furniture in several of them. A kitchen table set for a meal, a bed with rumpled sheets. In the 4th floor window where the light first appeared, someone had hung a coat on a hook near the window. I couldn't make out details, just the shape of it, dark against the painted wall. The figure under the streetlight in Intersection at Midnight had moved again. Now it stood at the edge of the sidewalk, as if about to step off the curb. The bag under its arm looked heavier, bulging with whatever it contained, and the face in the factory district had been joined by others. 3 windows now showed pale ovals pressed against the glass, all looking out at the same angle, all watching the space where I stood when I made my rounds. I stopped sleeping well during the day. The studio apartment felt wrong, like I was being observed through windows I couldn't see. I kept the curtains closed and the lights on, but it didn't help. I'd drift off and wake minutes later, convinced I'd heard footsteps in the hallway, a key in the lock, breathing on the other side of the wall. My ex-wife called on my day off. She wanted to discuss the division of some furniture we'd forgotten about, and I found myself barely able to focus on her words. In the background of the call, I heard traffic, city sounds, and for a moment I was certain I recognized the specific acoustics. A particular intersection, a particular street corner. I asked where she was calling from, trying to sound casual. She told me she was at a cafe downtown. Why did it matter? And I couldn't explain the relief I felt that she wasn't standing on that rain-slick corner beneath that amber streetlight. On my 17th shift, I brought a measuring tape and a sketch pad. During my first round, I documented everything I could about Brownstone Evening. The dimensions of the canvas, the position of each lit window, the placement of the furniture I could see inside them, the coat hanging in the 4th floor apartment. By my 3rd round, 2 more windows had illuminated. The bodega's door now stood slightly ajar, revealing a wedge of interior darkness, and the coat in the 4th floor window had shifted position, hanging at a different angle, as if someone had just brushed past it. I stood in Gallery 4 for 20 minutes, watching the painting, waiting for something to move in real time. But the changes only happened when I wasn't looking. When I turned away and then back, when I left the gallery and returned, the coat nagged at me. Something about its shape, the way it hung from the hook. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my photos, looking for something, though I wasn't sure what. Then I found it, a picture my ex-wife had taken 3 months ago, before everything fell apart. We'd been at a street festival, and I'd taken off my jacket, and she'd snapped a photo of me holding it over my shoulder. A black canvas jacket with brown leather patches on the elbows. Distinctive. Worn. The coat in the painting looked exactly like it. My hands started shaking. I stepped closer to the canvas, so close my breath fogged the protective glass. The painted coat was rendered with impossible detail now. detail that exceeded the rest of the painting's style. I could see the individual stitches on the elbow patches, the frayed edge of the collar, the tarnished zipper pull. It was my coat, hanging in a painted window, in a painting that had been created 20 years before I was born. I backed away from the gallery, away from all the paintings with their watching faces and their lit windows, and their figures that moved when I wasn't looking. I made it to the security office and sat in the harsh fluorescent light, trying to remember how to breathe normally. The monitors showed the empty galleries, 23 camera feeds of still silence. I focused on the feed for Gallery 4, even though the painting was too distant to see details. Just a rectangle of darker color on the gallery wall. As I watched, something moved in the frame. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting at the pixelated image. The painting itself, Brownstone Evening, seemed to shift slightly. Not the camera angle, not a glitch in the feed. The painting was moving, tilting forward from the wall as if someone were pulling it from behind. Then it settled back into place, and I told myself I'd imagined it, but I hadn't imagined the coat. I pulled out my phone and called the museum's emergency line, my finger hovering over the button. What would I tell them? That the paintings were changing? That I'd seen my coat in a canvas from 1952? They'd think I was using drugs, stealing from the collection, having some kind of episode. I ended the call before it connected. The rational part of my mind insisted there had to be an explanation. Someone was accessing the galleries somehow, altering the paintings as an elaborate prank. Or I was experiencing a very specific form of psychosis, one that caused consistent, detailed hallucinations only while at work. Or I'd never actually separated from my wife, never taken this job, and everything since September had been a dream or a coma or a breakdown. But the coat was real. I'd seen it, and it was hanging in a room I couldn't reach, in a building that existed only in oil and canvas and varnish. I forced myself to complete the next round. I walked through Gallery 3 without looking at the factory district and its watching faces. I passed through Gallery 5, where the figure under the streetlight had now stepped off the curb and stood in the middle of the intersection, its back to the viewer, walking away toward some destination only it knew. In Gallery 4, I stopped in the doorway. I couldn't make myself approach Brownstone Evening. Instead, I studied it from a distance, trying to see it as just paint on canvas, just pigment and oil shaped by someone's hand decades ago. But the windows were so bright now, so many of them lit, glowing like a beacon. And in the fourth-floor apartment, I could see the coat more clearly than ever. Could see, beside it, the edge of a door that I didn't remember being there before. A door that stood slightly open, revealing a sliver of hallway beyond. A hallway that looked exactly like the one in my apartment building. The same scuffed walls. The same institutional beige. The same overhead fixtures with their fluorescent buzz. I felt the room tilt, felt the air grow thin and sharp. And then I saw it. In the fifth-floor window of the painted brownstone, a window that had been dark just minutes before. A figure stood there now, pressed against the glass like the faces in the other paintings. But this one I recognized. It was me. Not a painted suggestion of a human form. Not an abstract representation. It was my face, rendered in perfect detail, staring out from that fifth-floor window with an expression I couldn't read. Horror. Resignation. Warning. The me in the painting raised one hand and pressed it against the glass. I ran. Down the gallery, through the corridor, past the emergency exit, and the restrooms and the administrative offices. I ran until I reached the security office and slammed the door behind me, breathing hard, tasting copper. The monitors showed the empty galleries, everything still and silent. The feed for Gallery 4 showed Brownstone Evening hanging quietly on the wall, too distant to see details, just another painting in a room full of art. I wanted to leave, clock out early, walk away from this job and never come back, but I knew with absolute certainty that it wouldn't matter. The paintings would follow me, or I'd already stepped through some invisible threshold, and there was no walking back from wherever I'd gone. I checked my phone. 40 minutes until the end of my shift. 40 minutes until the day supervisor arrived, and I could hand over the keys and pretend everything was normal. I didn't make another round. I sat in the office and watched the monitors, watched for any movement in the galleries, any sign that the paintings were doing something new. But everything remained still. At 3:45 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text message from a number I didn't recognize. "Fifth floor, window on the right. You should come home." I stared at the message, reread it, checked the number again. Nothing. No caller ID. No previous conversation history. Another buzz. A photo this time. It showed my studio apartment, taken from the hallway outside my door. The angle was wrong, though. Too high. As if the camera were mounted on the ceiling, or held by someone very tall, or as if it were taken from inside one of the paintings. The day supervisor arrived at 4 a.m. I handed him the keys and the logbook, and he asked me if I was feeling all right. I probably looked terrible. I told him I'd had a long night, and he made some joke about the coffee being too weak to keep anyone alert. I drove home through the empty streets. The rain had stopped, but the asphalt still gleamed black and slick, reflecting the streetlights in smears of amber. I passed intersections that looked exactly like the one in Intersection at midnight. Past factory districts with rows of blank windows catching the dawn light. My apartment building was a brownstone, 4 stories with a bodega on the corner. I'd never really noticed before, never connected it to anything. I climbed the stairs to my 3rd-floor studio, and as I reached for my keys, I looked up. The hallway continued to the 4th floor, to the 5th. My building was only 4 stories tall. It had always been 4 stories tall, but the staircase kept going up, vanishing into shadows that the overhead lights couldn't penetrate. I stood there for a long time, keys in my hand, listening to the building breathe around me. Somewhere above, on a floor that shouldn't exist, I heard a door close, heard footsteps moving across a painted room, and I realized that I didn't know which side of the canvas I was on anymore. Whether I'd been stepping into the paintings night after night, or whether they'd been slowly stepping into me, whether the me standing in this hallway was real, or whether the real me was still pressed against that 5th-floor window, trying to warn someone who could no longer hear. I looked at my apartment door, thought about the coat I'd left hanging on a hook inside, wondered if it was still there, or if I'd find the hook empty, the coat having traveled somewhere I couldn't follow. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, steady and monotonous, the same sound they made in the museum galleries. I still had to decide whether to turn the key and go inside, or to climb those stairs into the darkness above, to find out what waited on the 5th floor of a building that had never had a 5th floor. But standing here in this hallway, in this building, in this city that suddenly felt painted and flat and trapped behind glass, I understood that it didn't matter which choice I made. I was already inside the frame, and someone, somewhere, was watching. Story 19. The ink was mine. I knew it the moment I saw it, the way the letters leaned too far right, the peculiar loop in my lowercase g's that I'd carried since grade school. But I hadn't written these words. I found the first entry on my 3rd week in the tower. September had settled over the Bitterroot Range with the kind of crystalline silence that made you forget the world still turned below. The Park Service had stationed me at Widow's Peak for the season, 70 feet above the tree line in a glass-walled box that creaked with every gust of wind. Most days I saw nothing but the endless carpet of lodgepole pine stretching toward horizons that seemed to curve away from reality itself. The logbook sat on the desk where I'd left it that morning, but when I returned from checking the anemometer, there was a new entry. Not at the end, where my last weather notation sat, but 3 pages ahead, dated for tomorrow. September 18th, wind south-southwesterly, 12 to 15 miles per hour, gusting to 22. Temperature high 68 degrees Fahrenheit, low 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Barometric pressure falling. Dry lightning possible after midnight. Visitor at 3:47 a.m. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, down to the way I crossed my 7s with a horizontal line. But I hadn't written it. I'd been outside for maybe 20 minutes, and the tower was locked. I was alone up here. I'd been alone since the helicopter dropped me off 3 weeks ago. I stood there with the book open in my hands, my pulse doing something irregular against my ribs. The cabin felt smaller suddenly, the windows less like observation points and more like frames for whatever might be watching back. I checked the door, still locked. The trap door to the platform below, secured. The radio crackled with static, tuned to the emergency frequency that never transmitted anything but the occasional weather report from the ranger station 40 miles south. I convinced myself I'd written it during one of those fugue states people slip into when they're alone too long. Mountain sickness affecting memory, altitude playing tricks, the mind filling empty hours with tasks it couldn't quite remember completing. The next day, September 18th, the wind came from the south-southwest at 13 miles per hour, gusting to 22. The high reached 68 degrees. The barometer fell 3 millibars between noon and sunset. At 11:47 p.m., lightning flickered through clouds that held no rain, illuminating the mountains in stuttering blue-white bursts that left afterimages burned into my vision. At 3:47 a.m., something knocked on the trap door. 3 measured raps, deliberate and patient, coming from the platform 70 feet above the ground. I was in my sleeping bag, caught in that terrible space between sleep and waking where the body can't quite remember how to move. The knocking came again. Same rhythm, same impossible source. There was no ladder, no stairs. The only way up was the pulley system I used for supplies, and that was locked down for the night. I lay there until my lungs started burning, realized I'd been holding my breath. The knocking didn't repeat. Eventually, the sky began to pale toward dawn, and I convinced myself it had been a dream. A vivid one, soaked in the kind of detail that made it feel real, but a dream nonetheless. Except when I checked the logbook that morning, there was another entry. 4 pages ahead this time. September 22nd, wind west-southwest 8 to 11 miles per hour, temperature high 74°, low 44°, clear skies, smoke-spotted grid sector 7B at 1420, controlled burn, confirmed with base. Visitor at 3:47 a.m. says I should leave. My coffee went cold while I stared at those words. The last sentence writhed on the page like something alive. I grabbed the radio, keyed the transmit button, and heard my own voice come out too fast, too sharp. The ranger station didn't answer for 3 minutes. When they did, it was just to confirm they'd received my routine morning check-in. I asked if anyone else had access to the tower, if helicopters had been in the area, if there were any hikers registered for the high trails. Negative on all counts. I was alone up here. I was supposed to be alone. I spent September 19th through 21st watching the logbook like it might detonate. I moved it to different locations, the shelf, the desk, inside a storage bin. I marked the pages with small tears at the corner so I'd know if someone leafed through it. The marks remained undisturbed. But on the morning of September 22nd, the entry was there. Exactly as I'd read it 4 days ago, down to the slant of every letter. At 2:20 p.m., I spotted smoke rising from grid sector 7B. The Park Service confirmed it was their controlled burn, apologized for not giving me advance notice due to a communication mix-up. The wind blew west-southwest at 9 miles per hour. The temperature peaked at 71 degrees under cloudless skies so blue they hurt to look at. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at the desk with every light in the tower burning, the radio volume turned up, watching the trapdoor. The clock on the wall ticked toward 3:47 a.m. with a sound like bones breaking. At 3:46, the wind died completely. The tower stopped its perpetual creaking. The forest below went silent in a way that felt like pressure against my eardrums. At 3:47, the knocking came. 3 raps, measured and patient. Then a voice, muffled by the trapdoor but clear enough to understand. It sounded like my voice might sound if I were standing outside myself, listening to a recording played back at slightly the wrong speed. It said I should leave. I didn't open the trapdoor. I couldn't have moved if I'd wanted to. The voice didn't speak again, but I heard something else. Footsteps on the platform, circling the tower. Slow, deliberate circuits that creaked the boards, even though there was no weight up there. Nothing human, anyway. The footsteps continued for 20 minutes, maybe 30. Time felt negotiable. Eventually, they stopped. The wind returned. The forest woke up with a chorus of insect sounds that seemed too loud, too frantic, like everything out there was just as relieved as I was that whatever had been circling was gone. When sunrise came, I found another entry. September 25th. Wind and 15 to 18 miles per hour, gusting to 28. Temperature high 54 degrees Fahrenheit, low 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Cloud cover 80%. Rain after dark. Visitor at 3:47 a.m., getting impatient. Says the tower isn't mine. I radioed the ranger station and told them I needed to come down. Equipment malfunction, personal emergency, anything. The woman on the other end reminded me that the helicopter rotation wasn't scheduled until October 15th, unless there was a genuine crisis. Was there a genuine crisis? I looked at the logbook, at my own handwriting describing events that hadn't happened yet, and couldn't find words that wouldn't make me sound insane. I told her no crisis, just lonely. She said loneliness was normal, it would pass. I'd adjust. Everyone did. I started staying awake. All of it. If I didn't sleep, maybe I wouldn't write the entries. Maybe I could break whatever loop I'd fallen into. I drank instant coffee until my hands shook, paced the small cabin until I'd memorized every knot in the floorboards, every spiderweb in the corners. I kept the radio on, letting the static become a kind of companion. On September 24th, I made it to midnight before exhaustion dragged me down into my sleeping bag. I woke at dawn on September 25th. The wind was already picking up from the north, gusting hard enough to make the tower sway. The temperature had dropped. Clouds were rolling in, heavy and dark. Everything was happening exactly as the entry had predicted. At 3:47 a.m. on September 26th, the knocking came again. But this time it was different, harder, faster, not patient anymore. The voice followed, and it wasn't muffled. It was inside the cabin with me, right behind my ear, close enough that I felt breath that wasn't there. The tower isn't yours. I spun around. The cabin was empty, but the logbook was open on the desk, pages flipping by themselves, stopping on an entry dated October 1st. I hadn't read that far ahead. I hadn't wanted to, but now I couldn't look away. Wind calm, temperature high, 66 degrees, low 45 degrees, perfect visibility. Visitor at 3:47 a.m., visitor at 12:15 p.m., visitor at 6:33 p.m., visitor at 9:02 p.m. Visitor doesn't knock anymore. Visitor is inside. Visitor is writing this. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely key the radio. I called the ranger station, demanded they send the helicopter, told them there was someone in the tower with me, that I needed to get down immediately. The woman on the other end asked if I was hurt, if I was in danger. I told her yes, absolutely yes, and heard my voice climb toward hysteria. She said they'd send someone at first light, to stay calm, to lock the door and wait. I did wait. I sat with my back against the door, watching the logbook. The pages kept turning by themselves, slowly now, like something was reading through them, reviewing its work. When the pages reached the end, they started over, flipping back to that first entry from September 18th, wind SSW 12:15 MPO. Visitor at 3:47 a.m. That's when I understood. The entries weren't predictions. They were memories, but they weren't my memories. They were memories of me, observed from the outside, recorded by something that watched me every moment of every day, something that had been here long before I arrived, something that knew what I would do before I did it, because it had seen this all happen before, over and over, with every lookout who'd ever been stationed at Widow's Peak. The tower wasn't mine. It had never been mine. I was the visitor. Dawn came eventually. The helicopter didn't. I radioed the station again, and a different voice answered. Male, unfamiliar. He said there was no record of my call. No helicopter dispatched. No one named after me in the duty roster for Widow's Peak. The tower, he said, had been closed for the season. Some kind of structural issue. It wasn't safe to occupy. I told him I'd been here for 3 weeks. He said that wasn't possible. He said I should probably get some rest, maybe see a doctor when I got back down. He said lots of hikers got turned around in the mountains, and sometimes people found their way into places they shouldn't be. I hung up and looked around the cabin. Really looked. The dust on the shelves was thick, undisturbed, except for the places where I'd touched things. The windows were filmed with grime that suggested seasons without cleaning. The sleeping bag I'd been using had moth holes I hadn't noticed before. The food supplies I'd thought the Park Service provided. They were mostly empty cans with labels sun-faded into illegibility. I checked the logbook one more time. The entries continued forward, day after day, week after week. My handwriting filling every page with weather patterns and visitor schedules. October, November, December. On and on into dates I hadn't reached yet. Dates I might never reach if I stayed. The last entry was dated March 15th of next year. The handwriting had deteriorated into something barely legible, letters overlapping and smeared. No wind, no temperature, no visibility. Visitor is me. Visitor has always been me. Ready to start again. I'm writing this on September 28th. The helicopter is supposed to come on October 15th, but I don't think it will. I think I've been here longer than 3 weeks. I think maybe I've been here for years, living the same rotation over and over, writing observations in a logbook that already knows what I'm going to say. Sometimes, when I look in the small mirror above the sink, my reflection takes a moment to catch up with my movements. Sometimes I catch myself speaking in that wrong speed voice, the one that came from outside the trapdoor. Last night at 3:47 a.m., I knocked 3 times on the floor. I don't remember deciding to do it, but when I looked down, my hand was raised, knuckles red from rapping against the wood. And somewhere below, impossibly far below in the darkness under the tower, something knocked back. The logbook is open on the desk. The pages are turning by themselves again, cycling through past and future, memories and predictions blurring together. I can see an entry dated today. The handwriting is mine. The words say I'm still here, that I'm always here, that the tower isn't a place you leave, it's a place you become. I should go down the ladder. I should try to hike out, find the ranger station, prove I'm real. But when I look at the trapdoor, I can't remember if it leads down or up. Can't remember if I climbed to this tower or fell into it. The wind is picking up from the southwest, gusting to 22 miles per hour, and I know that tomorrow at 3:47 a.m., someone will knock. Someone who sounds like me. Someone who needs to warn the next visitor that the tower isn't theirs. Someone who is writing this right now, in handwriting that looks exactly like mine, documenting a future that's already happened and a past that hasn't occurred yet. The pages keep turning. The wind keeps blowing. And I keep watching, because that's what lookouts do. We watch. We wait. We record what we see, even when what we see is ourselves, circling the tower in the dark, knocking on doors that were never locked, living in a glass box suspended between mountain and sky, between memory and prophecy, between one version of ourselves and another. The visitor is coming at 3:47 a.m. The visitor is always coming, and this time I think I'll let them in. Story 20. The Aldridge building had been standing since 1927, and in my 3 years as night doorman, I'd learned every groan of its bones, every wheeze of its ancient heating system, every complaint its elevator made as it hauled residents between floors. The brass fixtures still gleamed under my nightly polishing, and the lobby's black and white checkered floor reflected the amber glow of the Art Deco chandeliers like a chessboard frozen mid-game. I knew this building, or at least I thought I did. It started on a Tuesday in October, during that dead hour between 2 and 3 in the morning, when even the city seems to hold its breath. I'd been reading at my desk, some paperback thriller I'd picked up at the bodega, when the elevator bell chimed. The sound cut through the silence with an almost painful clarity, sharp and insistent in a way I'd never noticed before. The elevator indicator showed it stopped between 12 and 14, not on a floor, between them. I set down my book and watched the brass needle quiver on the dial, stuck in that impossible space. The building had no 13th floor, of course. Most old buildings in Manhattan didn't. Superstition built into architecture, a numerical gap that supposedly kept bad luck at bay. The elevator went from 12 to 14, and that was that. Except now it wasn't going anywhere at all. The bell chimed again, insistent, demanding. I grabbed my keys and crossed the lobby, my shoes clicking against the checkered floor with metronomic precision. The elevator's Art Deco doors gleamed in the low light, their geometric patterns creating shadows within shadows. I pressed the call button. Nothing happened. The needle still hung in that in-between space, and now I could hear something else. A faint humming from behind the doors, like the building itself was breathing. I used my master key to manually release the doors. They slid open with their usual whisper of well-oiled machinery, but instead of the familiar brass interior of the elevator car, I found myself staring at something that shouldn't exist. A hallway stretched before me, narrow and carpeted in deep burgundy that had faded to the color of dried blood in patches. The walls were covered in the same flocked wallpaper that decorated the upper floors, but the pattern seemed wrong somehow. The flowers slightly misshapen, their petals curling in directions that made my eyes hurt if I looked too long. 4 doors lined the corridor, 2 on each side, and each bore a brass number: 1301, 1302, 1303, 1304. The 13th floor, the floor that didn't exist. Every door had a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging from its handle, and every sign bore a name. My name. Rodriguez. Over and over. Rodriguez, 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 Rodriguez. I stood in the doorway for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, my hand still on the elevator door's edge, keeping it from closing. The rational part of my brain insisted this was impossible. I'd been in this building's basement, seen the blueprints in the super's office during a plumbing emergency. 12 floors, then 14. No space between them for this corridor to exist. But the hallway didn't care about blueprints or rationality. It simply was, stretching before me with its mismatched doors and impossible signs, lit by fixtures that cast a jaundiced light I'd never seen in any other part of the building. The bell chimed again, making me flinch. The sound came from inside the hallway this time, echoing off walls that seemed to absorb and amplify it simultaneously. I should have closed the doors, should have called the super, or the building manager, or maybe even the police, though what I would have told them I couldn't say. Instead, I found my foot crossing the threshold, my body moving with a will that felt separate from my own thoughts. The elevator doors whispered shut behind me, and I was standing in the 13th floor's corridor, breathing air that tasted of dust and copper and something else. Something like the smell of old photographs, that particular scent of time made tangible. The first door on my left, 1301, had a crack of light showing beneath it. I could hear something from inside, a rhythm that might have been breathing or might have been the building's pipes, or might have been nothing at all. My hand reached for the doorknob before I could stop it, but the door was locked. When I pulled my hand away, my palm was warm, as though the brass had been heated from within. I moved to the next door, 1302, dark underneath, silent. But the "Do Not Disturb" sign swayed slightly as I approached, though there was no breeze in the hallway. No air circulation at all, now that I thought about it. The air hung heavy and still, like in a sealed room. That's when I noticed the photographs. Between each door, the wallpaper gave way to small framed pictures, the kind of candid shots that decorated the hallways of the building's regular floors, residents at building events, holiday parties, summer barbecues on the roof. But these photographs showed me at my desk in the lobby, me polishing the brass fixtures, me signing for packages, me holding the door for residents whose faces were always turned away from the camera or blurred beyond recognition. In every photograph, I was looking at something just outside the frame, my expression caught between curiosity and something that looked uncomfortably like fear. I didn't remember any of these pictures being taken. The bell chimed again, closer now, and I realized it was coming from the end of the hallway. A small brass bell sat on a table I hadn't noticed before, the kind that might sit on a hotel desk. It gleamed under the sickly light, and as I watched, it rang itself once more, the clapper moving with no visible hand to strike it. My footsteps felt too loud on the burgundy carpet as I moved toward it. Each step seemed to take longer than it should, as though the hallway was stretching to accommodate my passage, growing longer the more I walked. The temperature had dropped too. I could see my breath now, small clouds that dissipated into the stale air. The table held more than just the bell. A registry book lay open beside it, the kind old hotels used before everything went digital. The page showed a list of names, all handwritten in the same spidery script, all the same name. Rodriguez, 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 Rodriguez. The dates beside each entry went back years, decades. The earliest I could see was from 1927, the year the building opened. My hands started shaking. I shoved them in my pockets and felt something I didn't remember putting there. A key. Heavy, old-fashioned, made of brass that was warm to the touch. A tag dangled from it with a room number etched into the metal. 1304. The last door on the right. I don't know why I walked to it. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to hammer on the elevator doors until they opened, to get out of this impossible hallway, and back to the reality of the lobby with its chessboard floor and amber lights. But my feet carried me forward anyway, and my hand reached out with that warm brass key, and I watched as though from a great distance as the key slid into the lock with a click that sounded like recognition. The door swung open. The room beyond was an exact replica of my apartment. Not similar, identical. Same furniture in the same positions, same water stain on the ceiling from the upstairs neighbor's leak last winter, same photograph of my mother on the side table, in its same cracked frame. Even the same coffee mug I'd left on the counter that morning sat in the exact same spot, still half full. But this wasn't my apartment. My apartment was in Queens, in a building with working locks and neighbors who played their music too loud, and a bodega on the corner where the owner knew my order. This was a copy. A recreation, a stage set built from my memories, and I was standing in it. I stepped inside, unable to stop myself. The door closed behind me with a soft click. The room smelled exactly like my apartment, that mixture of coffee and the lavender detergent I used and the faint mustiness that came from an old building's ventilation. Everything was perfect. Everything was wrong. On the coffee table sat a folder I'd never seen before. Inside I found more photographs. Me as a child, standing in front of the Aldrich building. Me as a teenager, walking past its entrance. Me at 20, 25, 30. Always with the building in the background. Sometimes close, sometimes distant, but always there. Always watching. Beneath the photographs, a document. A contract, yellowed with age, dated 1927. The signature at the bottom was smudged and illegible, but the terms were clear enough. The building required a custodian, someone to tend it, to keep it alive. The position was hereditary, passed down through generations, binding family to stone and steel in perpetuity. The name on the contract was Rodriguez. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. My footsteps, I realized, with a jolt that felt like falling. The same pattern I'd made when walking to this door. They started at the elevator and made their way down the corridor, past each numbered door, toward 1304, toward this room, toward me. I stood frozen as the steps grew closer, accompanied now by the sound of keys jingling, of breathing that matched my own panicked rhythm. The doorknob began to turn, and I backed away, my legs hitting the couch that was exactly like my couch in exactly the right spot. The door opened, and I saw myself standing in the hallway, my uniform crisp, my master keys in hand, my expression caught between curiosity and something that looked uncomfortably like fear. I watched my own face as it took in the room, as the eyes that were my eyes widened in recognition and horror. And then I was in the hallway, staring into the room, and someone who looked exactly like me was backing away from the door in terror. The cycle clicked into place in my mind with horrible clarity. The building didn't have a 13th floor. The building was the 13th floor. Every doorman, Every custodian, every Rodriguez who'd tended this building since 1927, hadn't quit or retired or moved on to better opportunities. They were all here, caught in their own rooms, living their own moments over and over, while new ones took their place at the desk in the lobby. I looked down the hallway and saw the elevator doors beginning to open. Soft light spilled out from the lobby beyond. Warm, amber, safe. My desk was visible through the gap, my paperback thriller still lying open where I'd left it. How long ago? Minutes? Hours? Decades? The bell on the table chimed once more, cheerful and insistent. I could step back into that elevator. I could return to my desk, to my shift, to the comfortable routine of polishing brass and signing for packages and greeting residents I'd never quite look at directly. Or I could stay here, on this floor that didn't exist, in this version of my apartment that was somehow more real than the one I paid rent for. I could open the other doors, see what, or who, waited behind them. I could ring the bell myself and see what came. Behind me, the version of myself in the room had stopped backing away. He was staring at me now with an expression I recognized, because I'd seen it in the mirror every morning for 3 years. Not fear, not confusion, recognition. We were the same moment, stretched across time. He would step into the hallway soon. He would find the elevator. He would return to the desk. And then, one night, the bell would chime, and the elevator would stop between 12 and 14, and he would open the doors to find this hallway waiting, just as I had, just as countless others had. The elevator doors began to close, the light from the lobby growing narrower. I could hear the building breathing around me, that low hum I'd learned to ignore during my shifts, but which now sounded almost like contentment. The Aldridge building had been standing since 1927, and it had no intention of falling. It just needed someone to tend it, someone to keep it alive, someone named Rodriguez. I reached out and pressed the call button before the doors could close completely. The brass felt warm under my fingers, the same warmth as the key, as the doorknob, as everything in this impossible place. The doors hesitated, then slid open again, revealing the lobby in all its Art Deco glory. My desk waited, patient and familiar. My book lay open to the page I'd been reading. The chessboard floor gleamed under the amber lights, frozen mid-game. But when I looked at the elevator indicator from this side, from this angle, I could see what I'd never noticed before. The brass dial had a 13th floor marker after all. It had always been there. I'd simply never looked at it from the right position, never stood in exactly the right spot to see the number etched in the metal. I stepped into the elevator, and the doors whispered closed behind me. The descent was smooth, gentle, inevitable. When the doors opened again, I was standing in the lobby, the hallway and its impossible doors gone as though they'd never existed. But I knew better now. I returned to my desk and picked up my book, finding my place, settling back into my chair. The building groaned around me, its familiar sounds suddenly laden with meaning I couldn't ignore. Every creak was a breath. Every groan was a word. The Aldridge building was alive, and it was hungry, and it had claimed me the same way it had claimed every Rodriguez before me. I just hadn't known I was already caught until I'd stepped onto the floor that didn't exist. The clock on my desk ticked forward. 2:30, 3, 4. Dawn approached, and with it, the end of my shift. Residents would wake soon, stumbling down to the lobby for their morning routines. I would greet them, hold doors, accept packages, polish brass. I would be the perfect doorman, and when the night came again, I would wait for the bell to chime, because the building always needed tending. And now I understood that I'd been tending it all along, even before I knew there was something that needed care. The 13th floor wasn't a place I'd discovered, it was a place I'd always been. Somewhere above me, between 12 and 14, a bell chimed softly, welcoming, patient, waiting for the next time I'd need to answer. I turned the page of my book and continued reading, the words blurring slightly as I wondered whether this was the first time I'd read this chapter or the 100th. The building settled around me with a sound like satisfaction, and I realized I couldn't remember if I'd ever actually lived in that apartment in Queens. Or if that too had been just another room on the 13th floor. The lobby's amber lights flickered once, casting shadows that looked almost like doorways across the checkered floor. I didn't look up. I'd learned, finally, that some doors were better left closed, even when they had your name on them. Story 21. The first piece came in with the morning tide on a Tuesday in late October, wedged between two barnacle-crusted rocks near the north end of Whisper Beach. I'd been walking this stretch of Oregon coast for 15 years, ever since I'd moved my carpentry business from Portland to this gray-skied town where the fog rolled in thick enough to taste. The wood was Douglas fir, salt-bleached and smooth, about 8 inches long. Nothing unusual about finding driftwood here. The Pacific spat out timber like spent cigarettes. But something made me pick it up. The carving stopped my breath. Neat, precise lines cut into the weathered surface. 45-degree miter, 23 inches left rail, my handwriting. Not similar to it, not reminiscent of it. Mine. The same cramped letters I'd been scrawling on lumber for 3 decades. The same way I curved my numbers, that distinctive curl on the 5 that my high school shop teacher used to mock. I stood there with the surf soaking through my boots, turning the wood over and over. The carving was old, worn smooth by water and time, not fresh. My fingers traced the grooves while my mind tried to build reasonable explanations. A coincidence. Someone with similar handwriting. Some kind of joke, though I couldn't imagine who'd bother or how they'd manage it. I pocketed the driftwood and continued my walk, but the familiar rhythm of waves and crying gulls felt off-tempo, like a song played back at the wrong speed. That night in my workshop, a converted garage that smelled perpetually of cedar and varnish, I compared the carving to my recent project notes. Identical. The slant, the pressure, even the slight drag at the end of each stroke where my pencil wanted to keep moving. I set the driftwood on my workbench and tried to forget it, but it sat there like an accusation, pale against the dark wood. The second piece appeared 4 days later, further south along the beach. Same weathered fir, same impossible handwriting, dovetail joint, 3/4 depth, top corner. This time my hands shook as I read it. This time I couldn't pretend it was coincidence. I drove home faster than I should have, nearly missing the turn onto Lighthouse Road. In my workshop, I pulled out my archives, 15 years of project files, photographs, invoices. I searched through everything, looking for those specific measurements, that particular joint. It took until 2 in the morning, but I found it. A custom bookshelf, built in my second year here, sold to a couple renovating one of the old Victorian houses on Cliff Street. I'd been proud of that piece. Hand-cut dovetails, perfectly mitered rails. The specifications matched exactly, not approximately, exactly, including a minor calculation error in my original notes that I'd caught and corrected during construction. The error was carved into the driftwood. I sat in my workshop as the wind rattled the garage door, staring at both pieces of wood laid side by side. My mind offered increasingly desperate explanations. Someone had stolen my project files. Someone was recreating my notes as an elaborate prank. Someone had broken in and copied my handwriting for reasons I couldn't fathom. But the wood was old. Months in the ocean, maybe years. The carvings were worn smooth by salt water and sand. These couldn't have been made recently. I stopped walking the beach. For 3 weeks I avoided Whisper Beach entirely, taking my morning exercise on the treadmill at the community center instead, surrounded by the mechanical whir of wheels and the smell of disinfectant. I threw myself into work, taking on more commissions than I could comfortably handle, built 2 dining tables, a set of custom cabinets, 3 chairs, kept my hands busy and my mind occupied. But the ocean called. That's what the locals said anyway. The ocean always called you back. I thought it was romantic nonsense until I found myself driving to the beach at dawn, my truck steering itself down familiar roads while my conscious mind argued uselessly against it. The third piece was waiting at the tide line like it knew I'd come. Mortise 1.5 inches by 4 inches. Center support. I recognized it immediately. A bench I'd built 7 years ago. commissioned by the town for the overlook at Sentinel Point. I'd carved my initials under the seat, a small act of pride. The bench was still there, still solid, still bearing the weight of tourists who stopped to watch the sunset. This time I noticed something else. Small notches along the edge of the driftwood, almost too faint to see. A pattern. I counted them. 14 marks, evenly spaced. I couldn't remember what they meant, if they meant anything, but they itched at my memory like a word stuck on the tip of my tongue. I collected the pieces obsessively after that. Every morning before dawn, I walked the beach with a flashlight, scanning the tide line. Some days I found nothing. Other days, 2 or 3 pieces, each one carved with instructions from projects I'd completed years before. A coffee table, a window frame, a child's rocking horse that I'd made for the pastor's daughter, though she was grown now and gone to college somewhere inland. My workshop filled with driftwood, pieces arranged on every surface like a shrine to memory. I photographed each one, cataloged them, cross-referenced them with my old project files. Every instruction matched. Every measurement was accurate. Every error I'd originally made was faithfully reproduced in the carvings. I started losing time, small gaps at first. Minutes here and there where I'd find myself standing in the workshop with no memory of walking there, or sitting in my truck in the beach parking lot with the engine running and my hands cramped on the steering wheel. The gaps grew. Hours. I'd start a project in the morning and look up to find it dusk, my muscles aching from work I couldn't remember doing. The townspeople noticed. Jenny at the hardware store asked if I was feeling all right when I bought a packet of sandpaper I already had in my cart. The postmaster commented that I looked tired. I caught my reflection in the workshop window one evening and barely recognized the gaunt face staring back, hollow-eyed and gray. I tried to stop going to the beach, but every morning I'd wake to find sand in my shoes, salt spray dried on my jacket. The driftwood kept appearing on my workbench, though I had no memory of collecting it. My workshop became a map of my entire career, each piece a marker of something I'd built, sold, sent out into the world. Then I found the instructions for something I hadn't built yet. The driftwood was fresher than the others, still dark with water, still sharp at the edges. The carving read, corner brace, 22-degree angle, 16 inches, reinforcement, my handwriting, my style. But I had no record of this measurement in any of my files. I checked everything, current projects, pending commissions, even rough sketches I'd made and discarded. Nothing matched. I should have thrown it away. I should have burned every piece of driftwood I'd collected, closed my workshop, moved somewhere far from the ocean. Instead, I found myself measuring out a piece of oak, setting my saw to a 22-degree angle. My hands moved with certainty, guided by instructions I didn't understand for a project I didn't remember starting. The piece fit perfectly into a corner brace I'd apparently already built. I stared at it, running my fingers along the joint. The work was mine. I recognized my techniques, my style, the slight imperfection in my cuts that came from an old injury to my left hand. But I had no memory of building it, no memory of planning it, no memory of cutting the wood. More instructions came. Fresh driftwood, barely aged, instructions for pieces that clicked into place with others I'd built but couldn't remember building. A frame was taking shape in the center of my workshop. Something large, something complex. The structure grew daily, though I lost more time than I kept, finding myself at the workbench with sawdust in my hair and new pieces completed. Gaps in my memory like missing rungs on a ladder. I tried to stop, locked myself in my house, avoided the workshop. But I'd wake at 3 a.m. to find myself standing at the workbench in my pajamas, my hands moving through the motions of assembly, following instructions carved into fresh driftwood that appeared like prophecy. The ocean's rhythm had become my rhythm. The tide's pull had become my pull. The structure revealed itself slowly. A chair. No, too large for a chair. A throne, maybe, or some kind of ceremonial seat. The wood was all reclaimed pieces, lumber from a dozen different projects spanning 15 years. I recognized grain patterns, saw joints I'd cut years ago, now repurposed into this new configuration. Every piece fit perfectly. Every measurement was exact. The final instruction arrived on a storm-dark morning, delivered by waves that crashed higher than I'd ever seen them. The driftwood was pristine, barely wet. The carving so fresh I could smell the sap. Seat panel, final assembly, 42, x 24, mortise joints. I cut the panel from a plank of black walnut I'd been saving for a special commission. My hands didn't shake. My cuts were perfect. I fitted the panel into the waiting frame and stood back to look at what I'd built. The chair was magnificent. My best work, better than anything I'd consciously designed. Every joint was flawless, every angle precise, every curve ergonomic and beautiful. I'd built it from instructions sent back through time, or forward through memory, or sideways through some crack in reality I couldn't name. I'd built it from pieces of everything I'd ever made, a synthesis of 15 years of craft and care. I sat in it. The wood was warm under my hands, worn smooth in places I hadn't worn it. I could feel grooves in the armrests, depressions shaped by hands that had gripped them 1,000 times. My hands. The seat conformed to my weight like it had been holding me for years. When I closed my eyes, I could smell salt spray and feel the vibration of waves even though I was 2 miles inland. When I opened them, I was holding a piece of fresh driftwood and a carving knife. My hands were moving without instruction, cutting precise letters into the wood. Instructions, measurements, specifications for a bookshelf I'd built in my second year here. The wood in my hands was from a Victorian house on Cliff Street, lumber I'd salvaged last week when the new owners gutted the interior. The bookshelf I'd originally built had finally been torn out after all these years. The wood had found its way to the ocean. The ocean had brought it back. I understood then, or thought I did, or understood enough to be worse than ignorance. I stood from the chair, my chair, the one I'd been sitting in for years, or days, or moments, and walked to the window. Dawn was breaking over Whisper Beach, painting the waves in shades of gray and amber. I could see a figure on the sand, moving slowly along the tide line, stopping periodically to pick up driftwood and examine it before slipping it into a jacket pocket. The figure looked up toward my workshop. Even at this distance, I recognized the hollow eyes, the gaunt face, the posture of someone caught between waking and dreaming. He raised one hand in a wave that might have been greeting or warning, or acknowledgement of something we both knew, but couldn't articulate. I raised my hand in response. My reflection in the workshop window mimicked the gesture, but the timing was off. A fraction of a second slow, like I was seeing myself through water or smoke or time. The carving knife was still in my other hand. The driftwood, half carved, bore instructions for a dining table I'd deliver next week, or had delivered last year. The measurements were perfect. The handwriting was mine. I couldn't remember cutting the letters, but I could feel the motion in my muscles, the memory of an action I hadn't yet performed or had performed 1,000 times. On my workbench, new pieces of driftwood were already appearing, materializing from nowhere or everywhere. Instructions for projects that would become projects that had been projects. The ocean was bringing them in, or I was carving them, or both were true, or neither mattered anymore. I returned to the chair and sat down. My hands found the grooves worn into the armrests. Perfect fit. I picked up another piece of driftwood, lifted the carving knife, and began to cut. The letters formed themselves with practiced ease. 45-degree miter, 23 inches, left rail. Outside, the figure on the beach continued walking, collecting driftwood, heading toward a workshop where he'd discover instructions in his own handwriting for furniture he'd already built. Or would build. Or was building in this moment, sitting in a chair made from ghosts of projects past, carving instructions into wood that the ocean would age and return and deliver like messages from a future that had already happened. The wind picked up, rattling the garage door. The tide was coming in. I could hear it, even from here, that rhythmic pull and crash, marking time in a way my workshop clock couldn't match. I carved another letter, then another, watching my handwriting emerge from the wood, like it had always been there, just waiting for my knife to reveal it. In the window's reflection, I saw myself sitting in the chair. And behind that reflection, another figure sitting in the same chair, and behind that, another. Layers of myself, stacked in time like plywood, each one carving instructions for the next, each one following instructions from the last, an endless loop of creation and instruction, builder and built. I should have been frightened. Perhaps I was. Perhaps I had been for weeks, or months, or years. But fear was just another joint to cut, another angle to measure, another instruction to follow from driftwood delivered by an ocean that knew more about time than I ever would. The carving knife moved in my hand. The letters appeared. The driftwood filled my workshop like a tide that would never fully recede. And somewhere on Whisper Beach, a carpenter was finding the first piece, picking it up with wonder and confusion, reading his own handwriting carved into wood that had been waiting in the ocean for him to arrive. Or return, or never leave. The distinction didn't seem to matter anymore. I set down the finished piece and reached for another, already knowing what instructions I'd carve, already seeing how they'd weather in the salt water, already remembering how it would feel to find them again for the first time on a gray October morning, when the fog rolled in thick enough to taste. The ocean was calling. The ocean was always calling, and I was finally learning to answer in a language I'd been speaking all along. Story 22. The salt stretched before me like a frozen ocean, white and endless beneath the Utah sun. I'd driven 12 hours to reach the Bonneville Salt Flats, my camera equipment rattling in the back of my Jeep, drawn by the promise of absolute emptiness, the kind of landscape photographers dream about, a blank canvas where earth and sky negotiate their boundary in a shimmer of heat and light. I set up my tripod at what I estimated to be the center of nothing. My compass spun lazily, useless in this expanse of crystalline silence. The salt crunched under my boots, each step leaving a temporary impression that the afternoon wind would soon erase. That's what I told myself anyway. That's what should have happened. The first footprint appeared while I was adjusting my telephoto lens. I noticed it during a break when I'd stepped back to drink water and reassess my composition. A single impression in the salt, maybe 30 feet from my position. Boot-shaped, but not quite. The edges were too crisp, too deliberate, as if someone had stamped it there with architectural precision. I scanned the horizon in every direction. Nothing but white plain and pale sky, that peculiar flatness that makes distance meaningless. I returned to my camera, dismissing it. Someone else had been here. Maybe yesterday, maybe this morning. The salt preserved things strangely. Everyone knew that. By sunset, there were 7 more. They formed a line. Not a wandering path, but a geometrically perfect line, each print exactly the same distance from the next, all pointing directly at my tripod. I walked the length of them, my shadow stretching long and thin across the salt. Each footprint was identical, same depth, same shape, same uncanny precision. No scuffs, no drag marks, no irregularities that would indicate actual human locomotion, just these stamped impressions, as if someone had measured the distance between my position and the horizon, then carefully placed markers at precise intervals. The wind had picked up, but it didn't touch them. I photographed the prints as the light died, my hands steadier than they should have been. Professional distance, I told myself. Document the anomaly. That's what good photographers do. We capture the strange and let others interpret. But my fingers trembled slightly as I adjusted the focus, and I found myself counting the prints over and over, as if the number might change. It did. By the time I'd set up my tent and portable floodlights, there were 17 footprints. 3 distinct lines now, all converging on my position like radii of a circle drawn by an obsessive geometer. I stood at the hub, my camping chair positioned beside the tripod, and tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Salt formations, crystallization patterns, some natural phenomenon that mimicked deliberate placement. The flats were famous for their optical illusions, their mirages that made the mind see water where there was only mineral. Perhaps this was similar, a trick of perception, my brain imposing order on random variation. I set up my audio recorder as the last light bled from the sky. I'd brought it to capture the silence, that profound absence of sound that urban-dwelling photographers rarely experienced. The kind of quiet that made its own noise in your ears, a pressure that reminded you how loud your own body was, heartbeat, breath, the wet sounds of swallowing. The recorder's LED glowed red in the darkness. Recording. I sat in my chair and waited for nothing to happen. The first sound came at 11:47 p.m., according to the recorder's timestamp. I didn't hear it initially, not really. My mind registered it as wind, perhaps, or the distant hum of a vehicle on the interstate, though the highway was miles away and sound didn't carry normally across these flats. The air was too still, too dense with salt particles. But when I listened later, when I played back the recording with my headphones clamped tight over my ears, I heard it clearly. Waves. Not metaphorical waves, not something that resembled water. Actual surf, the rhythmic crash and hiss of tide against shore, the rolling thunder of breakers over sand. Underneath it, that peculiar hollow sound of water retreating, dragging stones and shells in its wake. I sat in the darkness, my headphones still on, listening to the ocean that shouldn't exist. The recorder sat on the salt beside my chair, still capturing, its microphone pointed at nothing. I pulled the headphones off and listened with my naked ears. Only silence. The profound crystalline silence of the desert at night. I put the headphones back on. Waves. Unmistakable. Consistent. Real. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I walked the perimeter of my camp with a flashlight, checking and rechecking the footprints. They hadn't multiplied, but they hadn't faded either. In the beam of my light, they looked deeper than before, as if whatever had made them was pressing harder, bearing down with increasing weight. I knelt beside the nearest one and touched the edge of the impression. The salt was warm. Not sun warm, that heat had bled away hours ago, but body warm, as if something with flesh and blood had stood there moments before. I pulled my hand back and wiped my fingers on my jeans, though they weren't dirty. The salt stuck to my skin in a fine powder that caught the light like mica. The recorder ran until dawn. I sat in my chair watching the eastern horizon for the first hint of light, and tried not to listen to the sounds that weren't there. The ocean sounds continued, rhythmic and patient, interrupted occasionally by something that might have been gulls or voices. The quality was wrong for proper identification. The recording was too crisp, too present, as if the microphone was being held underwater or pressed against glass. When the sun finally rose, pale and distant, I saw the new prints immediately. They covered everything, hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, radiating outward from my position in concentric circles, each one perfectly placed, perfectly spaced, creating a mandala of footprints with my tripod at the center. I stood slowly, my joints stiff from the cold night, and turned in place, trying to comprehend the pattern. It was beautiful, in a way that made my stomach clench. Mathematical, intentional, impossible. I hadn't heard anything, hadn't seen anything. The recorder had captured only ocean sounds and my own breathing, which had grown progressively faster as the night wore on. I should have left then, packed my gear, loaded the Jeep, driven back to civilization and reasonable explanations. But photographers are curious creatures, drawn to mystery the way moths approach flame, and I still had 4 days of vacation time. I told myself I'd stay one more night, document the phenomenon properly, get better photographs, better recordings, approach it scientifically. That was my first mistake. Or perhaps my first mistake had been coming here at all, setting up my equipment in this specific spot, planting my tripod like a flag and claiming this particular square of salt as my territory. The footprints began to fill in during the day. I watched it happen through my telephoto lens, tracking the distant perimeter of the pattern. New prints appeared in the gaps between the existing ones, not all at once but gradually, one every few minutes, closing the spaces with methodical patience. By noon, the density had doubled. By evening, the ground around my camp looked trampled, as if an army had marched through in formation, each soldier stepping exactly where they'd been commanded to step. But I was still alone. I knew this with certainty because the salt flats offered no cover, no place to hide. I could see for miles in every direction, and there was nothing. No people, no vehicles, no living things except myself and perhaps some extremophile bacteria in the salt crust. The sky was empty of birds. The air was still. And yet the footprints kept appearing. I recorded everything, photographs from every angle, time-lapse sequences, close-ups of individual prints showing the grain structure of the compressed salt. I documented my own footprints for comparison. They looked nothing alike. Mine were irregular, deeper at the heel, showing the natural roll of human gait. These others were uniform, stamped, artificial in their perfection. The second night, I set up 3 recorders. One pointed east, one west, one straight up at the stars. I arranged them in a triangle around my position, each one synchronized to the same timestamp. If the sounds were directional, if they had a source, this would reveal it. I sat in my chair and waited. The ocean sounds began at 11:47 p.m. again, exactly the same time, to the second. All 3 recorders captured it, which should have been impossible. If the sound had a point of origin, the microphones should have picked it up at slightly different times, the delay revealing direction and distance. But the waveforms, when I checked them later, were identical. The sound was arriving from everywhere at once, or from nowhere, or from inside my head. This thought occurred to me around 2 a.m., as I sat in the darkness listening to waves crash against beaches that had dried up millions of years ago, when this whole valley had been Lake Bonneville, and the salt flats were just sediment at the bottom of a vast inland sea. Perhaps I was hearing the past. Perhaps the salt remembered. I almost laughed at that. The thin, brittle sound died quickly in my throat. The footprints were glowing. I noticed it slowly, the way you notice the first star appearing at dusk. A faint luminescence, barely visible even in the complete darkness of the desert night. Blue-white, like bioluminescent plankton, or the glow of certain deep-sea creatures. I turned off my floodlights to see better, and the pattern revealed itself fully. A vast mandala of glowing prints, all pointing inward, all focused on the point where I sat. I stood and walked to the edge of the nearest circle. The glow intensified as I approached, bright enough to cast shadows. I knelt and touched one of the prints. Cold. So cold that my fingers stuck briefly to the salt, and when I pulled them away, I left skin behind. Not much, just a few cells, but enough to see my own fingerprints pressed into the impression, overlaying whatever had made it. The ocean sounds grew louder in my headphones. I pulled them off and heard it with my naked ears this time. Faint but present. Waves. Real waves. The salt flat singing songs of water. I ran back to my Jeep and sat in the driver's seat with the doors locked, breathing hard, trying to convince myself that I was reacting to stress and isolation, and too many nights photographing empty places. The mind plays tricks in solitude. Every photographer knows this. We see patterns that aren't there, meaning in randomness, messages in noise. But the glow was still visible through the windshield, and the sound of waves was growing louder. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed, caught, died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead, though I'd charged it fully before leaving the city. I checked the lights, all off. The radio, off. Nothing was draining the power. Nothing except the profound cold that had settled over the flats. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of something fundamental. I spent the rest of that night in the Jeep, watching the glowing footprints through the windows, listening to the ocean that shouldn't exist. The prints moved closer. Not appeared closer. Moved. Slowly, incrementally, dragging toward the vehicle like luminescent tide marks advancing up a beach. By dawn, they surrounded the Jeep completely, pressed against the tires, climbing onto the hood. When the sun rose, they faded. The glow diminished, then vanished, leaving only the physical impressions in the salt. Dead battery aside, everything looked almost normal. I could convince myself that the night had been a hallucination, a dream, a side effect of dehydration and altitude despite the flats being well below sea level. Almost. The footprints on my hood remained, small and perfect, leading from the front bumper to the windshield where they stopped. As if something had stood there, looking in at me while I'd huddled in the driver's seat, watching nothing watch me back. I got out of the Jeep on shaking legs. My camping chair was gone. Not moved, not knocked over. Gone. Vanished. The tripod remained, my camera still attached, its lens cap missing. I checked the memory card. The last photograph was from yesterday evening, a long exposure of the sunset. Nothing after that. But the battery was drained, as if the camera had been running continuously, photographing darkness, or photographing something that didn't register on the sensor. I made the decision then to walk out. The interstate was roughly 12 miles east. I could make that by afternoon if I moved steadily. Leave the equipment, leave everything except water and my phone, which had no signal but could still serve as a compass. Leave and don't look back. I started walking. The salt crunched under my boots, each step echoing somehow, though echo needs a surface to reflect from, and there was nothing but flatness in all directions. After 20 minutes, I stopped and looked back at my camp. It was exactly as far away as when I'd started, maybe farther. I walked for another hour, keeping the sun at my back, maintaining a straight line. My GPS showed me moving, coordinates changing, distance increasing. But when I looked back, my camp remained in the same place visually, neither growing nor shrinking, fixed at some impossible middle distance. The salt stretched forever in front of me, forever behind. My footprints trailed away, and beside them, paralleling my path with mathematical precision, were others, the same prints from the camp. They appeared as I walked, pacing me, keeping step. I stopped walking. The prints stopped appearing. I started again. They resumed, matching my stride exactly, one for one, left for right, right for left, or a companion made of absence, walking beside me in the white emptiness. I turned and walked toward them. They curved away, maintaining the same distance. I ran, they ran. I stopped and spun in circles, trying to catch them forming, trying to see the moment of creation. But they only appeared at the edge of vision, in that blind spot where sight becomes peripheral, where the mind fills in details that might not be there. I walked back to camp. It took no time at all. 4 steps, maybe 5, and I was standing beside my tripod again, breathing hard, my water bottle half empty, though I didn't remember drinking. The sun was lower than it should have been. Hours missing. Time consumed by the walk that went nowhere, by the distance that refused to exist. The recorder was still running. I rewound it, listening to the captured audio. My footsteps, the crunch of salt, my breathing, quick and panicked. And underneath it all, always, the sound of waves. But there was something else now, something I'd missed in the headphones last night. A rhythm in the ocean sounds, a pattern, almost like speech if you listened carefully enough. Words in a language that used tide instead of phonemes, surf instead of syllables. I listened for hours as the sun set, playing it back again and again, convinced that if I could just focus hard enough, I could understand what the waves were saying, what the salt wanted to tell me. The message, when I finally heard it, was simple. Devastatingly simple. Come home, repeated over and over, in every crash of water, every hiss of foam. Come home. 2 words that shouldn't make sense here, hundreds of miles from any coast, in a desert that had been seabed millions of years before humans existed. But the salt remembered. The salt had always been water's child, and water was calling its scattered pieces back. Or calling me back, or I was simply losing my mind in the isolation and heat, my brain cooking slowly in my skull, my neurons firing in patterns that created meaning from noise, purpose from accident, message from emptiness. I couldn't tell anymore. That was the worst part. The not knowing. The uncertainty that made my hands shake when I tried to take photographs. That made me question whether I was really sitting here, or if I'd died yesterday, and this was some salt-preserved afterlife where nothing changed and nothing ended. The footprints filled in completely as darkness fell. A solid mass now, so dense that individual impressions merged into a single luminescent field. I stood at the center of a glowing circle, a target painted in light that called to nothing and everything. The tripod cast no shadow. Neither did I. The light came from below, from the salt itself, from the memory of water that wanted to be whole again. The recorder captured it all, me standing in the light, the ocean sounds growing louder. My voice when I finally spoke, asking questions to the empty air, asking if anyone was there, asking what they wanted, asking please, please, just tell me what's real. The answers came in waves. They always did. I'm still here, sitting beside my tripod, waiting for dawn. The battery in my Jeep won't revive. My phone died hours ago. The recorder will run until its power fails, and then it will stop, and there will be no evidence that any of this happened. Just a photographer who drove into the salt flats and didn't come back, leaving behind equipment and questions. But I know what I'll do when the sun rises. I'll walk toward the place where the footprints converge, toward the center of the pattern that I thought was focused on me but might actually be focused on something beneath the salt, beneath the memory of water, beneath everything. The prints are sinking now, deeper, not disappearing, but descending, as if the things that made them are finally putting their full weight down, as if they're no longer just touching the surface but stepping through it, into it, becoming part of it. And I'm sinking too, just a little. My boots settling into the salt in a way they shouldn't, in a way that feels less like standing and more like floating, suspended in a medium that isn't quite solid, but isn't quite liquid either. The waves are so loud now. I don't need the recorder to hear them. They're everywhere, all around, inside. The salt sings with water, and the water remembers being ocean, and the ocean remembers everything that ever drowned in it, and somewhere in that memory is a place for me. I think I've been here before. I think I've always been here. The photographs don't matter. The evidence doesn't matter. What matters is the convergence, the point where all the footprints meet, where all the paths end and begin simultaneously. The sun will rise soon. I can feel it in the salt, that coming warmth. But I don't think it will change anything. I don't think there's a difference anymore between day and night, between being here and being gone, between the photographer and the photograph. The waves are calling. The salt is singing. The footprints lead home. All I have to do is follow them down. Story 23. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday. I found it wedged between the storm door and the frame when I got home from work. The envelope already damp from the afternoon drizzle that had started around 3. The return address read Pinewood Grove HOA in that impersonal sans serif font that all neighborhood associations seem to favor. I remember thinking it was probably about the annual dues or some community meeting I'd inevitably skip. Inside, the letter was brief and clinical. A formal notice of violation for leaving my trash bins at the curb past the designated pickup time. The infraction was dated for the following day, Wednesday, at 6:47 p.m. I read it twice, assuming it was a typo. Someone in the HOA office had probably mixed up their paperwork, written tomorrow's date instead of yesterday's. It happened. I crumpled the letter and tossed it in the recycling bin without much thought. Wednesday evening I was running late. A project deadline had kept me at the office until nearly 7, and traffic on Route 7 had been its usual nightmare. When I finally pulled into my driveway at 6:52 p.m., I saw them immediately. My trash bins, still sitting at the curb where I'd left them that morning. The collection truck had come and gone hours ago. The timestamp on the letter suddenly felt less like a clerical error. I hauled the bins back to the side of the house, their wheels catching on the uneven pavement, and tried to ignore the prickling sensation at the base of my skull. Coincidence? That's all it was. Maybe I'd misread the date. Maybe the letter had actually said Tuesday, and my tired brain had transposed the days. I'd been working too many late nights recently, surviving on coffee and whatever takeout I could grab between meetings. The second letter arrived Thursday morning. This time it was in my mailbox, mixed in with the usual junk mail and a water bill. Another violation notice. Same impersonal formatting. The infraction. Leaving my garden hose connected and running. Wasting water in violation of the community's conservation guidelines. The date and time were printed clearly at the top. Friday, 2:34 p.m. I stood at the end of my driveway, holding the letter while a UPS truck rumbled past. My hose was coiled neatly against the side of the house. It hadn't been turned on in days. The weather had been overcast and cool for late September. The grass still damp from recent rain. There was no reason to water anything. I walked around to the side yard anyway just to confirm. The hose lay exactly where I'd left it, bone dry, the brass fitting still attached to the spigot. The spigot handle pointed downward in the off position. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to the house settle around me, those familiar creaks and groans that old construction makes, and tried to rationalize what was happening. The HOA had made a mistake. Someone was harassing me. A neighbor with a grudge had sent fake letters. But none of these explanations quite fit. The letterhead looked legitimate, complete with the association's official seal. The language matched previous communications I'd received over the years. And who would go to such elaborate trouble for what? A prank? At 2:30 a.m. I got up and went to the kitchen window that overlooked the side yard. The streetlight 2 houses down cast long shadows across my property, turning familiar shapes into something vaguely threatening. The hose was still coiled against the house. Nothing moved except the branches of the neighbor's oak tree, swaying gently in the breeze. Friday, I worked from home. I told my boss it was to focus on some coding without office distractions, but really I just wanted to be here, to watch, to prove to myself that nothing was going to happen. The morning passed slowly. I kept glancing out windows between conference calls, checking on the hose, the trash bins, anything that might validate or refute the warnings. By noon, I'd convinced myself the whole thing was absurd. I made lunch, answered emails, and almost forgot about the letters entirely. At 2:28 p.m., I needed to use the bathroom. When I returned to my desk 6 minutes later, I looked out the window purely by reflex. The hose was uncoiled across the lawn, snaking toward the street. Water pooled around the spigot, darkening the mulch. My heart lurched. I ran outside without bothering to put on shoes, my socks immediately soaking through on the wet grass. The spigot handle was turned perpendicular to the pipe, fully open. Water poured from the hose's brass nozzle, creating a small river that ran down toward the storm drain. I twisted the handle shut, my hands shaking. The silence that followed felt enormous. I stood there in my wet socks, holding the hose, trying to understand what I'd just seen. Or rather, what I hadn't seen, because I'd been home all day. I'd been checking that window constantly, and I hadn't seen anyone approach the house. The pressure started building then, a steady weight behind my eyes that would become familiar over the next few days. That sensation of being observed, of existing in someone else's field of vision without being able to locate the watcher. I coiled the hose again, slower this time, methodical, as if the careful action might impose order on the chaos creeping into my understanding of reality. Then I went back inside and locked the door. All the doors. And I stood at the kitchen window, watching the side yard, until the sun set and the streetlights flickered on and I couldn't distinguish between the shadows anymore. The third letter was under my doormat Saturday morning, my garage door, left open overnight, creating a security risk for the entire neighborhood. The violation was scheduled for Sunday, 11:43 p.m. I looked at the garage from my front porch. The door was closed, just as I'd left it the night before, just as I always left it. I had a routine: pull in, press the remote, wait for the door to descend completely before entering the house. 15 years in this neighborhood, and I'd never once forgotten to close that door. But I had also never left my hose running, never left my trash bins out overnight. Sunday was a special kind of torture. I tried to occupy myself with normal weekend tasks, laundry, meal prep, attempting to focus on a book I'd been meaning to finish for months, but my attention kept fragmenting. Every hour, I'd walk through the house and check the garage door from different vantage points. The kitchen window, the upstairs hallway, the small side door that connected the garage to the utility room. Closed. Always closed. By 10 p.m., I'd developed a plan. I would stay awake. I would watch. If someone was doing this to me, I would catch them in the act. And if I was somehow doing it to myself, if I was sleepwalking or having some kind of dissociative episodes, then I'd at least have that knowledge. Either truth was preferable to this suspended state of not knowing. I made coffee and positioned myself at the dining room table, which offered a clear view through the front window to the garage door. My phone sat beside me, charged and ready to call the police if needed. The house was silent except for the refrigerator's periodic hum and the occasional car passing on the main road 2 streets over. 11 p.m. Nothing. 11:30 p.m. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, then stopped. 11:40 p.m. I rubbed my eyes, the coffee doing little to combat the exhaustion that had been building for days. 3 minutes. I just needed to make it 3 more minutes. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, the quality of the darkness had changed. Something felt different. Wrong. I checked my phone. 11:46 p.m. 3 minutes had vanished. I shot up from the chair, nearly knocking it over, and ran to the front door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt. When I finally got outside, the cool night air hit my face like a slap. The garage door was open, not just partially open, fully raised, the interior lights on, exposing my car and the accumulated junk of years. Storage boxes, old furniture, tools hanging on pegboards. Everything visible to anyone who might be passing by. I stood on the front walk in my bare feet, staring. My vision seemed to pulse at the edges, reality taking on a liquid quality. I had been watching. I had been awake. There was no way I could have missed seeing or hearing the garage door open. Those mechanisms were loud, all grinding chains and mechanical clanking. Unless I hadn't been awake. Unless those 3 missing minutes had been longer than I thought. Unless I had walked out to the garage myself and opened the door and returned to the dining room with no memory of doing so. The thought made something cold settle in my chest. I walked to the garage in a daze and pressed the wall button. The door descended with its familiar rumble, and I watched it close as if seeing the process for the first time. Then I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the dining room table in the dark. I didn't make it to work Monday. I called in sick, citing food poisoning, and spent the day researching. Dissociative disorders, temporal lobe epilepsy, carbon monoxide poisoning, stress-induced psychosis. The internet offered a dozen potential explanations, each more disturbing than the last, but none of them explained the letters, the specific timestamps, the fact that each event happened exactly when predicted. By Tuesday, I had a new theory. Someone was gaslighting me, a neighbor maybe, or someone from the HOA itself. They were somehow sneaking onto my property and staging these violations to match the letters they'd sent. It was elaborate and cruel, but it made more sense than the alternatives. I installed motion sensor cameras, 3 of them covering the front yard, side yard, and garage, the kind that sent alerts directly to my phone and stored footage in the cloud. If anyone came near my house, I'd know about it immediately. Wednesday morning, the 4th letter arrived. This one was different. The paper felt heavier, the ink slightly darker. The violation was listed as inappropriate exterior modifications, scheduled for Thursday at 4:15 p.m. But there were no specifics, no description of what modification I would allegedly make. I read it over breakfast, my hands surprisingly steady, despite the coffee I'd consumed. The cameras were active. Whatever happened, I'd have documentation, proof, something concrete to show the police when I finally built up the courage to file a report about whatever was happening to me. Thursday, I positioned myself at my desk with my laptop open, the camera feeds displayed across multiple windows. Front yard, side yard, garage. Nothing moved except leaves skittering across pavement and the occasional car passing on the street. At 4:10 p.m. I went to the bathroom. I was gone for less than 2 minutes. When I returned, my phone was buzzing with camera alerts. All 3 cameras simultaneously. I opened the app with trembling fingers. The footage showed me, walking out of the house at 4:12 p.m., moving across the front yard toward the fence line. The figure on the screen looked like me, moved like me, wore the same clothes I was wearing. But I was inside. I was watching this happen on my laptop. I couldn't be in 2 places at once. The figure on camera, the other me, reached the white vinyl fence that separated my property from the neighbor's yard. It produced a can of spray paint from its pocket and began marking the fence with long, deliberate strokes. Black paint against white vinyl. Even from the camera angle, I could see the shapes forming. Letters, or numbers, or something else entirely. I watched the footage and felt my sense of self fragment. Because I was here. I was inside my house, watching this happen. I hadn't left the desk. I hadn't touched any spray paint. I didn't own any spray paint. But the timestamp in the corner of the screen read 4:15 p.m. I ran to the front door, my legs weak, my breathing ragged. When I got outside, the figure was gone, but the fence bore fresh black marks, the paint still wet enough to smell. The shapes weren't letters or numbers. They were symbols I didn't recognize, geometric patterns that seemed to shift slightly when I looked at them directly. I touched one with my fingertip. The paint came away, tacky and real. For the first time since this started, I genuinely wondered if I was losing my mind. Not in an abstract, worried way, but as a concrete possibility that demanded consideration. Maybe I was having blackouts. Maybe I was doing all of this myself and somehow suppressing the memories. Maybe the stress of work had finally broken something fundamental in my brain. That night I sat in my living room with every light on, afraid to sleep, afraid of what I might do while my conscious mind was offline. The house felt different now, not like a refuge, but like a container I was trapped inside with a stranger who wore my face. The next letter arrived Friday. It was hand-delivered. I watched through the peephole as someone in a dark hoodie approached the door, slid the envelope through the mail slot, and walked away before I could react. By the time I unlocked the door and looked outside, the street was empty. The letter was brief. A single sentence. Final violation. Failure to exist at designated coordinates. Saturday, 3 a.m. I read it 20 times trying to extract meaning. Failure to exist. What did that mean? How could I fail to exist? The phrase made my skin crawl, suggesting an impossibility that somehow felt inevitable. Saturday, I didn't even try to work. I couldn't eat, couldn't focus on anything except the approaching deadline. 3 a.m. The phrase kept cycling through my thoughts, taking on the quality of a mantra or a curse. I considered leaving, just getting in my car and driving away from Pinewood Grove, away from the HOA and the letters and whatever was happening to me. But where would I go? And what if the problem wasn't the neighborhood but something inside me? What if I carried this with me wherever I went? As midnight approached, I made a decision. I would set up my phone to record myself. I would stay awake and document whatever happened at 3 a.m. If I somehow moved or changed or ceased to exist, there would be evidence. Someone would find it eventually. I positioned the phone on the mantel, angled to capture the entire living room where I sat. Then I waited. 1 a.m. The house was absolutely silent. Even the usual settling sounds had stopped, as if the building itself was holding its breath. 2 a.m. My eyes burned from staying open so long, from refusing to blink for more than a second at a time. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, fast and irregular. 2:30 a.m. A car passed outside, its headlights sweeping across the windows. For just a moment, the shadows in the room seemed to move independently, rearranging themselves before settling back into place. 2:55 a.m. I stared at the phone's screen, watching myself watch myself, caught in an infinite regression of observation. At exactly 3 a.m., nothing happened, or everything happened, and I simply wasn't there to experience it. Because when I checked the phone's recording the next morning, there was a gap. The video jumped from 2 hours, 59 minutes, 47 seconds to 3 hours, 1 minute, 13 seconds, 26 seconds of missing time. And in the frame at 3:00:13, I was gone. The chair I'd been sitting in was empty. The room was vacant. I appeared again at 3:04, already seated as if I'd never left. I watched that segment of video dozens of times, searching for any glitch or artifact that might explain the discontinuity. But the recording was clean. For 26 seconds, I had failed to exist. The question that haunted me wasn't where I had gone. It was whether I had come back the same. I stood in my kitchen that Sunday morning, making coffee with hands that looked like mine, wearing pajamas I remembered putting on, inhabiting a body that responded to my thoughts. But something felt misaligned, like a piece of furniture moved 3 inches to the left, close enough to seem right, but wrong enough to create a persistent unease. I checked my reflection in the bathroom mirror. Same face, same eyes, same small scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. But the person looking back seemed to be evaluating me with equal uncertainty, as if we were two strangers trying to verify each other's identity. The weekend passed in a haze. I didn't receive any more letters. The HOA remained silent. My cameras captured nothing unusual, just the normal flow of suburban life. Neighbors walking dogs, the postal carrier making rounds. By Monday, I'd almost convinced myself it was over. But Tuesday morning I found something new. Not a letter this time, a photograph, slipped under my doormat. The image was taken from across the street, showing my house in daylight. In the front window, barely visible through the glare on the glass, was a silhouette. Someone standing inside, looking out. The timestamp in the corner read, Wednesday, 7:22 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm writing this now, on Tuesday night, trying to document what's happening before Wednesday arrives, before 7:22 a.m. I've set alarms to wake me at 7:15. I'll position myself anywhere except that front window. I'll prove the photograph wrong, break the pattern, regain some control over whatever is unfolding around me. But part of me already knows I'll fail. Part of me understands that the silhouette in the photograph is already there, waiting in a tomorrow that somehow already happened. That time in Pinewood Grove doesn't flow in the direction I've always assumed it does. The house is quiet now. I'm sitting at the dining room table again, the same spot where I watched the garage door. Everything is familiar, but there's a quality to the silence that feels expectant, patient, as if the house knows something I don't. I keep thinking about those 26 seconds, where I went, what happened during that brief absence, and whether the person who came back was really me, or just something that learned to approximate my patterns with near-perfect accuracy. The clock on the wall reads 11:47 p.m., 7.5 hours, until 7:22 a.m. Until I stand in that window, or don't stand in that window, or discover that the choice was never mine to make. I can hear something now, a sound so faint I might be imagining it, like paper sliding against paper, like an envelope being pushed through a mail slot. But when I check, there's nothing there. Not yet. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow there will be another letter. I'm certain of it with a clarity that feels like memory rather than prediction. And I'll read it, even though I already know what it will say. Even though every cell in my body is screaming at me to leave this house, this neighborhood, this version of myself that keeps making choices I don't remember making. Because the truly terrifying thing isn't the letters or the warnings or the impossible timestamps. It's the growing suspicion that somewhere, in some iteration of this neighborhood, in some version of this night, another me is reading these exact words. And he's wondering if I'm real, if any of us are real, or if we're all just echoes, bouncing between moments that have already happened and futures that have already been written, trapped in the gap between prediction and occurrence, existing only in the space where time folds back on itself. The sound comes again, louder now. Paper against paper. I should check the door. I should look and see what new impossibility has arrived. But I'm afraid that this time the letter will be addressed to someone else. Someone wearing my name like a costume. Someone who will read it and not recognize the warning for what it is. Not a prediction of what will happen, but a memory of what has already occurred, over and over and over again, in every iteration of this Tuesday night, forever. Story 24. The fluorescent lights hummed their dying song through the hollow corridors of Westfield Commons, a sound that had become the soundtrack to my deteriorating sanity. 3 months into this security gig, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that the mall was breathing around me, exhaling stale air that tasted of abandoned dreams and decade-old perfume samples. They'd hired me after the place shut down, some legal requirement about maintaining security on a property slated for demolition. The pay was surprisingly good for watching over empty storefronts and food court tables where nobody would ever eat again. I should have known better. Good pay always comes with a catch. My rounds took 47 minutes, start to finish. I'd timed it obsessively. Needed that structure to keep myself anchored in this liminal space where day and night meant nothing. The loading dock entrance at 9 p.m., circuit through the west wing, up to the second level, down through the east wing, back to my station near the dried-up fountain. Every 2 hours, like clockwork. The only variation was how long I'd stare at my phone between rounds, pretending the outside world still existed in some meaningful way. It started small, the way these things always do. During my second week, I noticed a mannequin in the old gap had shifted. Nothing dramatic, just a slight turn of the torso. An arm that had been hanging straight now bent at the elbow. I'd chalked it up to faulty memory, my mind playing tricks in the monotony. But I'd started taking pictures after that, documenting the positions during each round. Not because I thought anything was wrong, I told myself, just for something to do. The photographs proved me wrong and right in equal measure. By the end of week 3, I had a collection of images that made my stomach clench. The mannequin in Forever 21, the one in the sequined dress, rotated 15 degrees counterclockwise between rounds. The male figure in the defunct JCPenney menswear section had raised its arm, pointing toward the back of the store where employees used to take their breaks. A child-sized figure near the abandoned Disney store had turned to face the interior of the mall rather than the display window. No, not a child. I had to remind myself. The proportions were wrong, too elongated. Just a small adult mannequin, the kind they'd used for petite sizing. Not a child. Never children here. I stopped taking pictures after I compared timestamps and realized the movements only happened during my rounds. While I was walking through other sections of the mall, while my back was turned, while I was deliberately not looking, they waited for those exact windows of opportunity, as if they knew my schedule better than I did. The logical part of my brain insisted on rational explanations. Settling foundations, I thought. Temperature changes causing the joints to shift. Residual movement from when they'd been positioned months ago, finally manifesting. The mall was old, built in the 80s, and old buildings did strange things. The structure groaned and shifted, especially on cold Ohio nights when the temperature dropped 20 degrees between sunset and midnight. But mannequins didn't point. That's what kept me awake during my split shifts, lying in my apartment with blackout curtains drawn, trying to convince my body that noon was an appropriate time to sleep. They didn't just move. They gestured with apparent purpose. The male figure in JCPenney kept its arm extended toward the emergency exit, the one they'd covered with drywall during the last renovation. 3 others on the second level had adopted similar poses over the weeks, all indicating directions, all pointing toward walls that had been sealed up. I'd pulled up the original blueprints of the mall from the county records office, spent an entire day off tracing the changes. Westfield Commons had been renovated 4 times since opening, and each time they'd closed off sections, rerouted corridors, covered exits that no longer met code. The mannequins were pointing to spaces that existed on paper, but not in practice anymore. Ghost doors leading to ghost rooms in the bones of this dying place. During my 10th week, I found the message. It wasn't written in any conventional sense. Someone, or something, had arranged lipstick testers in the abandoned Sephora into letters on the dusty counter. The products had been there since closing, dried out and useless, but they'd been moved, carefully positioned to spell out 2 words. They know. My flashlight beam shook as I documented it with my phone, the image blurred from the tremor in my hands. I'd walked past this counter less than 2 hours ago, and the cosmetics had been scattered randomly then. I checked the photos to be sure, scrolling through the grainy images until I found the earlier shot. Yes, definitely random before, deliberately arranged now. The question that kept cycling through my mind wasn't who had done it. That would have been the sane question, the normal response. Instead, I found myself wondering what they knew, and more disturbingly, who they were. I called the property management company the next morning, got some kid barely out of college who assured me the building was secure, nobody else had access, and suggested I might be working too many consecutive nights. He recommended I take a few days off, get some rest, maybe see someone about the stress. The way he said it, careful and practiced, made it clear he thought I was losing it. Maybe I was, but that didn't explain the mannequins clustered near the fountain when I arrived for my next shift. There had been 4 positioned in that area, spread across 2 different storefronts. Now there were 9, all facing the fountain, arranged in a semicircle like they were waiting for something, or watching something. The fountain itself had been dry for years, just a concrete basin with a corroded metal sculpture at its center, pennies still scattered across the bottom from wishes nobody bothered to retrieve. I stood in the center of that circle, turned slowly to meet each blank face, featureless, smooth, their painted eyes catching my flashlight beam and reflecting it back in flat, dead stares. The air felt thicker here, harder to breathe, as if the space had contracted around me. My radio crackled with static, though nobody ever called. The property management company had given it to me as a formality, a psychological comfort that help was just a button press away. But I was the only one here, the only living thing in this architectural corpse. Except I wasn't, was I? The realization crept up like cold water rising, slow and inexorable. Whatever was here had been patient, had taken weeks to reveal itself in increments small enough that I could rationalize each one individually. But assembled together, the evidence painted a picture my rational mind couldn't accommodate. The mannequins were moving with purpose, communicating, directing attention toward something. I started checking the sealed exits during my rounds. The first one I found, the emergency door behind JCPenney, had drywall installed flush with the surrounding wall. I pressed my ear against it, heard nothing. Knocked once, softly, the sound swallowed by the empty store. Nothing responded, but the mannequin's arm remained pointed, insistent, its white plastic finger aimed at that exact spot. The second sealed exit, near what used to be the food court, made my skin crawl. Someone had painted over the drywall to match the wall, but the seams were still visible if you knew to look. And scratched into the paint, barely visible, were marks. Not words, just lines, repetitive and frantic, like someone had dragged their fingernails down the surface. I touched one groove, felt how deep it went, how much force would have been required. My radio crackled again. This time, underneath the static, I heard something else. A voice, maybe, or the suggestion of one. Syllables that could have been words if I let myself believe in them. I turned the volume down until the noise was just a whisper, but I could still hear it, a rhythmic cadence that might have been breathing. During week 12, the mannequins started facing me, not all at once. That would have been too obvious, too confrontational. Instead, I'd turn a corner and catch one shifted slightly in my direction. Another round, and 2 more had rotated toward the path I'd take. They were anticipating my movements, positioning themselves to watch as I passed. The effect was cumulative, oppressive, the sensation of walking through a gallery of observers who tracked me with invisible eyes. I stopped sleeping entirely. The exhaustion made everything worse, or maybe it made everything clearer. The line between the two had become impossibly blurred. During one round, I could have sworn I saw one of them move in my peripheral vision, a subtle shift of weight from one leg to another. But when I snapped my head around, it was frozen in place, perfectly still, exactly as a mannequin should be. I started talking to them. Not conversations, just observations, filling the silence with my own voice so I could hear something human in this place. I told the one in the red dress that her pose looked uncomfortable. I apologized to the male figure for doubting him, acknowledged that yes, there was definitely something behind that wall, even if I didn't know what. I thanked the small one, the not child, for facing inward, for at least being honest about watching me. The maintenance logs I was supposed to keep became journals of deterioration, mine and the building's intertwined. Temperature fluctuations I noted alongside my own increasing paranoia. Structural settling documented parallel to my fragmenting sense of reality. The property management company never read them anyway, just filed them in case the lawyers needed them later. On my 87th day, I brought a sledgehammer. I'd purchased it during a moment of clarity, or what I'd convinced myself was clarity. The only way to prove I wasn't insane was to open one of those sealed exits, to show that whatever was behind them justified the mannequin's obsessive attention. The rational explanation would be disappointing, I knew. Empty rooms, old storage spaces, nothing supernatural or sinister. But I needed that disappointment, craved it, wanted desperately to be wrong about everything. I chose the exit behind J.C. Penney, the one the male mannequin had indicated first. The drywall would be easy enough to breach. A few solid hits would crack it open. I waited until 3 a.m., the deadest part of my shift when my consciousness felt most tenuous, most willing to accept impossible things. The first swing sent vibrations up my arms, dislodged a rain of dust and paint chips. The second created a fissure, a dark line splitting the false wall. The third broke through, and cold air rushed out, air that hadn't circulated in years, carrying a smell of concrete and something else, something organic and wrong. I tore away chunks of drywall with my hands, creating an opening large enough to shine my flashlight through. The beam cut through darkness, illuminated concrete stairs leading down. Down. The exit was supposed to lead to an exterior corridor, a fire escape route to the parking lot. But these stairs descended into the foundation, into spaces that shouldn't exist according to any blueprint I'd seen. The mannequin hadn't moved, but I could feel its satisfaction, if such a thing was possible. As if it had been waiting for this moment, for me to finally understand and accept the invitation. I should have called someone, the property management company, the police, anyone. Instead, I found myself climbing through the opening, my rational mind observing from a distance as my body made decisions it couldn't endorse. The stairs were solid beneath my feet, real, undeniably present. This wasn't a hallucination or a stress-induced break. This was discovery. The basement level shouldn't have existed, but it stretched out in front of me, a mirror of the mall above. Empty storefronts lined corridors illuminated by emergency lighting that shouldn't have had power. And in those storefronts stood more of them, dozens more, hundreds maybe, all frozen in positions of waiting. The mannequins filled this underground space, a crowd of silent observers arranged in tableaus that suggested community, suggested purpose. They were all pointing now. Every single one had an arm extended, a finger aimed, and I followed the collective gesture to the far end of the corridor where a door stood. Not sealed, not hidden, just closed, waiting for someone to open it. The door had a sign, faded but readable, Management Office. My footsteps echoed as I walked toward it, passing through the mannequin crowd. Up close, I could see details I'd missed before. Imperfections in the molding, variations in color, the subtle differences that suggested individuality. They weren't identical copies. Each one was unique, deliberately crafted. They had been people once, maybe, or they had never been mannequins at all. The thought should have stopped me, but I'd passed the point of return weeks ago. I reached for the door handle, felt the cold metal against my palm, and paused. Through the door I could hear something. Not static this time, but voices, multiple voices, speaking in unison, saying words I couldn't quite distinguish. They rose and fell in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat, synchronized with the pulse of blood in my ears. Behind me, I heard it. The sound of plastic scraping against concrete, of joints flexing, of the crowd beginning to move. I didn't turn around. Couldn't turn around. The choice had been made the moment I accepted this job, or maybe it had been made long before that. In some version of my life where I'd already opened this door and stepped through, had already joined the silent watchers in their patient vigil. My hand turned the knob. The door opened. Inside, I saw myself. Not a reflection, but another version, sitting at a security desk, staring at monitors that showed the mall above. On those screens, I watched a figure in a security uniform walking his rounds, checking the same stores, documenting the same mannequins, living the same 87 days on an endless loop. The other me looked up from the monitors and smiled, the expression wrong on my own face. Too knowing, too satisfied. He gestured to an empty chair beside him, a second workstation with its own set of screens, its own version of the mall to watch over. I understood then. This was the management office, where the real security work happened. The mall above was just the surface, the part the living could see. Down here, in the foundation, in the bones of the building, the actual monitoring took place. The mannequins weren't moving on their own. They had never been moving on their own. We moved them. Or I would move them, once I took my seat, once I accepted my position in this hierarchy of watchers watching watchers. The other me stood, began to fade, his shift ending as mine began. He walked past me toward the door, and as he did, I saw he was becoming smoother, his features less defined, his skin taking on a plastic sheen. I sit at the desk now, my hands on the controls, watching the new security guard begin his first round through the mall above. He looks nervous, unsure, as I must have looked 87 days ago. I make a note to have the mannequin and J.C. Penney point him in the right direction eventually. No need to rush these things. The work requires patience. I adjust the camera feeds, checking each corridor, each sealed exit, each positioned figure waiting in the stores. Everything is as it should be. The mall breathes around me, and I breathe with it, synchronized to its rhythm, part of its structure now. My radio crackles. Static, just static, the only sound in this underground office where I'll spend my shift. But sometimes underneath the white noise, I hear them. All the other security guards in all the other shifts, in all the other layers beneath and above and around this one, each of us monitoring our assigned level, moving our assigned watchers, waiting for the next one to arrive. The new guard has stopped in front of the fountain. I watch him turn slowly, counting the mannequins arranged around him. 9 of them, just as there should be. He looks confused, frightened, and I remember that feeling. Remember when I could still feel anything that simple. I reach for the controls, make a subtle adjustment. The mannequin in the red dress rotates 5 degrees. The guard doesn't notice yet, but he will. They always do. I settle into my chair, my plastic chair in my concrete office, watching my screens in the management level of Westfield Commons. Above me, the mall operates according to its purpose. Below me, deeper levels stretch down into darkness. Other offices with other watchers. A hierarchy I've only begun to understand. The question that haunts me now isn't whether I'm real or if this is happening. The question is how many levels down until you reach the bottom, until you find whoever or whatever actually owns this place, actually manages the managers who manage the watchers. My shift has just begun, and I have a new employee to train. The mannequins and I will teach him everything he needs to know, slowly, patiently, one subtle movement at a time. After all, we have 87 days to work with, and somewhere far above, in the bright world where people still walk through living malls, where fluorescent lights hum over crowds of shoppers, I wonder if those mannequins are pointing too, trying to warn people about the foundation beneath their feet, about the watchers who monitor their every movement, about the doors that should never be opened. But nobody ever looks. They never do.